Hello. Why is that only coming through my left speaker? You hear this? I don't think you can hear it. I don't know. I can't tell. I was looking at a VOD the other day, and I watched the intro to the VOD, and I'm just dancing to nothing, which I did not realize at the time that y'all could not hear my browser. Actually, wait, I need to keep that turned up. I just need to pause it there. Hello! G Herco, Tiny Monkey Delphi. Hello, what's up? How are we? How are you? How am I? I'm okay. I'm also mega. Hello. This is Critical Eyes, episode 89, part 2. Second half of episode 89 of Critical Role Vox Machina. We are going to be talking about it today. Episode 89, that is. We're going to be talking about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, everything in between. And I'm excited to do so. And I'll be honest. I've been watching a lot of serious stuff the past 2 or 3 days. Not like news, you know, but like last night I watched the finale to Invincible season 3. Invincible, great show. Little serious or intense, you might say, of a season finale to season 3. And then this morning I was doing chores before stream, and I thought I'll put on something nice and casual from YouTube. And what's more nice and casual than my best boy Jacob Geller and his new videos on his new video on the Nuremberg trials. So all that is to say, I say this certainly not setting up any manner of dramatic irony where the chat knows things that I don't know. I'm being very serious right now in that I think I just want something lighthearted for the second half of episode 89. Watching too much serious stuff. I just want something, maybe even a little boring, lighthearted, maybe a bar scene. Let's do a bar scene where they sit around and drink. I want to feel like I'm in a podcast for this for the second half of this episode. That's what I desire, because I need a break. All right. And there's no dramatic irony there. Nothing. I'm just ready to hang out with my bestest boys and girls and other. And that's it. I can't tell if you're joking. I'm joking. I mean, I'm excited for whatever this episode brings. But I have legitimately been watching a lot of very intense stuff. Conquest is known for his lighthearted nature. That's what I'm saying. Conquest was so cool and fun and not serious or intense at all. Oy, 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 oy. Who's the other? I don't know. Anyone else? I guess there are only bestest boys and girls in Vox specifically. I was thinking of Doti, really. But I guess, is Doti really in Vox Machina? I think we could debate that. Oh, man. I'm finding the place where I'm finding the last timestamp, 3703. 3703. There we go. I thought you wanted undead Raishan to appear during the festival. There's a difference, Manofalo. There's a difference between what I want and what I think will come to pass. Sometimes I am an unhappy prophet, all right? When I theorized about the vampire sex ritual, it's not because I wanted to see hot, sweaty, awesome Vax orgies, all right? It's not because of that. It's just because I thought that's what was most likely, all right? and that's all right? Doti hasn't seen any real combat yet. That's true. That sounds racist against robots. The clankers? I'm okay with that. Vampire sex ritual could still happen, I have faith. That's true. That's true. We could. I won't give up. I won't give up. We haven't gotten any vampires since the Briarwoods, but there's always a possibility. And I am holding out hope. What's up, John? Hello. All right. You want the sex ritual, right? Well, it's sort of neither here nor there, really. What I want. What I want has something to do with this, Amarok. All right? It's you know, I'm completely unbiased in my predictions, is what I'm trying to say. Oh man, I meant calling Doti an other. That's true. I guess what would be the I would need Doti to express an amount of sapience. But let's see. I do still, one of my favorite character concepts that I have not gotten to do is I played like one session with this and then the campaign fell apart, as they do. I really wanted to play an artificer that is a warforged. They are a warforged battle master that is attempting to recreate themselves. They're a very like Data from Star Trek Next Gen coded character that is like first and also last of their kind. Both an endling and I don't know what I know an endling is. Am I thinking right? An endling is like the last of a species. Endling. Yeah. The last known individual of a species. I don't know what the first known individual of a species would be called. A startling? That sounds like they're just surprised. But it's both an endling and a startling, we'll say. And they are, and the secrets of their creation are lost to the mists of history, and they are attempting to recreate one of themselves, one of their kind. And I've always wanted to play that sort of character, and never gotten the chance. But this is the strangest start to a live stream in recent memory. What? Maybe. I don't know. I am in a somewhat strange mood. I have been watching a lot of Invincible. We watched like 7 episodes yesterday. That was like the main thing we did yesterday because we were hungover, and so there was little else we could do. And Invincible's a weird show, man. It's good. It's really good. I love a Herculean protagonist. And by that, I mean a protagonist whose flaw is wrath, and where it is actually presented as a real honest-to-God flaw. Because I think so many times, especially in popular culture, especially in the West, we have a tendency to somewhat... What's the opposite of a flaw? A virtue? I think we have the tendency to somewhat virtuize like righteous anger. And I don't completely disagree with the entire concept that like anger can be used for a positive thing. But I think especially in superhero stories, this idea of like the righteous anger is so present. And the downsides, the ways in which wrath can be presented as a flaw and flawed in general are often not really displayed. And I think that's what I really love about Invincible is that like Mark's really like core flaw outside of all of the circumstances and outside of his youth and whatever is just wrath. And I love it. And it really does present it as like a problem. But I love that show, man, because it also avoids so much of the shit that I hate in that genre of shows. I hate like when drama is predicated on communication issues, like people just choosing not to talk to each other. People talk to each other so much in Invincible. Every time that they like set up an information dynamic where like, you know, two parties have like a misunderstanding and then like a third party gets brought in, so often one of the two will just like choose not to explain the situation to the third, or like, you know, something will happen and the protagonist will like choose not to tell the people that they love about it. All of that sort of shit just bothers the hell out of me. And Invincible just doesn't do it. It's awesome. Like people just talk to each other in Invincible and they can still have great drama. It's awesome. It's a great show. I understand if people wouldn't want to watch it. It is uncomfortable at times, but in ways that I think are used effectively. But man, do I like that show, man. Oh, it's a good one. It's one of my, I think it's my favorite superhero show I've watched in a long, long time. Oh, man. Progenitor? Maybe. VM will finish off the Kraken because of its threat. The rest of the episode is exactly the same fight as 88. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I feel like wrath is just the easiest sin to paint as a virtue, you know? Yeah. I mean, I think you're on. Yeah, especially when it comes to like protecting people. Because it's often, I think, wrath is painted as a virtue in shows either about violence or where violence is like a common theme within the show, like superhero stories, especially superhero stories where the protagonist's main power is like super strength and super speed and, you know, all the classic Superman shit. Like bare knuckle boxing is just a violent activity regardless of your motivations, and that it even when it's done in protection, and even if you have very virtuous motivations, it's still just like a core violent activity, and it's so easy to have the main character get like lost in that for dramatic effect. So like even if you're trying to not have your protagonist be portrayed as having wrath as like one of their core features, even if they're not supposed to have that, within the moment of a fight, if their powers are punching, it's so easy for like a dramatic point within the fight to like watch them like lose themselves. That's like that's very intense. That's very like I said, it's very dramatic. But that implies some things, namely wrath. But a lot of, you know, I think a lot of shows like to kind of have their cake and eat it too, where they want to portray those dramatic moments, but they don't want to actually deal with that, like, being who their character is. And I love that, like, at least to me, I think Invincible faces that head on. Where, like, I think Mark is a hyper, not apologetic, hyper sympathetic character. I think Mark is intensely sympathetic as a protagonist. I really, like, sympathize with him. I want him to win in almost every situation. But he has anger problems. And the show does not shy away from that fact. And I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah. Greed can also be painted as a virtue. It can, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of vices or flaws or sins can be easily painted as a virtue. But I just see it a lot in superhero stuff, especially, where there's a clear, like, bias from the perspective of the showrunners of, like, not even viewing these very, like, wrathful actions as vice or virtue. They're just, like, what you do. And I think that bugs me. I like Invincible's look at it. Yeah. I thought we were the nice boys and girls. Well, that is also that. That is also nice, boys and girls, and all else. Yeah. Nolan, best character. I also love Nolan. But now I'm reminded of Greed in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and how sins can be painted as positive depending on the intentions. Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the things that I love about FMA. And the way that Greed and I won't say any more details, but the way that, like, Greed and another connected character that, if you've seen it, you know, how their kind of plots coalesce and resolve. Because I think that that FMAB's take on it is this sort of morally agnostic view of it, and I think that it's displayed very well with the conversation between Hohenheim and the main villain when they're alone in the basement, of, like, what separating out these emotions, like, even means. And, like, again, I don't say morally agnostic as, like, a negative. I think it's a very purposeful ethos that is, like, very aware of itself. Of, like, yeah, they're trying, at least with Greed, to not paint Greed as explicitly evil or explicitly good. They're trying to kind of paint it as this sort of middle ground type thing. And I think it's very, very purposeful. And I think that is, wrapping back to what I said about Bard's Lament, regardless of how much I agree or don't agree with an ethos or with an argument or whatever, I am incredibly hyper attracted to purposeful statements. To statements that are aware of themselves and are, like, very, very conscious of what they are saying and how they are saying it. And I think FMA is a really good example of that in the way that it portrays Greed, especially. And I think the same thing with Invincible and Wrath. Yeah. In fact, speaking of Jacob Geller, I think he has an amazing video kind of adjacent to this topic about the Call of Duty series. Of, like, I think the title is "What Does Call of Duty Believe in?" or "Does Call of Duty Believe in Anything?" or something to that effect. I think that video is an amazing breakdown of this phenomena that I'm sort of hitting on of like conscious ethoses within storytelling. There's always going to be an amount of like unconscious bias within any story. You grow up in the society and the environment you grow up in, you have certain preconceived notions going into a story. That's always going to be there. But I think being as purposeful as you can and like really thinking about what you're trying to portray, I think just attracts me so much more as a viewer. Yeah. So, I'm into it. I'm pretty sure the same book that established wrath as a sin also introduces the concept of divine wrath. Yup, wrath has always been this sort of dual-sided, or not dual-sided, but this thing that is portrayed as bad or good depending. And what it depends on is very loose and open to interpretation. And so I just like it when a story like stares at it head on and doesn't just take it as a given. That it's like, oh yeah, protagonists just do violence and they just are wrathful and that's just how it is. I like it when they portray it a little bit more. Yeah. This is why I love vampire stories. Wrath is not a virtue, but I'm still cheering because everyone is a monster. I'm not as into the everyone is a monster sort of story settings. But I have a lot of friends that are. And I think there's an amount of overlap there with like, I think that's the sort of thing that like Taliesin would really love. Like you said, vampire stories, Vampire the Masquerade, Lovecraftian stories often hit on that. I'm not as into those personally, but I'm still into them. I still like them. The future immortal thing should have been placed later in the show. Maybe. We'll see. There was a lot going on in the third season, I will admit, but yeah. I have some larger opinions on the third season, but this is a Critical Role cast, so I'll get off of Invincible, but I did really like it. I liked the third season overall, yeah. Oh, man. I think Sloth can be hard to show as a positive. It can be difficult to show as, well, I think it does depend. It depends because sloth and laziness are kind of a contextually defined trait that is harder to show, I think, objectively. Because sloth is sort of defined by your responsibilities. So I think we often see something like, say, I'm trying to think of something that isn't so specific because I'm only thinking of the Pure Lakers from Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives. But I think there are often displays of the person that does just enough to live and then just like hangs out and chills the rest of the time, like a beach bum sort of thing. And I think that whether or not we consider them bad or good is dependent upon how the people around them see them. Like if they are a embedded member of their community that everyone around them loves and like loves hanging out with, but they just like go around and like smoke a pipe and, you know, chill in the sun and like, you know, occasionally do a bit of work here and there to earn enough money or do a favor for someone so that they let them hang out, whatever. Like, I think we see that sort of character as relatively positive, even though they are also pretty slothful. So Sloth is a really weird one. It's a very strange one because it all just kind of, it's almost very vibe dependent on just how the people around them view it. If the people around them view it as a negative, then we kind of view it as a negative. But if they view it as a positive, then we sort of view it as a positive. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Ah, yeah. It can be used to lead to progress, but it's never the laziness that is shown as good. It's also how you stop being lazy. That is sometimes, yeah. Sloth can be painted as patience. True. Which this is all like when we're talking about like these like 7 sins or whatever. It's a very Western conception of a lot of these sort of things. I am not as versed in the more Eastern views on it, but I know just enough to know that the way that a lot of religions like Buddhism view different emotions, especially, is very different than how we view them in Western civilizations or societies, I should say. So I don't know. It's all very interesting. Yeah. Have you seen any of the VM animated series yet? No. I know I saw some images from the series in your thumbnails, but I'm not seeing any videos on the series. Yeah. I have before looked up like, oh, is this when I have been making thumbnails, I have looked up like Vexalia Vox Machina and then like just gone straight to Google Images or you know, Vaxildon Vox Machina, and that's it. So I've not seen any of the animated series, but I have used them in thumbnails. But I'm excited to. I think it will almost certainly come after we're finished with campaign 1. So probably sometime in 2026, if I had to guess, will be Lovum time. I'll have to figure out how to do it, though, because that's one of the reasons that I was doing the Fantasy High experiment. Part of the reason that I was doing some experimentation on the format with Age of Umbra. And someone asked me, because I recently, put Fantasy High on hiatus, and someone in the comments asked, why don't I just stream Fantasy High, like once a month or something? And there are several reasons, but one of the big ones is that I would only be able to stream Fantasy High. Everything else for Dimension 20 is behind the paywall. And I need to figure out a way to say that doesn't sound negative, because I feel like paywall sounds negative. It's behind the subscription. I'm very supportive of Dropout's model. But yeah, it's behind the Dropout subscription. And so I wanted to find a way to do it where I could maybe do some of those behind the subscription series as well. And that's another thing that I was, again, experimenting with for Age of Umbra. And so, yeah, I'll have to figure out exactly how to do it. I've got lots of ideas, and we've talked about them on the stream before, of like what people would or wouldn't like to see. There are like practical concerns around it. I'm also working on kind of a bit of a secret series that I'm not going to give any details about, but that I have filmed a few episodes of that might have some overlap in terms of format with how I can envision a Legend of Vox Machina show looking. So I'm experimenting there as well. I also have some thoughts and ideas about, like, one of the big things that I realized with Fantasy High is that I need an amount of conversation, and that if I can, as much pre-production as the less pre-production before I get to the conversation, the better. So I'm also possibly considering some way to work in conversation there as well. Also, possibly considering some manner of plugin that could sync up pauses, kind of like a Netflix after party sort of situation. Something like that. Because I, especially if I'm alone, I couldn't do an entire show where I talk over something that's playing. I know that there are reaction channels out there that do that. I know Viewmaster Reacts does that. My brain does not compute. I can't talk over audio that is happening. At least while also taking in the audio. They don't, the input and output streams cannot operate simultaneously. So for like an entire series, it kind of wouldn't be feasible for me to just talk over it. So I'd either need to be pausing it, I need to be like pre-recording it, I need to be doing it with someone else that's also watching at the same time. I don't know. But we're gonna be experimenting leading up into 2026. But yeah. I love either a reaction with pauses or a watch along and then discussion. Yeah. And I think, like, honestly, Age of Umbra definitely showed me that, like, the hardest thing about Age of Umbra was keeping current, which wouldn't be a problem with Lovum. So at the very least, I think it'll look something like Age of Umbra and Analyzing Umbra, but that's not like the ideal format I'd like it to look like, but it's like a good fallback format. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen a blurred image with almost no audio streamed with a timestamp for people to watch along, and that works for me. Yeah. It's certainly like that sort of thing definitely exists. I have programmer brain where I always constantly think that I can do better. But we'll see if I actually can. I don't know. C2 show coming out 2026. I heard about this. I heard that that campaign 2 got greenlit. Yeah. But could you do something like TB Skyen did for Arcane S2? TB Skyen. No video or audio, but I had it lined up for chat to watch with him. Oh, so like he's like just watching it on a separate I should say. Just watching it on a separate screen and just have like the little timestamp. I've thought about something like that. That was part of what we considered doing for Fantasy High and what we've considered doing for Dimension 20 in general. Because even like showing clips is tough. Especially when it comes to like stuff behind a subscription. I have the brainworm that is like I could write a plugin that could pause and sync up things and all this. I don't know how realistic that is. Especially to actually get people to install it. I don't know. But I have lots of ideas. And Fantasy High and Age of Umbra, those are examples of me testing out format ideas. We will see as I actually get closer what those end up looking like. Image of the show once every few seconds, so it's more like a slideshow. I mean, that's basically what I do for my thumbnail script. The thumbnail script just like takes a screenshot of my OBS every couple of seconds. I have tested that sort of thing. Seems to depend on the show as to how generous things are. And I would still need to grab like the captions separately. I've got some ideas. Oh man. I've been on every Vox Machina stream since the Kraken crying emoji. It's funny. It's a funny one to come in on. There's the Kraken episode was a very interesting one to come into this series on, because it was just one of the most I think it's the most negative I've been on an episode, just on the whole, which doesn't seem to be unique amongst the fan base, but just a tough one, man. And I was talking to my players later about it, and I was like, God damn, it just gave me like empathy discomfort of like, as someone that has played, has DM'd, and has created content, as I'm doing right now, that episode is just like when I picture doing an actual play. Like, I've always said, you'll never catch me DMing an actual play. I won't lie and say I haven't thought about it and imagined it. And like the Kraken episode is like my nightmare scenario from every perspective. It's just absolute nightmare of the ways in which things could go wrong, and like all of the things about streaming it just coming together in one big negative soup. That was like such an example of everything that can be negative about it being an actual play. As opposed to a home game. And I felt so bad for all of them. I felt such pity almost sounds patronizing, but it's just like I would never want to be in their shoes there. Because for everything that they like quote unquote did wrong, it was like nothing. It was everything was so minor compared to how uncomfortable it was to watch, just because I was feeling for them so hard. Oh man. If you do a show, how many episodes would you plan for a stream? I don't know. I'd have to be more confident in the actual format first. Yeah. Depends on how true you're happy the copyright holders. Yeah, a little bit. Did you ever read that post by Marisha where she mentioned it? I did. At least the snippet that was posted in the Discord. Yeah. I mean, it's just so tough. So tough. Do you think cutting it up into 3 parts made it better or made it worse as it took longer to get through, or would it just being 2 parts have made you ditch it? It's so hard to say. If I'd split it into 2 parts, I would have been so much more tired. I think it was overall better for the stream. Because I think, like, even if you look at, like, the end of the 3rd episode, I'm, like, struggling to, like, conversate with the chat about any given thing. I'm having like trouble like formulating answers to questions. Maybe it would have been like easier for me to get through overall if I had done it as 2, but it would have been really tough. Where can I find Marisha's post? I haven't seen it before. There's at least a screenshot from it in the no spoilers Critical Role Discord chat. But I don't know where the overall post is. I'm sure you could find it, or someone in the Discord could lead you to it. But I didn't want to go looking for it too much. I take direct links or direct screenshots from people, because exploring on my own has potential. But I think with that, we will get a little bit into it. But yeah, I guess in terms of Lovum and C2, you know, I've debated if there will be any sort of format change for C2 or C4. Because this format is awesome, but it does take up a lot of time. In terms of, and it's like, you know, it's hard from like a scheduling standpoint because people want to be here live, which I love. Like this format has such huge benefits for me. Like it maximizes all of the factors that I love, but it also has a lot of downsides. So I don't know. I'm less debating it for C2 and more debating it for C4. If there, you know, is a C4. Because keeping live especially is tough on a schedule. One of the big things I'm working on right now is developing a way to edit these a lot easier, to like organize and the edits. And hopefully my goal before C1 is even finished, like before season 1 of Critical Eyes is finished, I want to have at least started a more robust edited backlog so that it makes it easier for people to catch up to live and to go back and rewatch some things. And so that's also, I'm thinking about that for C4 as well, because just keeping current is very, very difficult. Especially with this sort of format where it's like every episode is 2 streams that are like at least 5 hours. That's like 10 hours per week per episode consistently. If I want to keep live. So that'll be difficult for C4. But I would want to be live. So I don't know. We'll see. This format is awesome. I know. I love it. If I didn't love it so much, I wouldn't do it. Because it has some real downsides. It has some real downsides in terms of like what is good about live streaming. But I just oh god. Just had an earthquake. Not actually, I just bumped my desk. Everything about yeah. It just maximizes so much of what I love. Every other format I've tried, I have to give up things that I really, really like and really love about this format. Oh, yeah. I'll have to go catch up on the VODs to see your opinions, but yeah, I was definitely surprised when I saw your titles for the Kraken episodes were regarding hype surrounding it. My own hype. Oh man, episode 87. Whoo, man, derision. Me watching episode 87, I am so excited for the Kraken. Oh man. Like hearing that plot hook and seeing the Vestra, man. The Vestra is still, regardless of anything that happened in episode 88, the Vestra is still my favorite environment and community of people in Exandria so far. Just how concentratedly unique they are. Marquette is maybe a close second. I think Marquette felt very unique. But the Vestra was so like immediately distinct. Matt was doing so good with his environmental descriptions and like really making it feel distinct from everything else within kind of within the entire world, honestly. And even episode, I think it was still 87. I think it's just the first half of 87 where they had the pirate fight, like going up to it. That was just like a random filler fight that I thought was sick. I loved the pirate fight. And it was just this random filler on the way leading up to the Vestra. So I was so psyched. And then when he delivers that it's like this non-combat, sort of stealth speed encounter of like gathering these lodestones, I'm like, oh my God, it's not just another punch fest. Let's go. And then there was episode 88. Yeah. I haven't shown this format is perfect and how I wish C2 to go. Yeah. Yeah. It is perfect. It's perfect except for everything around it. It in and of itself is perfect. The thing that is not perfect about it is how much constraints it puts on all of my other stuff, on anything else I want to do. But I do love it. It's tough. Your format seems super rough. I was so addicted with so much free time, but I think I pumped through all 3 campaigns in the year, but obviously won't be able to do that while streaming. Yeah. Like, that's also the other thing is, I love getting, like, I want to keep a good pace, but the best, like, I think some of the best production streams, like the ones that are the best end product or the end product I'm the most happy with, have been when I've been splitting them into 2 parts. And the 2-parters are great, but they also take up 2 days, so it makes it tough to do anything else consistently. When I was also having Analyzing Umbra on top of that, it was basically like I had like vocal rest days and I had stream days, and that was it. And it was tough to like record anything or do any sort of secret projects or anything like that. So it's amazing if it's the only thing I'm doing, but I do want to do other things. But I don't know, but I do love it. I do love it so much. I think the cast just really struggles when their objective isn't to hit something until it dies. And I mean, to the cast credit, they haven't had a lot of experience with that, which is one of the reasons I was excited for the Kraken combat, is because they've had so little experience with that type of combat, with that novelty, that I was super psyched to see them experience that. But that I don't think the Kraken combat's design really lended itself to that at the end of the day, which is also like, you said the cast, which I think is fair. It's not just the players. It's also Matt doesn't have a lot of experience with that, which fair enough. It's not something that D&D explicitly encourages. It's hard to do it, especially if you're not used to it. Yeah. What do you think the jarring change between the pirate fight and the Kraken fight tells us about Matt's encounter design at the time? I think one of the big things that I think the Kraken encounter did show to me is just the lack of experience with Matt and non-combat encounters, which again I think is very understandable. And I also think that we saw some of his older school roots and experience coming out with having the lodestones, like gathering the lodestones, essentially being a skill challenge, like a series of skill checks. which it was an explicit mechanic, if I'm not mistaken, was an explicit mechanic in older versions of D&D, like 3 and I think 2. I'm not exactly sure. But I think seeing that, like, that is how Matt conceptualized those things is evidence of him, like, not having a lot of experience, especially in the modern version, of running a, like, very non-combat focused encounter and falling back on older mechanics. But unfortunately, those older mechanics, like skill challenges, aren't as robustly supported in 5th as they were in previous editions. They've removed a lot of the rules that used to be in the game around social and exploration. They've really minimized the rules in social and exploration compared to older editions, but kept a lot of the rules for combat. So putting in a skill challenge into the middle of an encounter used to, I think, probably be more reasonable in like 3.5 or 2 compared to how it ultimately ends up running in 5th. It reminds me a lot of the second episode of Fantasy High with the lunchroom encounter that Brennan ran with the monster spawner, where this big ooze is like summoning these little like mini oozes, which is so cool, and I think bespeaks thought and care and like a level of experience. Like, there was a really cool level of like monster diversity in that encounter. And like the Kraken is a cool monster when you just like look at it. But it's not a monster, or I guess this is debatable, but it's not. I don't think it's a monster that runs well when specifically paired with like a non-combat objective, especially when it's baked in of like, hey, don't hurt the Kraken. And like, I think we can see a really clear example of that, of like, don't hurt the Kraken, combined with the Kraken's swallowing mechanic, which was like, oh, you have to do damage to the Kraken to get out of its stomach. There's no other way. Those two things, while maybe not exactly opposed, because it wasn't actually don't hurt the Kraken, it was really don't kill the Kraken. But there was this implication of like, don't do violence to the Kraken. And you have to get out of its stomach. And then the mechanic that I think, you know, maybe Matt improv'd in the middle of it, which if he did, totally support. Or maybe he had it pre-planned and just didn't communicate it as thoroughly in the first bit of the encounter. But the idea of chopping off its tentacles, even that is kind of at odds with the fundamentals of don't kill the Kraken or a non-combat encounter. You know what I'm saying? So I think we are seeing just an experienced DM, I think. Just not experienced in 5th specifically, or not as experienced in 5th, or to put even more asterisks and caveats on it, just not as experienced in non-combat encounters in 5th. I think it truly is just kind of that lack of experience. Whereas the pirate ship is, you know, all combat, just kill the adversaries, sink their ship. Something that not only 5th is well suited to, but Matt has a lot of experience in. So yeah, I think I think that is like a decent takeaway. Is like, it is just a lot about experience. Like, when you try something new and weird, or something that the system maybe doesn't as explicitly support, it's gonna be a little weird. It's gonna be a little jank, and that's okay. And that's okay. You try it, you probably fail, and you move on, and you get used to it. Yeah. I feel like it wouldn't be such a big constraint if you were a full-time streamer, but that might just be me. It's mostly a constraint on my voice. Having the big 6-hour, mostly talking streams is a big constraint on my voice. So if I want to do like a gaming stream where maybe I'm talking less, I can do that. But if I want to do, say, a stream looking at your guys' maps and like analyzing them where I'm going to be talking the whole time, it's much more of a constraint on that. Yeah. Still catching up on AOU, so avoid spoilers. Absolutely. Absolutely. The creature design was antithetical to the goals of the fight, which is why it seems so broken. I agree with that. Yeah. I don't know if you have an answer, but how is Pathfinder with non-combat encounters? I unfortunately do not have the experience in Pathfinder to answer that. My general understanding of Pathfinder, this is very, very general, is that it is a rules heavier system broadly, and it does have more systems in place for exploration and social, but it is still rooted in the idea of those mechanics being kind of based off of skill checks. So they are mostly additional guidance for the GM in terms of what sorts of challenges, what sorts of obstacles, things like that, but it's all kind of rooted in a similar system to 5e. So I talked about it in the most recent AOU stream, and this isn't anything about AOU, it's just about Daggerheart, really. But Daggerheart's core check system of the 2d12, hope and fear, is going to offer more granularity. It's going to offer more options when it comes to the types of mechanics you can build around it. D&D, and I think Pathfinder. Again, take all this with a grain of salt on Pathfinder, because I don't have a ton of experience there. But there's still these like 1d20 systems. They're not dice pools. They're adding modifiers at most, to my understanding. And so there's still this level of abstraction within the like fundamental check system, which makes it more difficult to build on, especially non-combat challenges, without making those challenges about things that are also related to combat. So things like movement, and things like placement on a grid. But there's not, say, take something like Call of Cthulhu, where there's a built-in sanity system, or Daggerheart or Blades, where there is stress, right? These things are ways to give environmental negatives or feedback that Pathfinder and D&D don't have. Even though D&D has a sanity system, air quotes, it's an optional system that you can implement from the DMG. Because it is optional, the rest of the system is not based around it. The rest of the system is not taking it into account. You're not going to get a feat that interacts with your sanity in the same way that you might get like a Daggerheart feat, or equivalent of feat, a card like a domain card that interacts with stress, because stress is a core part of that system. So my overall understanding of Pathfinder is that within its core mechanics, it is similar to 5e. The biggest way that it is different and distinct is in its 3-action system, as opposed to action and bonus action. That's the biggest distinction that it has, and people talk about the increased granularity when you can have actions that when you can have features or things that utilize varying amounts of actions. Again, more granularity. Within that, you can have a action, or you can have a thing that you do that takes up 1 action, 2 actions, or 3 actions. 3 kind of possible states. Whereas in D&D, you can only have it take up an action or a bonus action. So it's, yeah. And then we are about to run ads. So I might answer a few more questions when we're back, but then we will get into the episode. Like that encounter in DH would just be crack. PC's trying to do so many things and then doom happens with some rolls to fear. I definitely think that encounter could have gone substantially better in something like Daggerheart, especially given the Daggerheart's encounter exploration and combat are a unified system. So something like throwing up in the water, for example, you don't have to DM fiat the big consequence for that. It could be something as simple as stress or giving the GM fear. Daggerheart also has the benefit of more GM control within the mechanics. So if they were getting through the combat far too easily, which is one of the theories from me and chat as to what's up? Hello. Hi. What up? What up? What up? Why does Mega have an ad break over just letting ads play like streamers usually do? 2 reasons. I mean, I've said it before. If YouTube, I think YouTube's player is way better than Twitch's. Oh my god. But big problem I have with the player is that if it serves you ads, then you restart the stream wherever, like as if you had been watching the stream during the ad. And if I'm in the middle of a big conversation, I want people to be able to like catch the whole conversation without having to fiddle with like rewinding and then catching up and all that. So if ads just picked up where you left off and then you could like turn up the playback speed to catch up, I probably just would run ads whenever the system recommended it. But because they don't, I like to just take ads on the hour, which is far less than YouTube recommends. But I like to just take ads on the hour so that that's when I take a break and then people don't miss any discussion. Oh, crazy. Also explained that to a degree, yeah. The viewer list in chat shows me much less. I believe the viewer list is similar to my viewer list, so like this one. This only shows people. I don't know if it's exactly the same as this, but these there's a certain amount of recency there, where like you have to have chatted within a certain time period, and for some reason, some people just don't show up on it. So, what up, Cat Up a Maple Tree? Hello, welcome. Good to see you in live. Welcome. I wasn't on the list, but now I am. Look at that. Yeah. So I think the list is more like active chatters than necessarily people actually viewing and watching. But let's get into it. The very chill, I'm sure nothing will happen episode. It's definitely not giving me the Emperor is about to make Taldora a democracy vibes. It's not giving me that at all. I'm sure only good things will happen.
Bringing us back in. You guys have had some time to recover, gather your thoughts, gather your wits, and reflect on the recent near permanent loss of your champion of the Raven Queen, Vaxalan. You now currently sit wherever you'd like within the city of Vestra in preparation for an evening celebration. Is there anything you guys wish to do in the meantime?
Time has passed since I got brought back up there.
About an hour.
About an hour?
Yeah.
A little over an hour?
A little over an hour, I'd say.
Over an hour?
Just up from resting, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, did my wings sloop back in?
Yes, they have. Yeah.
Where is everybody?
Yeah, are we all together?
You guys are all together. You want to be? Yeah.
Can we be on the beach?
Ooh,
Sure,
yeah.
yes. Is there a beach?
Well, there are portions where the sand kind of breaks the surface. A lot of it is, maybe a foot and a half below the water before you start hitting the reef and the beach shelf drop off. But there are places where the sand rises above, and there are patches where you see a lot of the kids kind of play around and leap off of, and there are beach elements closer to the islands on the outskirts of the city, between the actual islands themselves. So yeah, there are beaches.
I'm going to be crafting little seashell necklaces or hair bits for everybody. I've been working on a hair bit.
Like it. Like a hair bit, or like a hair bit that goes like this. Ooh.
Yeah, and like that with a little. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's like we've had this conversation. making little bits for everybody.
Hey, as you're working on that, Vax, you notice in this time that you see one of your sister's feathers. It's kind of carefully braided into your hair.
All of there. I only got 2 of them, and they're both in his hair.
There you go. Both of her sister's feathers are braided into your hair.
I have something for you all. I have presents.
Presents?
What? Cool.
Well, I had Gilmore help me out with a little something for if and when I completed the Aramente as a thank you. So I got them from him before we left. Granted, in hindsight, I'm never holding on to presents ever again because we could all just die any day. But
Like we do.
at least,
Like you do.
yeah, like you do. But this time it worked out okay. And I pull out all the necklaces. These are from the dragons we've collected. They're dragon tooth necklaces. And I had Gilmore enchant a very simple enchantment to each of them, so we won't have to focus or attune to it. Oh. If any one of us goes unconscious,
We're with you.
if any one of us goes unconscious,
Sweat the details.
thank you, the rest of them will start beating a little heartbeat. That way we know if any one of us goes down, even if we can't see each other. So
It's wonderful. It's a little morbid and wonderful at the same time.
I know, but I'm
Badass.
That's so wonderful.
figure we all go unconscious so
so
often.
thoughtful.
Well, most of us do.
Is that
Totally
All right. I mean, I love me a common magic item. I love me a common magic item. I think in general, Vox kind of already has more magic items than than I would ever give them. But that ship has already sailed. They're already loaded down with magic items. So, you know, if I'm inheriting this table, I'm not going to start, whacking magic items off of them. Ship has sailed. Why not? At this point. Especially you just introduced an artificer. Yeah. It's just a life alarm bracelet, basically. Yeah, and this is like, it is like a little explicitly useful, but only in the most, not relative, but in a pretty niche set of circumstances. And frankly, I agree with Crazy. It's a neat idea, better than the earrings. I have my problems with the earrings. But I do think that this is kind of a version of what the earrings are trying to kind of do that I like a lot more because it's a lot more ambiguous. So, like, a really classic example of, I think, when the earrings would be very powerful is when, say, Vax goes sneaking ahead of the group and then can just communicate back to them. This is kind of one of the basic use cases for the earrings. And I think that it also removes some very interesting drama that you can have when characters can't perfectly communicate to each other. And, it's not necessarily perfect communication. There's technically limits on it. But it's kind of just having a two-way radio with your entire party always active forever, which is just... It trivializes a lot of encounters that, say, just as a basic example, might rely on the party splitting up and then communicating information from like two different areas to each other. Think about something along the lines of like a keep talking and no one explodes, right? That game where someone has the manual and someone is operating the bomb, right? There is an amount that you can still do with that, right? In the case of that video game, the two participants have perfect communication. But now imagine if they didn't, right? Keep talking and nobody explodes has to be pretty complicated in the types of things that the two players have to communicate back and forth because the game knows that the players have perfect communication. If the players don't have perfect communication, say they have to like come back and like meet in a central area to communicate back and forth and then split up again, you could have the puzzles be much more basic, right? You don't need them to be as complicated as the puzzles in Keep Talking and No One Explodes. And you might not even need to have the crazy timer on it. You might be able to just set this sort of basic communication challenge within the context of a larger combat, where maybe things are spawning or what have you, to keep the movement and communication a little bit difficult. The earrings trivialize that sort of encounter. Now, I get why they do it, but I think it is more of a reflection of maybe our modern sensibilities of always being able to reach each other via cell phone than any sort of like problem solving within a game or the game. So I like this more. I like this this like unconsciousness necklace more because it can still deliver those sorts of messages. So say like Vax sneaks ahead and then gets put under a sleep spell or just gets knocked unconscious somehow. The party would be alerted that something went wrong, but they're not going to know exactly what. And that's the sort of thing that I really love. I love the idea of a notification that something is happening or that something happened, but where there's not this sort of, I don't want to say perfect communication, but really thorough communication that the earrings allow. So I like this a lot more. I will also say I also like this because it is a little bit simpler than the earrings. So if you are going to load down your party with extra magic items, especially like common ones, I like for their rules to be very, very simple. Whereas the earrings are somewhat simple, but then there's kind of a question on, do you have to speak out loud? How obvious is it when you are speaking through the earrings? Because sometimes they'll use the earrings like in front of people, and Matt doesn't seem to indicate that anyone notices that they're using them, but a lot of other things about the earrings would imply that it would be noticeable. So there's a lot of like kind of weird isms about the earrings. I also don't like, especially magic items like this, that have to be triggered and controlled by the PCs. If it's going to be a common magic item, which is normally going to be like, on top of whatever normal magic items they have, I want it to be something triggered like this life alert necklace, so that the entire party can sort of collectively rely on each other to remember it. Rather than each having to individually remember the rules, if that makes sense. So everyone can just remember whatever the trigger is, rather than having to directly interact with it. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but it's something they have to directly trigger versus something that is triggered and then they just react to it. If you're going to load up the party with magic items, I prefer the latter because there are less rules that the players have to remember and get right. They only have to remember the trigger and the effect, not the action that triggers it. It's a weird line of distinction, but it's a very small thing that I like more about this. It's a neat idea. Does this activate when they go to sleep? Probably. I would assume, based on the terminology unconscious, but it also sounds like it's something relatively ignorable. Do they know who fell unconscious, though? I don't think so. And I love that. Again, I like stripping out a lot of complication from these sorts of magic items. I like making them as basic as possible, because a lot of the increased specificity, I think, often comes with more complication than reward, if that makes sense. I have a similar feeling about potions as a bonus action. I think potions as a bonus action are more complication for less reward. And I would relate it to this as well, of knowing who fell unconscious is definitely more useful. It makes the item more useful just at base. But having to interact with that in fiction or diegetically explain that, which Critical Role loves to do. If they knew who fell unconscious, I almost guarantee that someone on the cast, whether it's Matt or one of the players, is going to sit down and come up with some in-fiction explanation as to how that is possible. Like, oh, everyone has a minorly distinct heartbeat and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, all of that stuff. And I find that level of increased complication is often not worth the any sort of benefit that you get out of it. And sometimes I think it has like that level of like more information. Yes, is more powerful, but can have some problems with storytelling, like the earrings. So I just like the idea of they know that someone went unconscious. Yeah, maybe they don't know who. Maybe they can tell, you know, maybe how many, or maybe they just know that someone is unconscious. I think that's enough, personally. If they just know someone in the party is unconscious. I like that, personally. It's very simple. It's very straightforward, easy to remember. No complicated in-fiction explanation as to how that's possible. Just someone in the party that is like wearing one of these is unconscious. And I think that gives a lot of power and to the PCs, but also allows for some amazing storytelling opportunities for the GM. Like, I think that level of ambiguity gives the GM a new tool to play with when it comes to the storytelling. Like, the lack of detail there gives them a lot of things to play with in terms of what that signal could possibly mean. So there's also that. So a heartbeat when someone goes unconscious, what if someone straight up dies? My assumption would be that it goes back to normal. But that is probably something that they should be clear about within the rules. I think that's something that, regardless of like what version of the magic item this is, they should probably litigate that specifically. What's wrong with the earrings? It's just I guess it's a base concept of more access to information is always better from an in-fiction perspective, but it's not always better from a storytelling perspective. I think it can lock off a lot of interesting story opportunities when the players have just this increased level of communication. I think we see it a lot in sort of one of the things that I was talking about in the kind of pre-stream, where I was talking about how I like that Invincible doesn't rely on lack of communication to drive some of its drama and plot. And I like that just in general, but also in specific to this conversation, it's a really annoying thing for me a lot of times when more modern shows will hinge some of the drama on parties not communicating with each other, or characters not communicating with each other when they have very direct methods of communicating with each other. When they have cell phones and things like this. There are these like really classic storytelling archetypes that do hinge on that lack of communication that is less reasonable now in the modern era than it was back in the day when a lot of these archetypes were invented. So there's not anything necessarily wrong with the earrings. It's more that their main benefit is like power and like ease of communication. But that friction and that lack of power is sometimes the hinge for some good storytelling drama. And introducing something like the earrings just removes those options, which, isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, I wouldn't include something like the earrings in my game, but it's not that big a deal. You just gotta choose other storytelling directions if you are. Yeah. They'd probably feel the heartbeat for a moment and then it'd stop if someone died. I think so, yeah. What's up, Percy? Hello. Welcome. I saw a TikTok of a guy moving 30 feet, drinking a potion, and swinging a sword to prove it should be a bonus action. Proving that it should be the bonus action is a very funny way to phrase that to me. And I'm sure it's how the video phrased it. There is, and I am so guilty of this. Like, that's the type of content that I watch and enjoy. So this is not me getting on you or the person that created that video in any way, shape, or form. But the idea that because it is possible in real life, that is how it should be reflected in the game is a little silly to me. Like, it's a fun thing to do and to prove that, like, it's possible. But I mean, the next sort of, the basis of the statement is that things that are possible in real life should be reflected in the rules. And that is not how a game is designed. And especially not 5e. We're not about to start testing Usain Bolt against a monk to see if the monk's speed should be reduced, right? The mechanics of the game are not necessarily reflective of real life. And I mean, even just the concept of an action and a bonus action is kind of weird on its face, especially when some classes can get multi-attack, which allows them to sort of split up their actions. I'd be surprised if you could make 3 sword attacks and move 30 feet and drink a potion. But I think the natural response to that would be, well, the 3 multi-attacks is only possible for a fighter at 15th level. They're superhuman. They can do it, but we can't. And it's like, okay, well, these are all just game mechanics at the end of the day. My reason for not wanting it as a bonus action is very, like, game focused. It's not reality focused. And honestly, my main issue with it is that it's not raw, and I don't see a lot of benefit to it. Like, to doing it like that when it's not raw. I think I saw a comment that they made it raw in 2024. I'll use it that way in 2024. My big issue, like, I would not revert it to an action if it is that way in 2024. My big issue is I don't introduce homebrew if I don't see a reason to introduce it. Because I want my players to be able to go and look up a rule in the book without having to ask me. Or, like, check our homebrew doc. I want to keep that homebrew doc as small as possible so that there are the least amount of contradictions as possible. When they're reading through the handbook, I want as much of that information to be accurate as possible. So that's my issue with potions as a bonus action, is I just don't see a ton of benefit to doing it. And it's introducing homebrew. So yeah. Anyways. I feel like only one PC could get away with knowing who went unconscious. I'm going to let you guess, though. Get away with knowing who went unconscious. I don't know. Someone who can, like, tell heartbeats apart? I'm not sure. I don't know. See you later, Delphi. It's how Percy acts a lot of times with his invention. It works in real life, so it must work in this fantasy world. Right. And, like, that's just not how it is. But I get the inclination. Again, I love those sorts of videos. I love the videos of, like, oh, this, works in real life, and this is how we could translate it into mechanics. There's a really, really cool channel that I've been following recently called Gorilla of Destiny that does a lot of sort of magical science, artificery stuff. He made a system for writing out spells and, like, spell notation, but within this, like, really cool, like, circular system of, like, oh, this is how like wizards would write their spells. This is how you get the amount of or the best amount of, like, detail within a limited space. I love that sort of shit as a fun spectator. But I'm not gonna make game decisions based on it. Yeah. The game flow benefits from bonus action potions. I hear this a lot. I think it depends on the amount of potions you're giving your players, their willingness to use them, what sort of classes you have. Like I definitely get this perspective. I just don't ultimately share it. But I think I tend, and it's partially because I tend to find potions in general most satisfying when they are hyper impactful. Mega didn't read the full chat. Oh no! What? This one? The full chat? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. The game flow, I find potions as a broad concept most satisfying when they are hyper impactful and also hyper niche. So I like giving potions that are very useful in a really specific scenario. And in that scenario, I don't find that it being an action or a bonus action matters. I just don't give out like a lot of health potions or anything like that. So I think that influences my opinion a lot. Is that I find the more banal potions that would benefit flow-wise from a bonus action thing, I find those to be unsatisfying potions at base, so I don't give them out. So it's not an opinion that I'm like super hard on, that I have like a very firm line on, but that is where I fall on it. Delphi's chat? Oh, probably. I did not read that entire thing. But yeah. Anyways, we're gonna get back into it. Let's do it.
This one made for Scanlan.
Just hold on to it.
I understand, and that's fine.
Think I should hold on to it?
Yeah, just hold on to it. Don't give it to him.
But here's a flower, and I drew a crap from a flower.
Oh, what a bummer. Oh, I feel like somebody we just got party invitations. It's like, oh, I ran out.
I make sure Terry gets a little seashell crown. So
Okay.
Thank you. This flower.
I mean, you can. Do you want to wear it?
we do have to get him in here.
No.
Yes.
As you're staring at the flower and contemplating the awkwardness, you feel Percival slowly come behind you and just put a little seashell crown on your head.
Long may he reign.
Oh my god.
Is there anyone? Also, by the way, I want to check. Are we being listened to? Is there anyone who can within earshot? Is there anything?
Maybe I should go ahead and just see Terry. I can also have Gilmore make another one.
16.
You can get it back from
I
him
mean,
if he
there are
decides to leave
folks
on
wandering around, and there are some people that are kind of just
It could be
younger
safe.
folk or people that are general.
Oh man, I was about to get back into D&D, but G Herka put something in that I want to talk about. Shoot. Also, I agree, perfect fan. That's part of my thing with health potions. In defense of Percy Dal, if it's possible in real life, it should be possible in the game. D&D isn't a board game. The rules exist on top of player choices. Because D&D isn't a board game, but D&D also isn't LARP, And I think that there is a difference and there is a distinction between what is possible in real life in modernity as opposed to what is theoretically possible in the real life physics, but maybe wasn't as possible in the past. Like a lot of Percy's stuff has to do with like materials. So it's not just like, oh, I'm using a pulley system to do this. It is, I want to build this invention that can withstand these certain conditions. And there's an assumption, I think, in a lot of Percy's inventions of access to materials that are available in our world in modernity. And we don't, not only do we not have the exact time frame that any given D&D world is based on. So we don't know the exact technologies and material availability that would be there. But we're also not historians, unless you are. Unless you are a historian. But I don't think Percy is. And one of the reasons that I generally have a problem with introducing those sorts of things is that it requires a certain amount of like there's the constant joke about, you know, DMs have to wear a lot of hats. They have to be biologists, they have to be historians, they have to be antiquarians, they have to be engineers. And when a player asks to do those sorts of things, they are asking the GM, is this possible in the world? And the GM might just not know. In fact, not just might not know, but I think largely won't know the more complicated things get. So I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, I think that Exandria models a somewhat Renaissance society, if I had to place it within our real world timeline. I don't know the availability of steel within the Renaissance. Like, I'm sure it was available, don't get me wrong, but I don't know how available. We talked about compasses a few episodes ago, and I was like, don't just like say you have a compass. Because I am almost positive that compasses existed, but I don't know how like available they were to just the general populace. I don't know that. They might have been super available. You might have just been able to go down to the apothecary and like pick up a compass. I don't know. Or maybe not. And there's also like the interaction with magic. So it's tough, you know? And I've also talked about like there's an assumption that D&D, literal D&D physics have the same interactions as ours. Like the idea that it should work because it's possible in real life doesn't take into account the possible gravitational changes. Like I don't want to be a total dick about it. But the idea of it should work in real life, it should work in the game, also somewhat hinges on all of the physical constants of the D&D world being the exact same as they are on Earth. So it has to be the exact same size of planet with the same air density and pressure at sea level. It has to be air that is made of similar compounds. Like, even just the idea of like what temperature liquids boil at is directly dependent upon the constant air pressure at sea level, right? Even in real life, we have different materials are more or less available at different altitudes because chemists can make different materials or not even make different materials, but just can make materials easier or more difficult at different altitudes, you know, closer or further from sea level because of the changes in pressure. So, all that is to say that saying something is possible in real life has so many assumptions baked into it that imply that the D&D world in which you are in has to model real life in like such a particular way that I don't think most DMs would be comfortable locking in. Like, we can be relatively confident that Exandria is substantially smaller than Earth. Like, substantially. And so the idea that it has the same barometric pressure? The same air pressure at sea level is kind of a faulty assumption just at its base. And even the assumption that like it has the same gravity is, I think, somewhat faulty, even if we look at the rules or what makes sense within the fiction. So it's not to say that you can't apply that logic. It's just that logic is so complicated. it's so complicated that I think if you want to start applying like it works in the real world, there's so much complication there. Saying physics here is different is the answer that creates more problems than it solves. I don't think it solves any problems, to be particular. I think that my general answer is physics does work differently here because we have magic. And therefore, we need to rely on rules and things that make basic sense, not things that make very complicated sense, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. The more complicated the logic gets, I think the more issues you have to start to contend with, right? Magic is a subversion of physics. It is. It absolutely is. That's, I mean, I've talked about it before, but the mere existence of something like create bonfire, you know, there should be a normal set of natural laws for magic to change. Maybe. I think and I've talked about it before. One of my strategies for sort of solving, quote unquote, this is to use the rules as a baseline for what the physics look like in light of any possible changes and any possible magical issues, if that makes sense. Like, I think that the physics of a D&D world are pretty much inscrutable. Like, trying to dissect them is kind of a fool's errand, I think. So I sort of, I think I agree with the general sentiment of considering physics at all is just like problematic within a D&D setting. So I just use the rules to imply things about the physics. So that's why I've said it before for Percy's stuff. I would equate whatever the end power is. So whatever he's trying to create, have him describe the power of that thing in rules terms. And then I can find something that has a similar effect and look at how difficult that is to create. So the rules give us an abstracted view of the physics. Right? They don't give us a detailed view of the physics within the world, but they give us an abstracted view of given material availability, given magic, given physics, given all of these things that might affect how difficult it is to create a +1 sword. Given all of that, we have rules on how expensive and how long it would take to create a +1 sword. So those rules, while D&D isn't a board game, I agree, the rules give us a baseline for how magic and physics and material availability and all of these things interact together. Because we can't actually really determine how they interact together. They don't make sense. In most settings, they're probably not going to make any amount of sense. So that is why I equate any sort of real life inventions to a magic item, because we have rules on how expensive and how long magic items will take. Even if the invention itself isn't magical, I'm going to equate it to a magic item to give me an understanding as a DM of how long similar things take, or at least things with a similar effect. That is the kind of the root of why I do that. I just don't address the physics because I think they're sort of impossible to address. Yeah. This is why I'm saying my next one shot on Earth. First time players don't need to know the hoops to understanding D&D physics. I think that's certainly, I think that's a way to at least try to address this. But I do think that G. Hercup is still right in that magic is a subversion of physics. And so there's still a level of impossibility or improbability to creating certain things that you might have to contend with. Not to say it can't be done, but I think for at least the average table, it is probably not something that should be pursued. Finally, a use for that hyperfixation on 17th century naval expeditions would be useful. In Red's video, she basically gave herself Red. I'm assuming OSP? Wait. Oh, OSP's Red recently talked about this in her latest video about elemental systems. I see. She gave herself a hard line to not go deeper than molecular science for her own fantasy world. Things are aesthetically similar. There you go. I mean, I think a hard line is a good thing for a DM. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely get the desire to go deeper. I have it. I've had my players have it. Like, this is not like a Taliesin Jaffy specific issue. I think this is all over the place. I mean, D&D nerds are probably going to be nerds about other stuff. And so it does not... it's one of the reasons that I do continue to talk about it, is because I actually think it's very relevant for like most tables to talk about these sorts of things, of how you work in physics or don't work in physics to your games. It's one of the reasons I'm interested, or I would be interested, if it's even possible, to see something like a Mistborn TTRPG. Because so much of Mistborn is kind of physics related. And I'd even be interested to see, I know there's a Stormlight Archives TTRPG that is either coming out or just came out. And even something as basic as lashings are very physics dependent. You know, it's all about like forces working against each other. There's the concept of like a half lashing, but it's sort of rooted within this concept of like, you're not actually applying a force. You're confusing your matter on which direction is up. So it kind of doesn't matter what the like raw values of the forces are. It's something I would be very interested to see how that TTRPG actually contends with. Because even if it abstracts it, there's still like a level of physics that it will have to deal with in having this concept of applying varying forces to counteract the force of gravity. That's complicated. And even the concept of a reverse slashing, which by the way, I'm not saying anything that's not present in like the first few chapters of that book. The concept of a reverse slashing that like pulls in certain things to help you dodge. Are they just going to like apply a modifier to ranged attacks? Is there a chance that things work or they don't? Like, is it just a mod? Is it a dice pool thing? What is it? Just they apply like probabilistic, like statistical chances for things to miss or go some other direction? Within a book, you don't have to contend with any of that because you're writing what all of your NPCs and PCs do, right? You don't have to contend with your player trying to break your system because you wrote the system and you control whether or not people try to break it. So they only break it in ways that you're expecting. But creating a TTRPG is very different from that. So I mean, with all this discussed, maybe I'll have to take a look at that either on stream or off and see how Stormlight deals with that. I tried running a game on a Discworld. Oops, traditional cardinal directions no longer make sense. Yeah. He's usually very STEM-based with rithmatist features, all kind of magics based in strong shapes and equations, which is fascinating to me. I agree. It's an incredibly interesting and like fun, hard magic system to follow along with as a reader. but it does imply a lot of challenges when suddenly it's not just writer and reader. It is suddenly a bunch of writers who are also all kind of adversarially trying to interact with challenges within this framework of writing. There's a lot of challenges there. One of my players was recently like, I'd like to buy some sulfur, I'd like to buy some sodium, etc. Very soon I went, what are you trying to achieve, and are you proficient in alchemist tools? Jacob, I think that is I think that's like kind of the way to go about this. And if there's anything that my sort of that I can sort of give a really concise version of my view, is that the end effects of things in D&D are abstracted, right? We have like things like damage types, right? Damage types are a ridiculous abstraction of how damage is done. Even the concept of damage is an abstraction. Health points are an abstraction. So anything that any player's invention would do mechanically is going to need to be abstracted to some degree. So I think also abstracting their inputs, abstracting the construction process, the material process, all of that sort of stuff is not only reasonable, but I think is going to lead towards like an overall better outcome. Is, yeah, what are you trying to achieve? Are you proficient in the abstracted version? Because even the idea of like an alchemist tools that you can be proficient or not proficient in, in a very binary sense, that's an abstraction. All these things are already abstracted. So I think that if a player is trying to do something like Taliesin or like G. Hercup's player, taking whatever they say and moving it into the abstract is a good place to start. And if you are Taliesin, if you are one of the players, just basing your stuff in the abstract from the start, I think is going to lead towards probably more of what you want. Like, I think it's more likely that you're going to actually get the effect that you desire. But I do understand why people kind of go into the specificity.
Denizens of Vestra, they're just excited that all of a sudden these people came in and apparently battled the Kraken, and word has gotten around already that, the...
Here, Terry.
What?
You did good.
You're giving this to me.
You did good here today.
You're giving this to me.
At least for now. I can probably have an
I dropped my knees. My lady,
Oh, gee.
I cannot express to you what this means to be accepted as a full-fledged member of this team.
White crap.
I knew this day would come. I didn't think so soon,
It
but
has not come.
I suppose finding that lodestone and helping you on your akapate
I lay down,
was enough
close my eyes.
to win over your good graces. I've watched you in these last few battles, and you have been powerful.
Thank
and
you. Thank you.
I wasn't on. Powerful, confident, and enthralling. And I vow to use this to the betterment of our entire team. To make sure that none of us fall in battle. Not me, not Percy, not you, not either of the elves, not Short Stuff or the big guy.
Oh, you're so great.
Thank you.
He doesn't know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look what you did.
I will cherish it
All
always.
right. You're welcome. Thank
Keyleth,
you.
you have just passed the final challenge of your Aramente.
I think you're right.
I wonder.
I
As
can't
you
take
put
it
on
back from him now.
Doti's hand goes,
ever.
Oh, Grog will take it back.
Oh, he's sketching me?
Doti begins sketching it.
Wait till I find the light. Find the light. Find the light. Right here. Right
Jacob
here.
goes up and pees on Doti's leg.
I'm imagining a really simple etch-a-sketch drawing. I don't want to move. I'll break the pose.
Oh,
No.
trinket. That's not a tree. That's a robot. Yeah.
Oh dear.
It'll come off. Don't worry.
Doti does not seem in the least perturbed by it.
Keyleth, I've been thinking. What do you think that Aramente is supposed to teach?
I've been thinking about that a lot myself.
I'm regretting that I hadn't been thinking about it until today.
Well, they don't really tell you much. They just tell you to go out into the world and prove yourself a leader, with no real definition on what they think a leader should be.
Well, they tell you to go out, gather a group of friends, and then thrust yourself into a death-defying situation that is likely to get people killed.
That is one way you could phrase it, yes.
And I don't mean to worry you. Just be cautious. I have that nagging feeling, and I'm hoping it's wrong. But I think it is possible that they feel you did not learn the lesson of the Aramente.
Well, that'll be a discussion that I have with Corin, with my father.
What if the lesson is loss? What if you're supposed to go down there and watch people that you love die?
We're not barbaric. We're not... No one wants to lose anyone on an Aramente.
The thing that defines the worst leader a people could have is a lack of empathy.
Do you think I'm not empathetic?
I think that they make sure their leaders might... I think it's possible. I'm nervous. I think it's possible that they make sure their leaders are empathetic by making sure they know pain.
Percy, do you not think that we have experienced ample amount of pain and loss over the course of this?
I do. I just hope that it was enough. I just... You know
It's
me.
not a blood sacrifice. It's a tradition. It's meant to show us the world, and yes, it's flawed, and I want to fix that.
This is beautiful here, and I look forward to leaving.
Man, it's tough because we don't know what happened with the Terra. But man, this is one of the biggest Mega is Percy, Percy is Mega sort of situations. And I think Percy was also the one that wanted to insight check Heart of the Tides. Uvende? Whatever her name is. They was all suspicious of her. And I get it. Uvenda. Mega will criticize Percy, but is also Percy. Oh, okay, yeah. Take everything that I just said about all of the physics stuff. Also keep in mind that I am the sort of person to say it makes sense. Look, I'm a DM. I'm a forever DM. I like being a DM because I like to make the determinations of what makes sense and what doesn't. And when I play, the few times I do, I definitely have these instincts of like I have trouble with like spotlight hogging. I have trouble with saying like, well, this would just make sense because as a DM, I can just make those determinations. I'm not constrained by the mechanics as much as the players are. So let's put all that out there. I'm not the model player when it comes to those sorts of things because I am far too used to DMing. So if there's anyone that I'm like in the cast, it's probably Sam. If there's a second person, it's absolutely Taliesin. I am somewhere between these two and occasionally the tertiary Marisha. I am so much more like everyone on the bottom half than anyone on the top half. No one would ever call me a leader, and no one would ever call me a button pusher, and I hate shopping. And Ashley doesn't count, unfortunately. She can count when she's not a guest PC anymore. But, yeah. Me and, Mega wishes he was Grog. Oh, I wish I was Travis. Travis is like an aspirational player to me. But in reality, I am some mix of the bottom shelf, which I don't mind, to be clear. But, yeah, it is. So yes, I will criticize Percy, but it is because I know these tendencies inside and out in my brain. I absolutely get it. We do know. We do? Keyleth took some herbs and had a vision of the future. Really? That was it? Interesting. To be fair, Percy will criticize Percy while also being Percy. And that's why we love it. And that's why, I mean, I relate to Percy in that Percy isn't even a warlock. He's a fighter gunslinger and yet still found a way to be a warlock. That's my kind of character right there. The real shit is any character that I play is most likely, on average, to be some mix of Percy and Taryon. If that gives you some sort of idea. Oh, man. In the Underdark, she said that Dara gave her a T that sees the possible future, showing Vox dealing with the loss of Kiki. That's right. I remember that. Bro, that gives some credence to what the fuck Percy's talking about right here. I'm actually going to write that down because I do remember that. The Terra Aramente had to gave Kiki a vision of the possible future of Vox dealing with her loss. I mean, the question of what is the Aramente for? I think it is not only like an interesting question to ask, but I kind of think it's like an important, like fictional question to ask as part of this personal arc. I love, and I also think it's incredibly appropriate that Keyleth wouldn't ask this question. And this is one of the difficult but also incredibly gratifying things about a good personal arc, is when other player characters can really get involved with you. So I think that Percy, being the skeptical, or the skeptic that he is an amazing, not necessarily foil, but a really incredible sort of sounding board friendship for Keyleth to have through this. Because questioning the purpose of the Aramente, this thing that is meant to do something before you can take on the mantle of leadership, the way that you... what's up? Hello, we're back. Hello, hello, hello. Oh man, yeah, talking about the Percy Keyleth friendship and interactions is very awesome because, and I think one of the core things that I relate to in their relationship dynamic is that Keyleth often has ideals that they both aspire to and like will do the things that she views as necessary to like reach those particular ideals, but often doubts if she is doing the right thing. Like she often doubts her ideals, but not necessarily her methods. Whereas Percy never doubts his ideals. Percy is so like broadly confident in like what is correct and what a leader should do and what a leader should be and like the really high-minded ideals. He's hyper confident about them. But and I talked about this a little bit during his, I don't remember if it was his personal arc during the Briarwoods or not. But I think Percy largely views himself as a sin eater. He is the sacrificial lamb that will usher in the era of these high-minded ideals without ever achieving them himself. He views himself as the one to be the bad guy in order to allow the good guys to win. He gets down in the muck. He does the dirty deeds done dirt cheap. And so he is often questioning his methods. He's often thinking about, is this worth it? I know what I'm aiming for. Is this thing actually going to get there? Whereas Keyleth much more often is actually pretty confident in the moment-to-moment decisions, but is incredibly uncertain as to like what her instincts are leading her to. Like, are her own instincts correct or not? And does she need to like modify those things? And so they're coming at it from this very shared perspective. And I think they both broadly agree on both the ends and the means, but they both question both of them. Keyleth is uncertain if the ends that she is aiming for are correct, and Percy is uncertain if the means that he is using to enact the ends are correct, if they're worth it. And so they have this very like shared almost instinct where their instincts are so aligned. Her instincts and like the methods that she uses, Percy sees as correct. And she sees like Percy's ends as pretty good. But they have these real like self-doubt moments. So interesting. Very cool. I love it. See you later, Randolph. Did Meg just make a music reference? Oh no! I can't even think about how that melody goes. It's like, I just imagine like a really just a guitar that is just going, and it's like the dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Is that it? I don't know. I just know the words. Yeah. Anyways, let's get into it. I'm excited. These questions about the underlying premise of the Aramente are so...
I'm very proud of you, but I will be on my guard, just in case.
I don't think my traditions really vary that much from yours, which could still be perceived as old-fashioned, if you will.
Every farm boy in Whitestone, once he's old enough to talk and work, names an animal, raises it, and butchers it.
You know, it's interesting, Percy. I've always looked at you and I as that opposites attract conundrum. As my best friend, I feel like you are always the natural-born leader who has been running away from it ever since I met you, and I'm the one not as naturally gifted, but is racing towards it faster than...
I think I'm too cruel to lead. Oh, regardless, speaking of...
Oh, hear that. Hear that. He has this firm idea of what a leader should be. And he thinks that his actions, the way in which he would enact his leadership, would not hold up to his own standard. The things that he would do are not the things that he should do, that he ought to do. It's beautiful. It's so cool. It's so cool. Ah.
Which, oh boy, Grog. I have something to say. In a moment of panic, I may have influenced your decision to save Taryon from the Kraken. I instantly regretted it, not because of you, Taryon, I do apologize for that. I instantly regretted it. It was a poor decision. I fully apologize, and if you wish to keep my glasses, I totally understand. And at the very least, if I have a swift punch in the face coming, I completely understand. I'm so sorry. And I wish I could say I would never do it again, but I honestly don't trust myself that much, but I am really, really sorry, and if anything had happened...
Dude, I mean, look, I've talked about just a second ago how I relate to both Sam's characters and Talison's characters. And if I was on one side of this, I'm definitely on Percy's side. I very actively try to not be cruel and unempathetic as a person. One of the reasons that I was so attracted to my wife, Paige, is because she is the most empathetic person I have ever met. She is the most kind and caring soul I have ever interacted with. And I'm not that naturally. But I try every day to be better and to be more. But I also wouldn't want to lead. I wouldn't trust my personal self with it. People will know, especially if they're from earlier days, how much I have overanalyzed and been like really nervous about like moderating and leading a community here. It's something that I think about constantly, because I want to make sure that I am leading in a good way. And I have put a lot of work into getting better. So I'm not where Percy is. But if you would ask 20-year-old me, I'm right there. You ask 20-year-old me about like going into fucking politics, which is something that so many people unironically suggested to me. And I told them that I thought I would be a bad politician. I would be closer to a cult leader than a bad politician, because I'm just too much of like a charisma convincer, and I wouldn't want that sort of person leading. I get Percy because I sorta am Percy. I have a very strong idea of what a leader should look like, and it's not me. So, fucking, I get it. I really, really get it. Oh, man. Which is, I mean, it is one of the, one of the reasons that I am constantly fascinated by Percy in all of his variations. Oh, man. Makes you like the current president? No, I'm like Percy. I have a strong idea of what a leader should be, and it is not people like me. Or how I grew up. I've been very actively trying to be different. To be more of the person that I would want to see leading. And less of the person that I was. And a lot of that is reducing cruelty, increasing empathy. Yeah. Cult leaders usually do better at politics than politicians, though. Do better as in are more successful. Oh, I mean, the things that my parents and friends and teachers all told me to be were a salesperson, a lawyer, or a politician. You can see a common thread there. I think I would have been very successful in a lot of those fields. But I don't think I would have been happy with myself, personally. Again, very Percy, the person that Keyleth identifies as the natural-born leader that is running away from it. He says he's too cruel to lead. I have an opinion about who should be doing the things that people say I would be good at, and it is not a person like me. So, all that is to say, holy shit, I get it. Yeah. Doctor Who quote of the day, good men don't need rules. Today is not the day to find out why I have so many. Yup. Anyways.
I would have run in to save you as best I could.
You look so, like, constipated right now.
I think you're going to punch me.
How did you influence my decision?
It's, I don't know, sometimes I can just be unnaturally convincing.
Is that a bad thing?
Well,
yes.
In the wrong hands, which are my hands on occasion. I felt bad. I feel bad. I feel like I was not.
And I also, oh man, this is not even a dark mirror. This is just a mirror. I think sometimes my hands are the right hands. I try to increase that ratio every day.
Good. I feel like I made a poor decision and put you in peril and subverted your free will. Does that make no? Small words.
Holy
You do
shit.
recall as you guys were swimming up to Vestra.
Fucking Percy's even talking about how I feel about enchantment magic. Yeah. Dude, at first I was like, oh man, did the internet yell at Taliesin? Which maybe they did. But Taliesin is also like voicing like the critiques that I made of his actions towards Grog at the end. And at first I was like, oh, he's apologizing because like in fiction he felt bad about or not in fiction he may not have feel bad, but Taliesin got some heat and so he's crafting an in fiction explanation. But damn, he is just saying the shit I said about him. And I agree. The friend's cantrip is the problem I had with that. And like subverting his free will even for the betterment of the party or society or whatever. There are certain lines that it's not that we can't cross them, but that I don't want to be the sort of person who does. And we've talked about how I feel about enchantment magic. It's not necessarily evil. It is just too powerful. It's too strong to exist or to just let fall into whoever's hands. I kind of feel like Percy was kind of in the right for influencing Grog. He was just going to let Terry die. Was it? I mean, again, I'm having an easy time putting myself in Percy's shoes right now. My response as Percy would have been maybe it was right to influence him or convince him, but I didn't just convince him. I took away part of his ability to choose. I took away at least a fraction of his free will. I didn't just influence him, I made him more influenceable. Is that right? Is it right to send in my friend to die through no choice of his own? I don't know. You could argue it. And clearly Percy made the decision in the moment. Maybe I would have too. But upon reflection, I would come to the same conclusion that it was wrong and I shouldn't have done it. Yeah. It's not a good thing to do, but I think letting someone die is more problematic. This is a fucking trolley problem right here. Do you, via inaction, do you let someone die or risk 2 people dying? 50-50 shot that 2 people die. Do you take that risk? Now let's say that, yeah, you have you're not even the one pulling the lever in the trolley problem. Someone else is pulling the lever in said trolley problem. Do you try to convince them? Or do you force them? Even if there's a risk that the person pulling the lever themselves is standing on the track and has a chance of getting hit. Do you force them to pull the lever? I mean, I think it is kind of a trolley problem in this case. I don't think there is a correct moral answer. I think you can defend Percy's actions completely reasonably. And I think you can attack them perfectly reasonably. Yeah. Charm magic trolley problem? Yeah. It's a large part of the reason Uriel stepped down as a king, getting mind controlled twice. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Percy making a risk assessment to Grog's con and still making that choice, but still feeling bad is just a testament to who he is, at least at this point in time. I think it's a huge testament to who he is. And I don't say that in a bad or good way. I 1,000,000% agree with you, Perseus. It is a testament to the inner conflict of his character, like the fundamental truths of what he is still doing here. And I think it's even more apt for Percy than anyone else because he chose to come back. He chose to come back. And he has said that he did it for other people. You know? He did it for the rest of them. At the time, he wasn't doing it for Terry, right? So yeah, maybe now he considers Terry a friend, but he's living for his family. He would have stayed in the Beyond otherwise. And he sent in one of his family. He risked their life to save this guy that, yeah, he might be chummy with, but they've only had less than a week together. Was that worth it? I think it's an open question. And it's so fascinating, his apology after the fact, you know? Oh, love it. I think Percy has had, and Taliesin have had some of the most insightful character moments of the entire cast. I think a lot of the cast has had insightful character moments, but I think the density and the frequency at which Taliesin really displays Percy's inner character in such a I don't even know, robust way, I guess. Oh man, the retrospective on Percy, that's gonna be a tough one. It's probably gonna come last if I had to be real honest with you, because I plan on doing a Tiberius Autopsy style retrospective for every character in Vox Machina, and Percy's is probably coming last because I think it's gonna be the hardest, but also the easiest in a way. Oof.
And you were kind of following after the path. You thought, why did I save Taryon?
Yeah, why did I save Tyrion?
Because I'm a jerk. That's why you save Taryon. Because I can be a bad friend.
What does that have to do with me?
I just am trying to be honest with you because I respect you, and I would hate for you to think that I'm terrible at this.
Are you all right, Percy?
No, I'm not all right. I've made some bad decisions today, and I have terrible thoughts, and I'm so tired.
Terry,
Yes, sir.
are you glad you're alive?
Extremely.
Well, there you go.
How about we just say I owe you one?
I owe you one?
I owe you one.
I thought you said I say I owe you one.
No, well, you can say that too, but just know that I owe you one. I owe you one.
God.
How would that even work?
That
We'd
would
just be
work.
owing each other
I
forever.
Have some seashells and a skipping rock. I feel better. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. I feel better.
John walks away with a skipping rock.
In the middle of all that serious talk, I pulled my sister off to the side and had cajoled her into playing airship. You know, so we used to do this as kids. I lay on my back and I lift her up in the air, bring her up.
I love this
And
game.
I'm kind of in pain, but I can kind of do it.
How do you even have strength for this right now?
I am ropey as fuck. We're almost even now.
In what?
Well, we're twins, so you've died, I've died.
Oh, right. I thought you meant in size.
No. But you've died twice.
Yes,
so
I have.
You are more ambitious than I am.
We've always known that.
Yeah. You know, we really need a break.
Yes, we do.
I think we're going to hell soon, literally.
Well,
But maybe after that, maybe we could take a break.
I don't know if that's going to happen, dear. I sort of made a promise to your queen. Could you hear it on the other side?
I don't remember anything.
When we were trying to bring you back, I kind of sort of, and I come down off of his feet, stand up. I kind of sort of promised her we would hunt down Orcus.
You do recall hearing those, she says this, you remember now the various things that were said as the ritual kind of come into clarity, and you realize the immensity of the offer that was given.
I mean, I was trying to get you back. I know that is really hard, and we probably are going to have a very hard time finding Orcus and killing him since he's like, you know, God, I think. But, hey, you're here now. Whoa. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, no judgments. It means you're just like me.
Yeah, right?
Dude, something that I didn't say last episode that I won't spend too long on, but I had a kind of a iffy response to Vex promising that they would go and find Orcus, because it just seemed not necessarily out of left field, but kind of unrelated to the rest of what was going on. That said, that is also, I don't want to say it's on Matt to disprove, but we've seen that Vax has a relatively open line of communication with the Raven Queen. And so her offering this as a deal to the Raven Queen, I think gives Matt enough leeway to tell them, hey, you don't need to do that. Or if Matt does want them to do that, like if that is like a valid path for the rest of this arc, or the rest of the campaign, I even suppose, like she's given Matt basically a miniature hook. You know, now if Matt does deliver an Orcus hook later, it'll actually feel more cohesive. And the Raven Queen said towards the end of the ritual, which Matt may or may not jump in here with, that the Raven Queen would like call on him when it was his time. Now, that could also just mean when he dies and it's his time to stay dead, that he will stay dead, because she talked about like meeting him beyond the divine gate. So that could have all been metaphorical, but I think there's pretty clearly a plan from the Raven Queen that involves Vax somehow. And I think if it had been a slightly less out of left field suggestion, like I still don't love Orcus specifically as the thing. If it was, you know, the cult of Vecna, because they know pretty for a fact that the cult of Vecna is still out there, and they know pretty for a fact that Vecna's like an undeath god, which is explicitly against one of the things that the Raven Queen likes. Yeah, but it seems like Laura was pretty directly basing it on lore they had gotten in the past. It could be argued that she was trying to lean less into what would be good for Matt and what would be more likely for the Raven Queen to like in the moment so that they could get Vax back. Which is fair. Like, I'm not going to blame Laura for that at all. And it's one of the things about sort of the resurrection ritual is if you have this role play angle to the resurrection ritual, they're kind of going to say whatever. They're going to promise whatever to get the person back if the role play does affect the DC, which I believe it does. So while hunting down the cult of Vecna might have been maybe a better angle for Matt to use later in the campaign, the idea of hunting down Orcus seems to have more in-fiction support from what they've experienced thus far, the characters at least. So it's a complicating factor of the resurrection ritual, but broadly, the entire idea of saying, like, we will do this in your name, there's an obvious, like, your will be done angle to that. So even if Matt doesn't want them to go and hunt down Orcus, he hasn't prepped anything like that, Vex has pretty much just sworn a favor to the Raven Queen. And so the Raven Queen can easily communicate to Vax, hey, you know, you, my champion, have to do whatever I say anyways. So that's neither here nor there. But also tell your sister that instead of Orcus, we're going to do this instead. There's still an element of now Matt has like 2 avenues to kind of deliver a divine mandate for the next arc as a plot hook without needing any inciting incident within the actual fiction. Or at least maybe a lesser, something that Vox would normally ignore. So even if the Raven Queen doesn't deliver it immediately, and even playing off of what Vex actually said, right? Orcus is this like death god, I guess. Like the horn gave Kavarn necromancy powers, so there's some sort of dark alignment there. Matt could just deliver something related to dark magic, necromancy, bullshit. And the players, and Vex in particular, in fiction can easily say like, oh, that's probably Orcus related. And then they can dive down that path, regardless of if it actually is. Even if it's the sort of thing that Vox might normally ignore, right? You can deliver an inciting incident that is lesser in stakes, or is at least ostensibly lesser in stakes. You know, maybe it's one low-level necromancer that's just like bugging a local village. But now Vex can be like, oh, necromancy, we got to go deal with that. Maybe they have information on Orcus. And then you get there, and Matt can embed a more robust plot hook within that smaller inciting incident. You don't need another Chroma Conclave attacks Emon, because 2 of the players have this natural inclination to go and investigate a particular type of phenomena, no matter how high or low stakes it is. And then you can embed the higher stakes thing within that lower stakes thing. So you have this nice little natural escalation. So, while the Orcus thing in particular was a little strange, I think it still gives Matt some stuff to work with. And I like the overall strategy. You know? Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Wouldn't it be strange, though, if the end of the campaign was decided due to Vax dying during Keyleth's personal quest? It's less of it being decided by and more guidance along the path. So let's even say that, like, Matt doesn't necessarily want them to kill Orcus. Like, that's not in his plans for the end of the campaign. But he does want them to go to hell, maybe. Like, maybe there's something that is happening in hell, some sort of informational hook that it only exists within hell. And maybe Hodis the Rakshasa was kind of meant to be the thing that eventually brought them there. This Orcus thing could be just like one more piece of the pie when it comes to getting to hell. And then once they get there, maybe they show up and Orcus's demonic palace is empty. They get through, they're wandering through these long, empty halls, lava slowly bubbling in large cauldrons that still reek of flesh. But Orcus and his demonic hosts are nowhere to be found. Brah! Intrigue! Plot hook! Ah! Where is he? Where's Orcus? Oh no! And that leads you towards the actual end of the campaign. So it's less about Vox deciding the end of the campaign and more them giving you a good excuse for what the road to travel to the end of the campaign actually looks like. To where you don't need, again, another Fall of Emon, Introduction of the Chroma Conclave type big inciting incident. Not to say that I didn't like the Fall of Emon. I liked the Fall of Emon quite a bit. But it's also the sort of thing that I won't say you can only do once, but it loses a little bit of punch on the second time, you know? Oh, man. Oh boy, at the time people got mad she didn't say Vecna. I'm not sure on the specifics if it was because it was less convincing or if it was derailing the campaign. From Vex's point of view, so maybe not Laura Bailey, but from Vex's point of view, they have so little related to Vecna. Now, my DMing storytelling instincts, which I don't think characters should use, but players can. The fact that Vecna had this permanent impact on the world in the form of the siphon underneath Whitestone makes Vecna a preeminently more likely candidate for the end villain. But from Vesar's point of view, or I can't remember their mother's last name, from Vexalia's point of view, Vecna seemed to have struck a deal with the Briarwoods, and they were maybe acting in the Briarwoods' name with what they did to Whitestone, and then they have Riskel Daxio. Those are the two Vecna threads. Orcus, on the other hand, took over an entire, if you believe that Kavarn was acting on Orcus's will, in a similar way that you might believe the Briarwoods were acting on Vecna's will. If you believe that those were similar, Kavarn took over an entire colony of Mind Flayers and was kind of on his way to taking over Craghammer and was making all these abominations, which the Briarwoods were doing similar things. But there's a relatively even threat, I think, if you're Vexalia, from both Orcus and Vecna. And then you have this book that tells you that Orcus and the Raven Queen are directly opposed, as opposed to Vecna. Even beyond that, they now control Whitestone. They don't know where the other Horn of Orcus is. My chat has told me, hey, don't worry about the Horn of Orcus anymore because it never comes up again, which I'm glad that they did so that I didn't waste a bunch of time on that. But from their perspective, they have no idea what is happening with the second Horn of Orcus. It's, I think, a less pressing issue than the siphon under Whitestone. But there's a lot of things that put Orcus and Vecna on similar footing from a character's POV. So I don't blame the character from that perspective. Also, I mean, when it comes to derailing the campaign, fucking what campaign? What are we talking about here? They have nothing to go on. Like, the only thing that maybe they should be doing right now is like going and cleaning up the Hodis loose end, which is in hell. Like, pursuing Vecna, who is explicitly, we think, not in hell, and the cult of Vecna is in the prime material plane, at least primarily, seems more like a derailment to their, like, actual party goals right now than Orcus. Orcus actually seems to tack on to the party goal of dealing with Hodis rather nicely. So, in terms of less convincing, I disagree with the comments. And in terms of derailing, I disagree with the comments. But I'm also disagreeing with comments from years ago. So, I don't know, what are you doing? What are you going to do? I feel like Laura just wanted to aim low, but enough to offer the ritual. Maybe. Orcus already relates to the Underdark. Yeah, we're talking through there. Isn't Vecna seeming like the biggest BBG? I mean, it seems that way to me, but I understand why the characters may not feel that way. Yeah. Why doesn't the larger Lord of Undeath simply eat the smaller one? Yeah. I don't think the twins' mother has ever been given a last name. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. That's the last name of their father. Yeah. Sildor Vesar. Yeah. Anyways. This is the cleaning up portion of the campaign after years of dealing with the CC. Yeah. I kind of feel like Orcus is the classic D&D lore that Matt included in the beginning, but kind of abandoned in favor of his own world building. That seems possible, yeah. It's limited to a lore drop that Matt gave to Laura, likely in a form of a D&D 5e wiki page. Probably. Yeah. So all that is to say, I like this general offer from Laura. I might personally have formatted it a little bit different, but I do think it gives Matt a lot to play with, which I like a lot.
Stupid decisions to bring the people you love back to your side. Very stupid.
What the fuck else are you gonna do?
Stupid to be a champion, stupid to kill Orcus. Stupid all around.
Did you give a timeline?
No. I just kind of said we'd go and do it. So it could be, I just said we would do it.
No, in all seriousness, I have been waiting for something. I don't know what. But I'm not running towards it. I think we'll get there.
Yeah. I have a feeling she pulls our fate strings anyway. She'll make sure we get there. Mine's connected to yours. Wherever you go, I go. Unless it's,
I start to cry a little bit.
Oh. I'm glad you're back.
Don't say anything.
You hear what sounds like a whip crack of thunder as you glance over your shoulder and watch as Grog with the Titan Stone Knuckles skips a stone so hard that it shatters into multiple pieces upon making contact with the water.
Whoa! That was amazing.
Is that a record?
Yeah.
It may be.
Probably.
Wow.
I write 10 on a sheet of paper and hold it
Where'd you
in.
get that paper
I
from?
have it in my bag.
You just hit Whitestone.
I'm showing Pike the jewelry I'm bringing back, so I can't give it to you now. I'm just modeling it. It's a little hand thing. It's got
Percy, it's beautiful. I want it now.
I don't know if that will go well. I'll clean it all.
As the afternoon comes to a close and the sun slowly sets in the distant ocean horizon, the lights begin to brighten anew to usher in the evening scape of Vestra. A similar gathering of the people of Vestra that you celebrated with the evening before comes to life, even more vibrant and excited at the tale of an Aramente completed. As this is transpiring, you guys are brought in, food is prepared.
I'm in my fancy clothes, by the way.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. You guys, for whatever you can, as you guys...
Seashell bras.
I'm in the Deathwalker's ward.
Salt crusted on it.
Yeah, a little soggy and damp.
as you guys are getting ready and brought into this, and people beginning to come up and congratulate you, and meet and bring their kids up to kind of shake the hands of the future voice of the Tempest. You watch as a group of figures appears in the outskirts of the light in this central meeting area. You glance over and watch as all of a sudden the nervousness kicks in and everyone kind of turns and looks as they're kind of dipping into the light. You see Captain Adela and the crew going,
Okay, so we've been waiting for quite a while, and it looks like you're having a party without us. So, mind if we join in?
Oh, yeah, come on. And I
told ya.
toss the drink. Yeah.
Yeah, and the rest of the crew comes in, of the
about,
Salavis.
The prisoner. Is he still on board?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we're leaving that fucker on the ship. We're not taking him here.
All right.
So,
Everything went fine, I suppose?
Peachy peachy.
great.
Right as
Fantastic. Going back soon then, huh?
Yes.
Great. First light of the morning. Let's get back.
Are you in a rush?
No, but I mean, the longer we're here, the more time we spend out wandering amongst the reef with these people. She kind of glances around, and as you look around, you do see a very sort of comparably bohemian lifestyle of the water Ashari. Well, not quite that level.
What's your definition of bohemian?
Yeah.
I'm talking about like
So I can live in Los Feliz.
like Venice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very Venice Beach. It's
Like labyrinth Muppets made like the creepy head labyrinth Muppet.
But yeah, so I mean, drinks are had, the party celebrates, and then eventually Uvenda kind of begins to approach, and everyone kind of gets quiet, and she walks up towards you, Keyleth, and reaches out to take your hand, or both your hands with hers.
In completing the trial of the Water Ashari, I impart unto you now a gift. Something I, as far as I understand, have only been around long enough to learn. But seeing the strength that you hold, perhaps you can wield this as well.
Okay.
As she takes your hands, she folds them over each other, and she encloses them in her tiny gnomish grasp.
Close your eyes.
As you close your eyes, and you can hear the hush, people silencing each other around.
Now the form of one who protects the elements is malleable. You can transcend this particular form and become the beasts of nature. You can become the creatures of the elements that we safeguard. However, those who've mastered the journey that you have, they can become so much more. Now walk with me.
And she tugs on your hand. Keep your eyes closed, but walk with me. And you guys watch as she backs up and leads Keyleth out of the pavilion, out into the darkness, in the center of the main thoroughfare of Vestra. The crowd kind of slowly kind of wanders along, if you guys want to shuffle with. She leads Keyleth out, eyes still closed, and as soon as people start closing in, she just, and the guards kind of hold people back and leave a wide berth around.
Now, Keyleth, you've encountered many beasts.
One second. I'm gonna pull up the transcript. I'm gonna turn up the transcript. The captain is Vecna is another Kima's evil theory. No, it is not. I'm sorry. The pirate captain is possibly part of an evil death cult. Is not as crazy as the Kima theory. As the Kima theory creator, I would disagree. Okay, all right. Why of all people would that be her? I mean, I think a ton of people are in the body of Vecna. I think the body of Vecna is like a world-spanning cult. Close your eyes. As you close your eyes, you can hear the hush of people silencing around. Now the form of the one who protects you, you can transcend this particular form, become the beast. They can become so much more. Her distaste for the who are we at? The Vestra. Her distaste for the Vestra as a pirate, like, when I think about a bohemian lifestyle, I don't necessarily think pirate, but I don't not think pirate. I very much think of pirates as rule breakers and fornicators, and I mean, maybe this is somewhat, based on the popularization of the Jack Sparrow-esque pirate, but I think that Jack Sparrow would be well described by the term bohemian. So I've always kind of had my eye on her. I don't know. I just didn't think it would be any big deal. But her showing up here to this ritual? Her being like, yo, what's up? I mean, she left. She was like, hey, you guys can go and walk. We're going to stay on the ship. And now she just so happened to show up for the festival? I don't know. Her presence here is the thing that is making me the most suspicious. And looking at her past is like, okay, her being here is making me sus. Then her not liking the Vestra is making me sus. And then the particular reason that she doesn't like the Vestra. It all makes me progressively more suspicious. And I already thought that some necromantic bullshit was gonna happen tonight. And I've been looking for who's going to enact it. And my guess before right now was Uvenda. I was like, all right, Uvenda's, maybe the secret necromancer here. But now, I don't know. Now, I'm maybe a little bit more suspicious. I'm looking for who the bad guy is, to be clear. I think there's a bad guy in attendance. It's just, who is it? We're playing a game of Clue right now. I know one of these fuckers is the murderer. I just don't know which one it is. And we're looking for him. So the pirate captain might be chill. She might be fine. But I don't know. Is Keyleth learning how to become a primordial? Well, that's the second thing. Is in completing the trial of the water Ashari, I pardoned you a gift, which the pirate also gave her a gift, so that makes sense. Something, as far as I understand, have only been around long enough to learn. Which only, sort of makes sense to me. But seeing the strength you hold, perhaps you can wield this as well. Oh, she's the only one that's been around long enough to understand. Okay. She encloses them as you close your eyes. The form of one who protects the elements. So druids can wild shape. Then you can become the creatures of the elements that we safeguard. So that seems like just anyone that is like going on the Aramente. She's talking about like her becoming an elemental. But those who have mastered the journey. Now that sounds like some primordial talk. That does sound like some primordial talk. We'll see. Part of Vecna consciously or unconsciously? I think whoever's here is a conscious bad guy. To be very clear, yeah. Kima's an actual character compared to the captain. There would not wait to reveal compared to evil Kima. Maybe. I don't know. I think, truly, if I had to be honest with you guys, I think that there have been body of Vecna people probably implanted throughout all of the quests. I still think that Jamon's right-hand lady could be like the head of the Hand of Ord. I think she could easily be body of Vecna. There was the whole thing about like when they went to like go and talk to Jamon, she was like, you don't have to talk to Jamon. Which does make sense, but also seems like the body of Vecna might have cooed the Hand of Ord and Jamon in general. So I think there have been body of Vecna people implanted throughout. I don't think Riskel was the only body of Vecna person that has been in the story so far. I think they're all over the place. They're just biding their time, waiting for the right moment. And whatever's going to happen tonight, I think could be that moment. She's not a pirate anymore, acts very anti-pirate now. True, but that could just be to integrate into society to make it easier to enact her evil plans. That doesn't mean anything. A bohemian is the one that sings La Vie Bohème, no? Yeah. They're very bohemian. in the way that Matt is using it. Very, yeah, it's that entire song actually is very the American, bohemian lifestyle. A plate of meatless balls, you might say. Yeah, she left the pirate life. Maybe. I don't know. I want some chill fun this episode. Adalia comes to the party suspicious. Well, yeah. Look, I want chill fun. I don't think it's coming. Someone is definitely Tim Curry. Oh no, it's me. Yeah. I've spent 30 years out of jail only to let the public lower their guard against me. I mean...
Many dangerous and powerful creatures from all walks of the plains. Pick one.
Oh no, Perseus. I mean in the sense that's what I'm calling the Vecna cult, is the body of Vecna. Riskel Daxio, as he's dying under Vox Machina's heel, says, you can't kill me. I'm the body of Vecna. I will rise again. Yada yada yada. So the body of Vecna is, in my mind, or at least the way that I'm using it, is analogous to the cult of Vecna. The followers that are still attempting to enact Vecna's will. So I would also say that, like, the Briarwoods were body of Vecna, is how I would put it. But possibly it seems like Ripley might not have been, is sort of how I'm drawing these distinctions. I don't really know what was up with Ripley, to be very transparent. Ripley clearly had other aims and motivations and goals seemingly separate from the Briarwoods and the body of Vecna at large. She just but she was just working for them. But also, they could be motivations related to a larger plot. So she might still be in there, sort of a right hand does not know what the left hand is doing sort of situation. I don't know. But that's generally how I'm thinking about the cult. Yeah. Apostates are generally more fervent against their old ways of life than others. That's not a bad point, Ross. That's not a bad point. Like, all the bodies of Vecna are going to form into a giant flesh golem. Well, that is a recent theory of mine from last stream. I do think that is incredibly possible. Eminently possible. Ripley just wanted the money? Maybe. Seems like it was such a Derolo vendetta. But there were other names on Animus. That was actually what really expanded Ripley's character for me. Is that there seem to be other names on Animus besides Percy, and seemingly completely unrelated to Percy. So, on the list, everyone on the list was in Whitestone. Not so for Animus. Now, everyone else on Animus might be related, but at the very least, the people that are left and Percy were not related, it seems. So she has some manner of exterior vendetta that was formed seemingly totally separate from the Whitestone incident, right? Because, like, King Bertrand Dwendal is on there. And from what we know of the politics of Tal'Dorei, Isilra, not Isilra, Othanzia, and Marquette, I don't think there could be a King Bertrand Dwendal on any of those continents. So he must be Wild Mountain in some capacity. And I don't think there would be anything that could have generated that sort of vendetta since Ripley came to Tal'Dorei. So it must have been something that happened before they ever interacted with the Derolos. So something's going on with Ripley, or I should say something was going on with Ripley. We also know that one of the other names on there was one of the members of the Arcana Panasophical, which seems maybe in line with it, like, with King Bertrand Dwendal, in the same way that Allura was part of the governing body of Taldore. Maybe the other member of the Panisophical is in whatever governmental body Dwendal leads. That's possible. But and Ripley was doing something at the Glintshore. That's the overall strangest thing to me. Because they got Whisper. Like, they recovered Whisper from the shrew. And then they went onto the Glintshore towards the mountain. For some reason. Like, they were doing something there. That wasn't involved with a Dorolo vendetta. That wasn't involved with a any manner of gun selling. They were at the Glintshore to do something. And some of their dialogue that is in the illusion sort of alludes to the fact that they were there to do something, but it's hard to trust any of the dialogue that we get from the illusion because it was a trick of some sort. So we can't rely too much on what Ripley and the servants said during the illusion that Vox overhears. But something was happening with Ripley that we've never gotten a really cohesive answer on. Because we know she had a Dorolo vendetta. She was selling guns. She was doing something else. I don't know. She wanted to kill some nobles, traumatize Percy, and make as much money as she could. I don't know what the fuck she's doing on Glintshore then. Unless it's just a random ritual that would have gotten her a bunch of money. Just seems unlikely. Given that I think they knew that they were coming after him. So they knew they were on the clock. what's up? Hello, we're back. We're back. Let's see. I think the list on Animus gives Ripley depth, but that doesn't relate to the Briarwood's goal. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I say I don't know if she is body of Vecna or not, because it could relate to the it could relate to Vecna activity, or it could just be totally fucking separate. You know, she could have these goals because clearly something happened to put those names on the list or on Animus. And we have no evidence that they were really in any way connected to the Briarwoods. So they could be, but certainly not necessary. That's what I'm saying. Ripley's one of the only ones that I do actually question if she was in the Vecna cult or not. In Briarwood land, you know? Oh yeah, hydrate. But anyways, all that is to say, I think something bad is about to happen, and I think there's basically 4 options for who it's gonna be that triggers it. Unless it's a totally exterior force, which, you know, there's no way for me to predict that, really. But if it is someone predictable, I think it is going to be either Wave Dasher man, Wave Chaser guy. I find this unlikely. They haven't really mentioned him a whole lot this episode, except when they were coming out of the portal. It could be Uvenda. Possible. But who knows? I go back and forth on Uvenda, and it's kind of a litmus test on the Ashari as a whole. I think if Uvenda's evil, there's a bit of an indictment on the entire organization of the Ashari. We could be heading towards that. I'm really uncertain. There is the Kraken. I think the Kraken is the most reasonable of who could enact some evil plan tonight. He did something to a member of Vox Machina. He corrupted the Lodestone somehow. He said he was coming through soon anyways, so I think it's super possible it could be the Kraken. In fact, probably most likely. Or it is this pirate captain lady. I put her on about the same tier as Uvenda. So I think it's most likely that there's something bad that happens and it's the Kraken's fault somehow. And then I put this pirate captain and Uvenda about equal in terms of likelihood of someone that would do something dastardly tonight. But we're about to get it, I think. I think we're approaching it based on whatever the fuck Uvenda's doing. All right.
Keyleth, you've encountered many beasts, many dangerous and powerful creatures from all walks of the plains. Pick one. What do you see in your mind?
I think of the Garistro Yank.
Imagine what it's like to be filled with strength, to be filled with the power. Envision the horns, the snarl, the barrel-like fists.
And you guys watch as Keyleth's form suddenly begins to shift and grow. And where once was a half-elf Keyleth, you now see, towering above this tiny gnome, eyes still closed, a massive Goristro.
No fucking way.
Well, that's disconcerting.
And Emma goes, and as her hands leave yours, you feel something shift and change, and you hear the slightly more distant voice of Ivana say, "Open your eyes." And you look down.
That's less
Is she stuck like that?
No, she's fine. This is under her control.
Okay.
This incantation is yours. Now, be what you wish. Use these creatures.
I turn into a beholder.
You watch as all her body shifts and becomes a meaty mass with a singular eye, many eye stalks, and you watch as everyone takes 2 steps back. And you,
What is
No,
this?
well,
What is this?
Now,
What the fuck?
are you serious?
What is this?
I'm a golden god.
your shape is yours to change, Keyleth.
I change into adult dragon, bronze dragon, adult bronze dragon.
you watch as the beholder that's looking around excitedly suddenly shifts and grows 2 large, broad wings. Claws emerge and the head extends.
What the fuck? What? Okay, I'm not gonna panic because there has to be, and I mean has to be, some constraint on this. Because what is normal moon druids constraint? It's their CR divided by a third, I think. I mean, if it's just the 9th level spell shape change and it requires a spell slot, but it has to require a spell slot. It has to. It has to. What is the 9th level spell space shape change? I've never even. Okay. Dude, I thought this was like the Pyra, and she was just getting a thing. Shape change. I don't even know the spell off the top of my head. I don't have anything. Most of them are just hitting. What is true polymorph? Is that what it is? Is it true polymorph? Because I can't find anything for shape change. I do see true polymorph, which is 9th level. Shape change? One word? Shape change. Oh, one word. I see. You take a magic to shift into a different eligible form. The new form must be of a creature that's a CR no higher than your level or challenge rating. Okay. So I think a Garistro would fit that bill. I don't know what a Garistro. Garistro's CR 17. A dragon. I don't know about an adult bronze dragon, but okay. Okay. I mean, as long as it does take up a spell slot. He might just be, doing this rapid thing for funsies. Dude. All right, we're just going to keep going. We're going to wait until they explain it because that was, that really threw me for a second.
Oh dear.
But like,
really.
that's really big. How? I do a victory lap. How is it possible? Can you? Are you like? Is she like a dragon for real? Does anybody?
Yvonne turns to you as you're shouting this. Someone's kind of watching her fly over. You can see a little bit of light that glows from the city, occasionally reflect off the metallic underbody of the dragon as it kind of circles overhead in the dark night sky. Yvonne turns to you and goes,
Ah, yes. Don't worry. These forms are hers to control.
I turn. The brass dragons have like fire breath, right? Do they have fire breath?
pretty sure.
Lightning?
Fair.
I do into the air. I just go.
No, circle fast.
See what happens.
Hate me.
You kill everyone around.
Yes, it is fire breath. So whereas you watch as she flies off, she shoots forth this burning hot, bright jet of singular focused fire. Not a napalm level red dragon, cone breath, but a singular focused beam of burning fire that just lights up all of Vestra around. You see the hundreds of the denizens around go, oh, as their faces glow against the dark sky around you.
I feel far less nervous about this Orcus thing now. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's insane.
Yvonne is just looking up and smiling, clasping her hands together.
Who needs a fucking magic carpet now?
Oh yeah. I come back down, and I come down, and I'm like, oh, no. Can't you talk as a dragon? Can't dragons talk? Oh, that's right. I'm so used to beating.
She can turn into a dragon, but
She's like, yeah. Can I, if I touch her, she's like a dragon?
You feel the hard scales across her hide.
So I can talk.
Yes.
Okay, guys, check it out.
Yeah, it's just like your regular ass voice coming out of it.
It burned belly so quickly.
Yeah, it's her voice, but it's deeper, it's resonating, it kind of quakes the sand on the ground near her when she speaks.
What is it? Like, this is amazing, Keyleth.
This is.
She's.
You should have completed your Aramente a lot sooner.
You gonna go for a ride?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I pick up the half elves.
I mean, yeah. I agree, Bad Wolf. Especially if you also have an above-the-table discussion about it. Because I was shocked at what just happened. And that might have been, and especially after the previous Aramente that we saw, the Pyra, just gave her like a new power that her class did not give her. I thought that's what was going on here. as long as everyone's, aware of what's happening, this is a cool way to present leveling up and gaining new powers as you level up. This is very fun. Yeah, I would just I would do it above the table thing here. I get why that we're not seeing that, because Critical Role really hates doing that above the table sort of thing. But yeah, cool when paired with that. I would not want them to think that this is similar to the Pyra thing.
Mike, why did you go?
Always room together.
Okay, as the tinier folks step onto the back of Keyleth Dragon, they take off into the sky. You watch as a bunch of the children now begin to try and line up. Now, and the parents are like,
I'm clearly moving ahead of them to the front of them.
Grog forces himself in the front of the line. Like a child just pushes him back. Well, like old school, just like out of the way.
And I probably spend the next hour giving joyrides to anyone
Okay,
who wants
and
to.
yeah, most of the folks of Vestra begin to
Drag
start
ride.
getting into it, taking dragon rides.
Okay, and I will also say, it seems, because they have not said out loud what is going on, but that little comment right there leads me to believe that they've had an above the table conversation about it, because like Marisha has the book open and just, said out loud the exact duration. So it seems like they have had a conversation about it and are just now doing the in fiction act out, which in which case that's 2 thumbs up. I'm good with that. Yeah. Ooh, that was, I don't know. I don't even know what my reaction looked like, but I was, whoa, there.
Keyleth over the night sky.
Wow.
Holy shit.
I love pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, and in fact, I'll go look at the logistics of this, but after that Kraken battle, most everybody leveled up on that. So I'll send that out when I email to you guys.
So that just has shape change, right?
You have shape change as one of a possible 9th level spell.
What is shape change? You can just become anything?
I can change
level spell.
I can change into anything that's a challenge rating of my level or lower.
Once?
Wait.
Or constantly?
For an hour.
Dragons are your level?
An adult
dragons
one,
are.
not an ancient.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Still, adult dragon is like right
not
on
bad.
par.
Yeah, okay. I'm pretty, yeah. Which is why she said adult instead of ancient. Okay. All right. So Matt and Marisha knows what are going on. They know what's up.
Guys, we've been playing this campaign for a while.
I wasn't sure if I was ever gonna get here. Yeah, I can. It's for an hour, and I can keep shape changing into different things for an hour.
You can whip those beholder eyes at people?
Yes, I can.
Oh my gosh. And you can do all the things that they can do.
Is it at will or is it a random roll for which
It's like-
eye does what?
It's like beast shape, so I keep my
holy
intellect, my
shit.
wisdom, and my charisma, but I take on their physical stats and their abilities.
And same thing, like you drop the shaped
You're
hit
beast.
points and then it reverts back to you?
Yep, you don't get legendary actions or layer actions, but you get all the rest of the abilities and physical attributes.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Strawberry, how about strawberry?
Oh, man.
Springsteen.
Holy cow.
So eventually, as you feel the spell begin to dissipate, the shape change coming to an end, you bring the last cluster of children and Grog, who's ridden now 7 times. As the night draws to a close,
As the spell fades, I just give Grog a big hug and just kind of cry tears of joy into his chest for a little bit.
Yeah.
and yeah, reverting back to your form, the party comes to an end. Yvenda comes up to you as you come back to your form and says,
I'm proud of you. Now,
Truly.
return to your people, victorious. You achieved what your mother could not, and her memory lives on in you.
Thank you.
she turns.
Thanks. That's all.
Good night.
She begins to walk off with her staff. You guys are able to rest for the evening. Prepare yourselves for the following day's journey, however you wish that to be. So you get a little benefits of long rest back. So you get half of your hit dice back. You are healed to full. You get your spells. You're good.
It was such a great party.
You had so much fun, Grog.
Yeah, I rode the dragon all night. It was great.
I see Percy really quick. Are you still concerned?
Yeah, well, yes. Congratulations.
Wouldn't be you.
No.
We're concerned.
No, and thank you for not being. Something has to be all right. I mean, I'm fine.
Wouldn't be here without you. Or the others. You know that, right?
I do.
I can't do this
I'm
alone. and
also fine.
To answer your question from yesterday, I think the problem of this Aramente is that it shows you the components of what you need to be a leader. But being a leader could take a lifetime to master, if you even can master such a thing. There's a lot still to go. This isn't the end.
I know.
And I hope you stay with me.
I will, to the end.
I need you.
I need you too. But we're not all going to make it.
Well, let's at least go home for now. Is that okay? Is that enough for now?
It certainly is. I'm happy to try. But things are only going to get more complicated. Congratulations. That's very impressive.
I feel like if once you can turn it into a dragon, things only get more complicated. That's, yeah.
I will thankfully never know.
All right, let's go.
After she left our room to go find him, I start to suit up. And I'm looking in a full-length mirror at the new fucking Kraken beak gouges down the front of me. And I notice that my 2 notes are out of place. So I'm going to shove them back into the folds that they're supposed to be in. And spend a couple minutes to button all the way up. And leave the room.
Can I find Terry?
Yeah.
Oh, good morning.
No, it's like real late, right?
I don't know, is it?
You haven't quite gone to bed yet.
Oh,
It's late evening.
good evening.
Jesus, that bite knocked you goofy, didn't it?
I have not been that close to death ever before, but I feel like, in a way, I learned something from the experience.
What?
That's fair. Tell me, I saw you up there fighting. You were brave and strong.
Yep.
We were duking it out, you and me, till the very end of that fight, and well, as one seasoned warrior to another, any tips, any notes for me, any thoughts to improve my warfare skills? Should I move more? Should I think of cool one-liners to yell out as I hit my enemies?
Oh yeah, that always helps, right? Someone like you, I would probably stay on like the outside. You got a little in the crunch zone, right? You seem to have like a good range on your weapons.
Well, yes, but my rod is best at close-up action.
Most rods are good close up, but you know, if you can stay on the outside with it, maybe you'll have better success. But I wanted to give you something.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a last resort, right? Because you went like, and it was not good.
No.
So I want to give you a magic egg. And I reach into the bag of holding and I take out a basilisk egg that I have no fucking idea how old it is. But it's in there, there are 6 of
It's
them.
old.
This egg is
it-
very, very special.
Oh my God. Well,
It's about this big, and the outside of it has this very kind of layered stone look to it, almost like you know when plates shift and you watch old sediment stone stick out, and you can see the different types of stone layers geologically. It's that kind of a texture down the side of it. It's like a dark gray, almost blue color.
This egg comes from a very ancient magical beast. If you will find yourself in a dire need, like in that last fight,
Yes,
if
yes.
you break it and consume its contents, you will be granted immense power.
really?
Indeed. But only in times of great need. I trust. I don't have to emphasize how important that is.
Grog, make a deception.
Shit!
I'm so
Come on,
proud.
big man.
However this goes, I'm so proud of you.
15.
Make an insight check.
That's 8.
You used a mind.
This is a mighty gift.
Adding it to my list. Basilisk.
I've
Right,
never
I don't know
felt
what it
so
is. It's
proud.
just an egg. A magical egg.
Magical egg of power to be consumed.
It's like a Kinder Egg. There's fire inside. Yeah.
It's full of sulfur as shit.
That's it, Frank.
I imagine that Pike and I have been introducing Pike to the whole crew since you like to sail so much.
Yeah. Hey, crew.
Yeah.
Is
You're welcome.
Okay.
Doti, his robot around?
Duty.
The robot stays with him when he's told otherwise not to, so it's hanging with him. If you introduce the crew, I mean, they're all your ilk. They're all, you know, salty, sarcastic
Hey.
folk. Captain Adela and you know, they're all kind of taken aback by your strangely not really physically there form. But after a bit of trading some tales about, you know, a few interesting at-sea endeavors, you guys get along swimmingly, and yeah, it's a fast friendship between you and Captain Adela.
Fantastic.
She's fucking cool.
She seems. Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Okay. I'm gonna go over to Terry.
Okay, Taryon.
Taryon.
After you're granted this majestic egg, as you're walking back to your homestead, the glowing gnome approaches you.
Oh, hello.
Hello again. I have a request of your robot, your Doti. Am I saying this right?
My personal manservant.
Your personal manservant.
Yes.
Could he draw some things for me?
In gnome, I say. Absolutely, milady. Whatever you would request.
You are a lady.
We totally called it.
Continue.
And in common, I say back, thank you so much. Doti, would you mind drawing portraits for me?
Looks back to you, Taryon.
Do whatever the young lady asks.
Pulls the book out.
Could you draw some portraits of this group? of Grog, of Vax and Vex, Keyleth and Percy.
Just a little bit of a note here. He doesn't know who any of those people are.
Okay. So the people that I point to, could you just draw each of them, please?
Everyone's kind of scattered to the four winds right now.
Shit.
I'll help you point them out.
Yeah, yeah, Vex is there.
Okay.
Yeah, you point out to where they're all staying, and
I'll probably walk over that.
Yeah. When you're all done, just bring them to me.
Is there any
Thank you so
particular
much.
style you'd like them to be drawn in?
Just as realistic as possible.
Realism.
Realism.
all right.
And I say thank you in gnomish. In gnome.
I say, you're welcome. You know.
Waiting for it.
Okay.
All
That's all.
So, as you all go to rest for the evening, Pike, the granted presence here through Saren Ray's will begins to withdraw her strength through the divine gate to keep you in this seemingly drained. You sense that you'll be returning back to Emon until you're retrieved by your allies here.
Okay.
So, you'll only have a short time. As the rest of you guys go to rest for the evening and you all go to sleep, Percy, Keyleth, Vax, Vex, and Grog, need you guys to roll perception checks.
I'm just doing this all night.
Don't fuck me, Gil.
Are we going Gil? Yeah, don't fuck me, Gil.
Oh, I didn't do it.
Dude,
It's not bad.
Notice
No, I'm
Doti drawing them as
You
they
don't get to
sleep.
I'm negating it. Roll.
19.
Oh,
29.
No, I'm going with my first one. You don't get to roll.
You
You
know,
rolled I did not roll.
wow.
I'm going with my first roll because he's a jerk.
All right, first one.
27. Jerk.
Okay.
Sure.
Your
Throughout-
friends all rolled with Gil.
Throughout the evening,
Rolling the gill.
at some point in the night,
Gil has his bone.
each of you individually wakes up in the wee hours as a sound rouses you from your slumbers. You glance over, and one of the nearby open windowed walls, you see a large metallic man shape appear and just start feverishly sketching while staring at you. One by one by one by one.
He likes to watch. That was Darren's fucking automaton.
I'm not dreaming yet. I'm not dreaming.
Yeah.
Does anyone try to talk to the automaton?
I think we just stay perfectly still and try and lift our chin and push forward.
It looks like a good angle at least.
I slowly pull the sheet.
Pull the sheet a little lower.
And Doti continues sketching, adjusting to the new positions.
Moves an adjacent piece of paper next to it and keeps going.
Keeps taping them on. All right, so
You done?
I will say
I'm just afraid I'm gonna just.
I will say, for the sake of the narrative of this, the energy will carry you through to the morning.
Okay.
So upon everyone waking and gathering again before heading off, however way you wish, the crew is by their boats to return to the ship. Uvenda is waiting to see you off. And as you all begin to gather, you watch Pike as she approaches, her form flickering in the familiar visual of a temporary time before she has to return.
It's okay.
As you approach to speak to everybody, suddenly from the side, Doti seems to just slam into view like some weird hype man. And immediately just like hands you a fist, a metallic fist filled of pages torn out of the tome.
Thank you so much.
And then runs off towards Taryon.
Terry. Come here.
Oh, me.
Yes, you.
Couldn't be.
Hello.
Hello. So I figured you would have a little bit of an easier time if you know the names of the people that you're spending time with. I had him make you some, I don't know, maybe some flashcards. So I take out a quill. I hold up a photo. Who is this?
What you see before you is a very beautifully, realistically drawn image of a female half-elven druid and a male half-elven rogue paladin, both clutching bed sheets going...
That's amazing. In the same drawing.
Yeah.
Oh. But how did... I mean, they would have had to been...
I didn't realize he was going to draw them in their sleep. So let's just
Let's go through every picture.
So many more questions than answers. One of those two was dead yesterday, and yet they still found time to. Well, the one on the left is. I lovingly refer to her as Antlers. She is the most powerful and leader of the group.
All those things are true, but take this quilt. Now, next to her picture, please write Keyleth.
Doti, you heard her.
No.
Nobody stops when she says no.
You are going to write it down. Do you know how to write?
Of course I know how to write.
Okay,
I'm an educated man.
You know how to write?
In what language?
What language do you prefer?
I prefer gnome when I'm with you.
Old
Okay.
habits die hard.
It's good practice.
Okay. So write down Keyleth.
Odd vowel sounds in your weird language. Okay. Keyleth.
The man laying next to her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know his name?
Little elf boy.
I would never say that again. His name is Vax.
With a B? Like backs?
With a V, as in
Vagina.
Mana from heaven. Mana from heaven.
Got it? All right. You know what? That one sounds familiar. I feel like he's introduced himself to me.
Okay, next up, who's this?
This is another pair. This one less shot.
Okay. I was seeing. I didn't know how long the scene was gonna be before I looked at John's stuff. Not only you, John. I think it's suppressing audio spikes. No, I have the same. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have the stream latency low, but I'm not dropping any frames, so it should be the same as normal. Like, however much it normally compresses, I'm not doing anything additional on my end. So however the stream normally is how it should be. I think it's on their side. I mean, yeah, it sounds normal to me. Or I guess it sounds typical to me. So however Critical Role normally sounds, it sounds the same to me. YouTube stable volume get accidentally turned on? I don't even know if I have that toggle. Is that like a player side toggle? I don't know if I have something for that. I do have it on ultra low latency, but I always have it on that. Streaming is English. Yeah. It's not on slow mode. Yeah, I don't know. The peaks are getting compressed heavily for some reason. Click the setting button on the CR vid. I mean, I guess, yeah, to be clear, I mean, I guess it does have stable volume on, but I always, like, CR sounds very normal to me right now. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm noticing anything, like, abnormal when it comes to, like, how CR's audio sounds. This sounds the same as every episode I've ever watched. We lose all of it? Really? Oh, yeah. It should be slightly hard for earbud wearers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll try it with this off, yeah. I never, I guess let me know if it sounds any different. I don't think I have any effects on. Yeah, I don't even have any effects on the source that it would come out of. So we'll try it that way. Yeah. I don't know exactly how it will sound when it comes all the way through to you. I will also say we are having a storm in Chicago right now, or at least we were. So I'm not getting any like locally dropped frames, but maybe, and like YouTube isn't telling me that there's any like, it's saying I have an excellent connection, but maybe there's something there. I don't know. Let's try it.
Okay, next up, who's this?
This is another pair. This one less shy. It appears to be a human male, looking confused, glasses pressed up above the top of the forehead, and a half-elven, dark-haired female on top, glancing back with a "Don't you fucking dare" expression.
Oh well.
Yes, I know, you're learning so much.
May I for a moment?
Sure.
Do you think this is up, or
You could have it any way you like it.
I've read about that. All right.
Just looking at the faces, then, who do you think they are?
The happy one is little elf girl.
Oh, I would definitely not ever say that to her.
All right. What's her real name?
Her name is Vex.
All right. Vex.
And do you know that her and Vax are twin brother and sister?
I could tell by the bone structure and
Okay.
the contempt.
Now. The man laying next to her, what is his name?
Percival Frederickstein von Musel Carollo III. Almost there. Kowalski Tarolo III. Percival Frederickstein von Musel.
Kowalski.
So close.
The Kowalski
Tarolo III.
bullshit. Depends on how much whiskey. That's fair.
Please write it down.
Pronunciation.
That one I'm going to do in common. And you know what? I'll just abbreviate the middle part.
That's okay.
He ... Derolo.
2 more to go. Who's this?
Let's see of the. All right, so there is one of this one is Pike, in a her gnomish form, still wearing her armor in her astral form, just kind of looking like she realized she didn't phrase it properly when she made the request, and being the last one sketched. And in that moment, her expression says, "Oh no."
Before I answer, just a quick process question here.
Okay.
In the other images, there was some revelry, some intercourse happening. Is that, now that I'm a full-fledged member, do I get to partake? Is this how it works with everyone, or is it just certain members? Is it a hierarchy? Is it some sort of a cultish thing where you have to prove yourself sexually and in battle, or how does that work? Or is it, am I misreading this?
You know, I think you should just continue to try to explore that. Because it would just be great just to see what happens. You never know, Terry. You just never know.
All right.
I would never tell you no. No! Not even phrase. I would never tell you no to not try with the people of the group.
So you're saying that membership has its privileges?
Mayhaps. Oh, God. Do you know my name?
Daughter of Saren Ray, I'm guessing.
No, it's Pike.
Pike.
And last but certainly not least,
Whoa.
Narrator.
Doti, she said realism.
And there, in a classic Michelangelo style pose, one knee cocked to the side, the beard fluffed, the rippling scarred muscles, and the obvious half-giant side of Grog Strongjaw before you on the page.
That is not a picture of Goliath and a halfling.
I mean, how does he walk?
With confidence and pride.
yes.
Wow. Wow.
I know.
That is primal.
You took some artistic liberties with this one.
Made it smaller.
All right. I've been taking to calling him Jumbo or the big guy,
Okay.
and it seems that I was correct.
Well, this is Grog.
Say that again.
Grog.
Grog. Okay.
And that is my very best friend.
You know, I have learned that he is a confident ally and a friend to me as well. And I will do my best to protect him in battle in your absence.
Well, thank you. That is very, very kind of you. So, before I leave, my request is that you look at these every night before bed until you learn them.
I'm sure he will.
Love Mama Pike.
Can you, in this form, can you see me all the time?
Yes.
I will.
So I will know if you're not looking at your flashcards every night. This is so stupid.
This is Dungeons and Dragons.
This is amazing.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Milady, I swear it by my name. I will do so as you request. Thank you for saving one of my allies today, and wherever you are in the world, know that we are fighting the good fight, and I will keep your friends safe. Your friends, Greg,
Nope.
Vox, Kiko,
works.
and Percival, Frederickstein, von Musel, Kowalski, Derola.
I realized that was off of memory, so I'm going to let it slide.
I have a
Yes.
few more nights of studying to do.
You do. Okay. It was wonderful to spend time with you. I'm going to go back over here.
All right.
Goodbye.
Surf Trovels.
I did not expect it to go that far.
I have a fresh new set of six-pack abs after the last 10 minutes.
Seriously. All right, so as you guys gather,
Sorry, that went a little bit longer than I
you know, in Doti being literal, it led to all of that joy. Holy shit. So, as you guys all gather on the beaches in the late morning of Vestra, Adela and her crew are waiting at the boats to return to the ship. And Uvenda and a few other folks there. You see Durand, you see Yulan, the little boy that met you when you first got here, and a few of the other folks that you kind of met that evening, all waiting. And as you approach, Uvenda kind of nods and
It has been an absolute pleasure to have you, Vox Machina, at the sides of Keyleth, to come and spend time with our people to celebrate the completion of a difficult journey. I would request before you leave to please return the goggles and neck pieces that we lent you.
Sure.
kind of, and they go and collect the pieces from you as you go around.
Thank you for flying, Star.
And best of luck in your future journeys. If we, the Ashari of Vestra, can be of aid to you in the future, please let us know.
Thank you for everything. I'm sure we'll be in contact soon.
Kaitiake.
Kaitiake.
And they turn around and start walking their way back to the center of Vestra, kind of some of the kids looking over their shoulders, kind of waiting to see what you guys do. And Adela's waiting there at the ship.
All right, so, what's the plan?
I mean, I totally could tree stride us anywhere, but I kind of want to take the boat again.
Yeah. We'll get all the money's worth out of the
Yeah,
boat.
we paid a lot. Yeah.
What we got to do?
To Emon for now?
Well, POTUS is going to come for Pickle and I at some point, but we need to do a little more homework this time.
Where can we study?
We
The Cobalt Reserve, is it still standing at all in Emon? Are there any books left?
Got to go to the
You'll see.
library.
Yeah.
We also haven't looked at any of the findings from Raishan's cave.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet.
Lots of books to read. Real exciting.
Well, let's at least get back to Emon. It's the main port town.
Yeah.
It's a starting point.
Starting point.
We can also have them start looking at the books while we're away, telling us if they find anything of value.
That's true. Probably need to start studying Orcus as well.
What?
Orcas, after all that undersea
All those killer whales.
struggle. We
Yeah.
need to be,
No, our allies. Yeah.
yeah.
There'll be time on the ship. Let's take our time before the orcas.
Yes.
All right. At this point, Pike begins to flicker.
No. It's okay. I'll see you guys very soon.
Jello
back
shot,
home.
where you
Yeah,
going?
back home. Jello shot.
We're heading to Emon, so we'll see you there, okay?
Okay. I'll see you soon.
Wait, quick squeeze!
Quick squeeze.
And she finishes in your grasp.
Okay, she's great. Wake up.
It's going to be not enough. It'll be just fine.
I feel like I want to see. Let him sleep it off. Let's just sleep it off.
You guys make your way onto the ship. Captain Illa at the helm. The boat turns around, navigates the thin pathway between these exterior reefs, and eventually to the open seas of Osmond.
I if you're interested, Adela, because I'm feeling pretty spiffy.
And she's
after-
holding the
Yeah.
the witch like, you worry me already.
Right, okay, all right. I can control the winds and give us like forward-facing winds for a solid hour if you want. You want it? You want to turn this into a speedboat? You know, see how fast it goes. I don't know what this means. I've just seen other sailors do it. So
In a lot of countries, it means one thing. Especially when sailors do it.
Be my guest.
okay, I cast 5th level control winds. I'm gonna do just a solid gust behind us for a good hour.
Okay. And with this consistently used, you guys can cut about half of the travel time back to Emon.
Nice.
So what normally would be, depending on weather, like 5, 6, 7 days, you get there in 3.
Nice.
Through the use of that and your general control weather abilities and stuff like that. It's pretty fantastic. Thinking in the back of your head as you travel that while you have completed your Aramente, it is not done. You still have to return to complete your Aramente. You guys eventually find your way coming into the docks on the western side of Emon. The city still in the throes of rebuilding, restructuring. It's busy. People are returning and flocking to the streets. It's very warm and welcoming to come back to a city that is coming to life again, where the grim reality post Thordak's fall has now been replaced with, it seems to be a vibrant, buzzing energy of recovery and moving forward. This still is the central city of Taldore, and the people who have returned to this are bringing it back as soon as they can to the splendor it once held, being the jewel city of this continent. You guys, after docking, Adele and the crew, which I can't recall, did you pay them in advance?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
No, I'm sure I did. I marked it down.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah.
So,
Oh no, we didn't, because we had just decided.
Oh,
We had decided on 150 gold per day. So we went back quicker than we thought. So 3 days back, 5 days there, and then how many days were we in?
technically two nights in Vestra.
7. So 10. So
Save some money.
just over 1,000 gold. That's good.
I'll take care of it.
Are you gonna write her an IOU?
No, I'll pay her in gold.
Taryon, really?
I hired you all. It's only the right thing, Vex.
Wow. Thank you, Taryon.
I'm a man of my word.
I'm gonna stand by your side as you pay her.
Captain Adele is there with her crew behind her. It's been an absolute pleasure. Should you require our assistance again, you know where to find us, and if not, we're busy making money elsewhere. Fuck off.
1,500
And she takes the coin purse from you.
plus 150 tip,
Takes that,
Paid her.
hands it to one of her her first mate.
plus
who-
200 for any damages to your ship.
It was quite damaged. Passes it off to her first mate again, and you can see the first mate is kind of the cheapest, mousy gentleman who's currently in the process of counting all the coins as they come in. He's like the onboard accountant, and he's just like, "We're good." Wonderful. Thank you so much for your patronage. Wish you all a fond farewell. Now,
Thank you. Taryon. Thank you.
It's a pleasure doing business with you.
All right.
you guys head into the city, and with each street corner, there's another building with a roof that's being re-roofed. You can see walls being re-stoned and structured. You can see carts being brought in from the docks as trade has now begun anew within the city. And there is a semblance of culture, life, and society continuing to still reemerge and spread with each visit to the city, and it's very heartwarming and hearkening to the good that you've done through the struggles and challenges leading up to this time.
I'm sorry, old man. Who's in charge here these days?
Small thing. Small critique, I suppose. Mostly given how good Matt did with this in the Vestra. But I when we were going into the Vestra, Matt described everything as very weird and alien. Like every individual part of the Vestra was very cool but weird. And then after all of that description has kind of gone through, he says, yeah, it feels very weird and alien to you. It's like nowhere you've ever been before. And I was like, no, Matt, you did it. You indeed made me feel that way. You didn't need to say that out loud. And this is sort of the opposite of that, where Matt is only saying the other part out loud, where it's like, yeah, like culture is returning to the city and there's like a heartwarming blah, blah, blah. Like all very like general telling, not showing vibes, you know? There could be things like, I don't know. Matt has such good character descriptions. I feel like there's a lot of ways you could describe the attitudes of people changing, you know, and hearkening back to the like grim realities on their faces. But now you see people in bars singing and like goofing off a little bit. It's not just work, work, work anymore, you know. Describe some of the ways in which the city is actually changing rather than just saying that it's changing. So, small thing. And obviously we just passed a large section of very fun character work. And it is so funny of like, you know, Ashley saying like, oh, this is so dumb. And then Liam saying this is D&D. Honestly, sometimes when Liam says like, oh, this is D&D, honestly, not even sometimes, often when he says that, I kind of don't agree with him most of the time. Sometimes he says that when, you know, things are just getting very dull. Like, he said that during the middle of, or tense a lot of the times. He said it during the middle of the Kraken fight. And I was like, all right, this doesn't have to be D&D. Like, come on. But I do think that that was a good example of just, like, the pure roleplay part of D&D. And when you focus on, like, the easy things, like, I think sometimes when people experience that sort of scene or a scene like it, when they actually go into their game, they try to... They focus too much on the abilities that made it possible. Like, they will focus too much on the fact that, like, Doti was able to perfectly recreate these drawings and either take issue with the scene because, oh, it's not said that a Warforged companion can do that, or, you know. But I think a really big focus for me is on the result. And I think this is, to a degree at least, how I have always been in D&D, but Blades in the Dark really crystallized it for me, of focusing on the result, not focusing on the method as much, focusing on the result. And here, the result is a couple portraits of the party, right? It's just a couple portraits of the party. So yeah, Doti can perfectly recreate that, sure, who cares? When the result is something that is not a crazy power thing, it's just something fun that they can then have this whole fantastic scene off of. That's where I find myself really leaning in to rule of cool. It's like, I don't need a specific rule that tells me that Doti can do that. It seems close enough to something he could do, and the result is so chill, compared to something like the Archimedes Death Laser, right? From right at the beginning of the Briarwood arc. Orion going around and buying every mirror in town. Right? It's all about the result for me when I'm evaluating, saying yes in rule of cool type situations. I've said the same thing about interpreting spells. When you're interpreting spells, I think about, how replicable is this? How much would you even want to replicate this? That's a lot of what determines if I'm, saying yes or not. And in this case, nothing that Pike or Doti or Sam, Terry, wanted to do at any point, I was like, okay, even if they did want to replicate this, sure. Like, kind of like a who cares sort of situation. That's fine. I don't care if Doti can perfectly recreate sketches. That's fine. And if, honestly, it's also one of those things where the situation that they're doing it in is also ambiguous enough that if Terry did try to use that ability in some sort of way that maybe seems outside the bounds a little bit, I could easily implant some restrictions after the fact. So, like, they're doing this during a rest, during, like, a travel sequence. There's really no indication of how long it took Doti to do this. So, say they want to, like, perfectly sketch the outline of a city to help them with planning, right? Honestly, that might still be something I just let them do. But that's something that might be more explicitly, like, beneficial and powerful. I could say, okay, you can do that, but in order for him to get it, like, exactly right down to the detail, it's going to take him several hours. So there are so many factors within that scene that make it so easy to continually say yes as a DM, and to not only say yes as a DM, but to lean into the joke. With Matt describing Doti, like, hovering outside of their rooms at night. It's the sort of thing that's easy to yes and as a GM. And I think that is something that we talk about sort of player to player a lot, of like player to player interactions, of doing the classic improv yes and saying things or presenting situations that are easier or harder for another player to yes and. That's one of my big issues with Scanlan, is that I felt like a lot of his actions didn't put the other players in a position where it was easy to yes and. They would have had to somewhat change their characters to, like, really interact with him. And I think that Terry does a much better job at creating easy yes and moments. But there's also an aspect of like a DM putting players in an improvisational situation where it's easy for them to yes and the DM. But there is a third aspect, which is the players giving easy yes ands to the DM. Sort of related to Vex giving the Orcus thing, right? That is a situation where she's giving the DM a little bit of something to bite on. We can even relate this to on the way to the Vestra, to Keyleth asking one of the sailors, hey, is there anything I can do to help? She's putting the DM in a situation to make it easy for them to say yes if they would like to. And I think that is one of the baseline layers that makes it easier for the DM to lean into the rule of cool. Like, this is sort of me giving this as player advice. If you want the DM to say yes to your things that you would think fall under the rule of cool, right? You're like, oh, but this is so interesting. Like, why isn't the GM just saying yes to this? This should be rule of cool. I think that is something that a certain type of player could think when mentioning the mirrors or the Draconian Knights. You could say, well, the Draconian Knights are so cool and badass. Like, why isn't the DM just saying yes? And you have to think about not only how maybe fun or cool you think it is, but also how easy is it for the GM to say yes to? How many broad implications does it create? If the GM says yes to you calling in the Draconian Knights, how much of a wide impact does that have on the story? You have to balance that, or at least consider it when giving something to the GM. And so this drawing of portraits scene, I think, is an amazing display of something that it is so easy for the GM to say yes to. So I really want to compliment that. The entire rest of the scene, I mean, it just frankly, it's them being just funny. Like, these are just naturally funny people. There's no there's no advice I can give you as a player to replicate that scene beyond that point, because they're just funny. Go and I don't know, take an improv class, take a comedy writing class, I don't know. Practice being funny. That's the only way you're going to get to that point, but you can set yourself up in more situations to have those sorts of scenes by considering those yes and dynamics. Yeah. What's up? Hello. I had another thought in the bathroom that is a compliment to Sam Riegel when it comes to character building. Speaking of something, and a compliment to Ashley Johnson, when it comes to more yes-anding or places where it is easier to say yes, or where it is easier to create interesting scenarios. And the specific thing that I wanted to highlight with Sam Riegel and Taryon Darrington is to create characters with exceptions. This is not something I've really actively thought about in at least a while. But when Terry was so immediately nice to Pike, and I was like, oh, maybe it's like from his nursemaid or whatever. And then it ended up being from something really low key of just like, oh, he's always been into the language and he met a cool gnome that he liked a lot in the past. That's kind of it. But it makes him treat Pike very differently than he treats the rest of the party, or really than we've seen him treat anyone else this far. And I think it would not be totally off the mark to call it a bit of an exception, a bit exceptional in terms of how he generally treats people. And compliment to Ashley Johnson, she jumped on it. Like, earlier in the episode, when they were first talking, it seemed like she didn't quite know how to handle it. It was just kind of its own encapsulated joke. But huge credit to Ashley Johnson for, thinking about it during the middle of it and be like, oh, this is so stupid. I think it's anything but, and everyone else at the table seemed to agree. She found a exception, a contradiction, you might say, within Terry's personality. And this sounds a little negative, I guess. Maybe there's another word I could use. But I think she finds that contradiction and exploits it to create a great scene. And not only a great scene, but a great moment of character growth for Terry afterward that people were just pointing out. This is the start of Terry and Vex maybe kind of aligning, is that he called her by her name. And that moment is not possible without Ashley Johnson jumping on this exception. And it's not possible without that exception existing in the first place. Sam gave one member of the party, someone who's not even normally there, a way to get through to him. He has all these barriers, essentially the equivalent of Vax walking away, but he gave a sort of weak point in his personality, right? Yeah, I'm a standoffish prick in most situations, but not in this one, or not in that one. And that's very real. We all have exceptions in how we act and in how we interact. And thinking about those things can be a really dynamic way to go after these sorts of scenes. And as other players, looking out for those exception cases of you normally act this way, but now you're acting this way. But only in this specific scenario. You said you wanted lighthearted. I said that. I don't know if I really meant it, but I did say it. I'd say similar to Keyleth as he is to Pike, slightly lower level still. Vex gets a very different attitude as she was more openly confrontational at the start. There is that level of, and I mean, again, I think that Sam is presenting a very dynamic and varied personality from Terry that still feels cohesive, right? It does feel like, yeah, Vex was very confrontational at the start. Keyleth was also kind of confrontational, but like, he's got the hots for her. That's very human. And then he's very interested in gnomes and gnome culture. Like, these are all different aspects of Terry, who he finds attractive, who he finds interesting, how he responds to people that are outwardly aggressive to him. And it creates all of these dynamic relationships with other people. And frankly, Keyleth probably could have had this sort of conversation with him before. So, like, kudos to making kudos to Sam for making a dynamic character that has these ways and routes in towards their core. But also, huge kudos to Ashley Johnson for actually jumping on it in a way that she could at least guess might get through to him. And was, obviously very funny along the way. So yeah, I mean, I think that, and this isn't to say like, I think that Marisha should have jumped on it sooner. I think her reaction to Terry's clear affections was very appropriate and very natural and normal. So it's not like I'm saying that Marisha should have done something similar to what Pike did, or to what Ashley did. But I do think that Ashley did a great job of identifying that factor and what sort of scene she could construct with it. Because this seems to be basically entirely Ashley Johnson's brainchild, like that entire last scene. And everyone else jumped on board with it. Matt really got on board with it, really did a lot of yeses. They obviously did the funny posing, and Matt was really involved with that description of that posing. Sam is reacting super well the whole time. But at a fundamental starting point, it's Sam making a way to get in at Taryon, and Ashley taking that opportunity.
What?
The city. Who's running things?
Oh, the council.
They're doing all right?
I think so.
Okay. Everything steady as she goes?
I mean, my house is in ruins, and I haven't seen my grandchildren, but...
Wow.
Jesus!
Well, that was well done.
Jesus!
Could I?
It's the most delicious thing I've ever
Sure thing, grandfather.
Could you?
And he just wanders off.
Can I just pull Keyleth aside as we come on land and just say, I was very impressed with you. For a long time, I've harbored a bit of doubt. I'm sorry to say.
Oh.
And when you brought us away from the Kraken, I was very angry and very fearful. But you've proven yourself so much, and I want to say I'm sorry.
There is no need for an apology. Just you being there means everything.
I believe in you.
That means a lot coming from you because I think you're just the coolest. I'm sorry if I ever put you or your brother in harm's way or anyone else.
We all did it wittingly. He especially.
Well, thank you. What now?
Well, we still have some things to take care of. We have a crown to get on your head. I can't believe you're going to be royalty. Royalty.
Royalty
Rule
is
of
a strong
royalty.
word.
It's pretty fucking cool,
It's a big
Keyleth.
word. Well, you're pretty cool yourself.
Oh, well.
All grand mistress, night watch, or what's it called? Whatever.
Not helping.
Regardless.
Great hunt.
Keyleth. I'm glad my brother found you. I'm glad we all found you.
Glad I found you guys.
Love.
Learned a lot from you, so thank you. She winked at me again.
As you guys make your way through the city towards the temple district of Emon, You find your way to the Temple of Sarenrae, and as you begin to step on the outside, the door's already open, and knowingly awaiting, Pike steps out with a smile to greet you.
No, it's okay. I just disappeared because I was in the shimmery. I was the cotton candy. You didn't hurt me at all.
I like cotton candy.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I shouldn't say. I wasn't like that
Oh,
then.
okay. I'm sorry if I hurt you.
No, you didn't at all.
Okay.
I didn't even feel it.
Well, you're really getting strong.
I just disappeared.
Yeah, you disappeared.
And over a big
Hello,
pile of
everybody.
seashell jewelry. It's like, now, there we are.
Now you can wear it.
Oh, yes. Ooh.
It fits, good. I was a little worried.
He spent like
trying
the
to-
entire time on the boat braiding macrame. It was crazy.
I've only got the medium glasses right now.
Yes,
Sort of
yes,
thing.
this guy. He's getting into beating. It's odd. It's interesting.
I give him a big hug.
Everybody needs a hobby.
No, it's great.
Macrame might be mine.
Yeah.
Pike runs up and gives you a big hug.
Stress relief.
I give him a big hug.
Thank you.
Hello, Terry.
Hello, Pike. In the flesh this time.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that you see that I've been doing as you asked every night.
Can I inside you?
Go for it.
Did we hear him say
Hi.
that?
Under his breath, yeah.
Okay.
I know, right?
Natural 20.
Absolutely.
Yeah, telling the truth, straight up. There is a look of genuine awe and fear in his eyes when he looks at you.
I'm very proud of you. You need to continue until you know it by heart.
I think I've learned their first names at least.
I know. You have.
Well, what do we do now, fellows?
To the keep?
Yeah, you want to see where we live?
Stop by the library. Yeah,
Sure, yes.
Yeah, let's go to Grayskull.
Absolutely.
I'll give you a
check out
place to put
Grayskull.
down your things for a bit.
Do you have the papers with you that you pulled from Raishon?
Um,
How those weapons?
They're in the bag hold.
I'll have you
sweet.
research
Yeah,
those.
we'll go do a bit of that.
All right.
So you guys make your way back to
Show you
Grayskull
the other
Keep.
workshop.
Ooh, there's
The
something I need to take.
Oh, good, actually. I don't do that.
much to your joy, some of your original servants have returned from Whitestone. You do see within there Lena and Erwin, both cleaning the place.
I'm so worried about that.
And then Lena greets you as you call her. She's like,
Oh, goodness me, it's been so long, all of you. Welcome, it's so good to see you. Oh, well, as you were wondering about, we were all just keeping it down over there in Whitestone, but it's so nice to be back. Oh, this place, it needs some work. Please don't be judging. I'm trying to clean as best I can.
and the place looks pretty good based on the last time you saw it, but there's still like dust gathered around. She looks genuinely nervous. Her hair's kind of racked and.
You're doing a great job.
We're all a
really
bit of a
trying.
work in progress.
Yeah.
It's fine, dear.
Very fair.
Oh, and turns and Erwin comes up. You see him, the very, very old halfling male with his long grey ponytail. What?
And it is great to see all of you once more.
Erwin. You're still alive.
How did you manage?
Well,
sir?
natural causes might,
Yeah.
It was very possible, yes.
Can I insight check him?
Yes, you may.
19. No, is that a natural 20? It's a natural 20.
Yeah, Gil.
He is dead. He's maybe like
he has consumption.
Guys, use the code Loot Crate to get 10% off.
No, I don't
Your
know if
monthly
your
Loot Crate.
anymore. I know you.
Well, I reach and I grab the dwarven thrower. Welcome back, you son of a bitch.
And I'll crush him into jam. I must say, I greatly appreciate you all being so quick in getting us out of that whole dragon mess. I was rightfully frightened for my life. Anyway, I need to continue making your bets.
And he slowly begins shuffling off towards the stairway.
Well,
Aw,
I love him.
he's too good for us.
that is unexpected.
Yes, he's still alive.
So this is your house?
Yes, this is where we would have dinner.
Well, some of them.
And that's a giant portrait of one of our members who you haven't met. He made it riding on a unicorn. It's great.
Really?
Oh, you should show him.
Oh, no, we're going to get there, but I figured we'd give him the full tour.
We're gonna tell him the fucking name or what?
Yeah, it's Grayskull Keep.
That's a really cool name.
I know.
No.
Wow. That's it's excellent.
Think about redecorating.
Have you lived here very long? Because there's
Well,
It's on and off.
Fortunate being
summer home, really.
We've
Too
been
long.
Like a
vacationing
timeshare.
from it for a while.
Yes.
So
you might want to consider different keepers of this place. It seems a bit.
They
It
were
seems
fucking
like.
dragons, Terry.
All right.
Dragons.
You're right. It's just.
No, but if you have any input on decor or otherwise, we would be interested. So,
lots of murals, lots of tapestries.
oh, I would assume
Most of the murals are one of our friends, but yeah.
we'll vary it up a bit.
I don't know how long we're staying here, but you can have my old room. You got a room.
Where will you sleep?
In my old room.
Yeah.
All right. Sure.
Good coffee today.
A second time, Poly Machina has come up in our campaign. Taryon and the two guards in Singboard really confused. All right.
And I'll show him the downstairs. And any time you want to use the workshop downstairs, it's a bit thin at the moment.
Yeah, most of the tools have been stolen. But...
Well, we'll have to go in town and buy some replacements for you.
You can make shit though. What can you make?
Anything I set my mind to, if I have enough raw materials.
Ooh.
Yes.
Hats.
Sure. Do you need a hat?
Invisibility?
Sure, I've done that before. I've given you invisibility coins.
Do you have a specialty? Do you do clothing or
anything alchemic?
Teleportation?
I don't think I can do that, but
Really?
anything that combines a little bit of magic with a little bit of engineering, I can probably manage.
what about a beard trimmer?
A beard trimmer?
Yes.
What?
He's looking a little
Death has
shaggy.
changed you.
Sure, that seems like an easy thing to do. You seem pretty clean shaven, though.
Yeah, I don't grow thick. It's pretty sparse, actually. Dirty birds.
I go to the library.
Wait, where are you going? I want to go to the library. Yeah, beard trimmer.
I'm on it.
I need a beard trimmer.
I'm on it.
Feel free to
Vax.
restock whatever's missing. Keyleth and I think at the very least, and maybe anybody else who wants to go upstairs and start pouring through the wonderful private nooks and crannies of the library, please.
How are you going to do that, by the way?
Nooks and crannies?
Yeah, like, doesn't that require reading?
Yeah, I've got. Well, they're not very good, are they?
No, they're not, are they?
Do I have any spare? I don't have any spare glasses.
What you
do
need?
I think I need the glasses.
What you got?
You already got his ascot, don't you?
Yep.
Let me think about that for a moment. Carry on.
Yep.
Grog, did you steal Percy's glasses?
No, he actually gave them to me.
Oh.
Yeah, but I found out from Vex that when you trade, you get something in return. And last time, I got a title. Yep.
Did?
Yeah, I'm the Grand Duke Bob, the Bink of all the there.
That sounds fun.
It's a top secret title, and it comes with all the lands and money and a bunch of short names.
Lands and money of where?
I don't know.
Oh,
Probably.
Make a tinkering check.
I always knew you were royalty.
It's proficiency plus dex.
Yeah.
Never remember. Well, no, probably didn't. Let's see. 18.
Just didn't roll one. You're fine. Yeah, you produce with little materials you have there, all material stuff. You happily do so.
I have made a tiny pinwheel. Oh, it spins. It's made of metal.
I do a little gust cantrip to blow it.
And I put it on your lapel or your little strap that counts as a. I've just put it in the belt loop.
That's the cutest thing.
Am I a fucking child?
Now you know if there's wind blowing. This is what I had. I'm really like, I'll give the glasses back when I'm done with them. This is a rental charge.
Because of my high office, I will forgive this offense. Come back when you're serious. Cloak and smashing, title, whatever. I'm sure you're very smart. You'll think of something.
You want another title?
I'll keep this as a deposit, though.
Just give him another title.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you guys go to the library. What are you looking for specifically?
What are we doing? This is sound like HOTUS and like the 9 hells.
Hell.
Investigation check.
Orcus.
All of it.
I'm also.
Ooh. 26.
Which one are we doing?
Investigation.
I'm just going to help with the spines of books at this point.
Yeah, I'll do the reading for Percy until he gets his glasses back.
There you go. You're hard pressed to find anything in your library that gets very specific. There are mythological mentions of the 9 hells, of multiple layers of demon princes, but the books that you have at your disposal largely speak about them like a fairy tale, or talk about historical mentions of them through the history of Exandria, of the betrayer gods, and the old Age of Arcanum days, but nothing specifically about the hells. So even with research, you just don't have those books in the keep.
We gotta go somewhere better.
That's a line. Isn't there a library there?
There's a library here, the Cobalt Reserve. It was just kind of smashed, but I wonder if there's still books there.
The Cobalt Reserve is in Western.
Just kidding, it's in Western.
But it is essentially the largest collection of the most dense and sacred books.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Hey, I was just wrong about, the city, that's it.
Shit, alright.
What do you think?
Western. Well, I don't think we should go charging into the 9 hells like we did
No.
the ocean.
When you put it like that.
Yeah, let's
Should we
try
go to Western?
prepare better. Yeah, maybe not today. I mean,
No.
We just got here, but yeah.
That's where we'll go to.
Yeah.
Yeah, tight.
We're reading papers from Raishans.
Also, yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're pulling out some of the notes you'd gathered. What languages do you guys speak?
I speak Primordial
Speak or read?
and
Esperanto.
well,
Gary, do you read and speak about it?
High school Spanish.
languages I know. Primordial, Druidic, Sylvan, Elven.
Common, Celestial, Elven.
Right.
Draconic.
Most of these notes you cannot read. The language Percival, you recognize the script. A lot of them are written in Abyssal.
All right.
And
I can read Abyssal.
We read Abyssal, we started in school.
right, so do you go and call their help?
Who reads Abyssal? Who reads it all? This
I
is
read
all out of
Abyssal.
focus.
Oh, do you need help reading a book, Percival?
Do you need help? Because we both speak Abyssal.
Grog, you stole his glasses. Go easy on him.
Oh, did not steal, they were a gift.
Excuse me, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime moment for me.
Are you enjoying
Anyways,
yourself?
Do you,
this is my gift to you. Welcome, happy rebirth day.
Thank you, Freddie. Have a seat. Let me translate for you. And a very merry unbirthday to you.
I'm glad I let Grog hit you because I know it hurt more.
All right, so you glance through some of the notes that were gathered. A lot of them appear to be almost gibberish in the formula, the order of words. They don't make sense, or at least
In Abyssal, the verb goes on the end of the sentence, which is different than in common. You might not know that.
you do make up, some of them are historical discussions on the roots of powerful magic. You know, elements during the founding, they mention a few times. They speak of the original Titans. They speak of it's a lot of very Silmarillion type dense, scattered notes.
These are the Raishan notes, right? I want to make sure. Call their help. We're reading papers from Raishans. Interesting. It's all elemental. A lot of them are elemental in nature. The roots of powerful magic elements during the founding. I'll copy these into the notes after the description is done. Interesting.
The books that you pull are specifically arcane spellbooks, but they're also written in Abyssal.
Aww.
And as neither of you are practitioners of arcane magic, you have no idea what they say. You just recognize them to be sort of spell marking.
That's some bullshit.
And there is the one large dark leather tome that is still locked on the side, and that was what was on the.
That one is like super scary looking though, right?
It's of all the books, it looks like probably the premium book of Opash's collection.
All right. Let's see. The premium book of Opash's collection. The Necromancy of Thay, of course. Probably not actually the Necromancy of Thay, but some of the papers that were gathered, gibberish in the order of words, sure. I mean, an excuse to give them less than he otherwise might. Sure. It is more elemental and necromantic ties because Opash was a necromancer. But a lot of these notes are about the elemental magics, or the elements during the founding. Speak of the original Titans. Huh. Okay.
Does it have like, you know, like a writing on the cover?
You need writing on the
It has no writing on the
cover.
cover. It is just a dark black leather-bound tome, roughly that big, that looks like it's weathered, scratched in places. It has kind of like a deep, metallic, cornered trim bits
Gilmore
to
looked
it.
at that. I had Gilmore look at that and he said it was scary.
Lesser
He said whoever decides to read it should be strong of will. That was his warning.
Right.
How's your will?
Yeah, lock on a book is one of those like universal titles that make sense in any language.
Question.
Yes?
DM, what would will? Wisdom, is that wisdom?
That's a wisdom modifier.
Okay.
Generally, like wisdom saving throw. That's generally the kind of willpower test
Did
element.
John say to read it or to open it? Do we
He said whoever read it
Whoever
had to be
read it.
careful.
Okay. Do I see any kind of trap to the lock on?
Investigation.
We're going there.
No, I'm just checking. I'm not opening.
You should read it.
That's fine.
I should read it.
Perception, you said? 22.
Mike's got crazy wisdom. We should make her look at it.
22.
22. It does not appear to be trapped. It is locked though.
Okay. I will. Do we want to crack this shit open now?
I mean, maybe Pike should look at it. 'cause
Yeah, I'm
she's
not
got
going to
it.
fucking read it. I'm just going to open it for Pike.
Wait, you didn't detect any traps?
It seems alright.
Can I do detect magic on it? Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's already been notified.
Yeah,
So when we told
Gilmore
it's
looked at
magical.
it.
Can I
Gilmore
cast
we do know it's natural.
identify on the lock or something?
On the book.
Yeah.
That's essentially what Gilmore did. It's not a magical item with like abilities or powers. It just has a magical essence to it, and it's ancient.
We should have Pike look at this. Pike, look at this.
Well, I'm going to try to unlock
Wait.
Make
I
a
just wanted to.
lockpick.
Oh God.
Like lockpicking.
Well, no, is there anything you want to do
It's
Pike,
just a,
before I
what
pick
is
it
it?
up, please?
It's just a dark book we found it in Raishon. Well, in
Opash's
Opash
slash
is
Sword Axe
there.
Layer.
Slash Roshan's.
Just a locked book of unspeakable evil. You know.
Yeah, it's not
Gilmore
good.
said to be careful of it.
Do you fellows think that it will explode or something bad when we
I'm
open
just
it?
afraid
Oh,
it'll
God,
like
that's
take
old.
over someone's mind or something.
Why don't we have Doti open it?
What's your will, Pike? Your wisdom?
The saving.
I don't know, it doesn't matter. If it
Considered
breaks, I'll
saving.
fix it.
You would add your saving throw wisdom.
We'll find out.
Can I assist Pike in some way since we're both wise as fuck?
You guys could both attempt to read it together, and you both have to possibly be tested. That's your call.
My saving throw modifier is plus
Alright, so
11,
hold on a
and my
minute.
regular
What are we
modifier
doing?
is just
Hold on a minute. I'm gonna unlock it. I'm not even going to open it. I'm just going to unlock it, so I get between everybody in the book.
Close your eyes as soon as you unlock it.
Okay. That is that's fine. That's 26.
It opens.
Okay, hold on.
The latch opens, not the
Hold on. Keyleth, Pike, Vex, come here.
I'm gonna step. I'm in the doorway, man.
I can't
We
read
can do
it.
it.
I go up.
We can do it together.
Alright, I cast Bless on Pickle, on Keyleth, and my twin's far away, so I guess on myself.
You get it.
And then I step behind the girls
Okay.
and watch.
All right. Who's doing what?
Oh no! What's that face? What's that face?
Three people reading a book. It doesn't get any more intense.
Let's not turn this into burying the shoebox. It's just a book. Let's just read it.
Should we have Doti look at it? If we wouldn't be able to tell.
didn't
seem
work
much more powerful than Doti ever would be.
Yeah, do it.
Do it. I mean, do it if you want to. I'm standing in the doorway.
Okay, all right. If you want to read it, I'll kind of go like over your shoulder and be on the ready in case anything bad happens.
The cover of a book, in a way, the cover of a book is kind of like a door.
A little bit.
So we're facing
Okay.
the door.
All right, what?
I'm going to take my quill, and I'm just gonna like peek it open, just like a little bit.
Okay, you peek open.
Anything happens?
No, just the top creaks open.
Bikini Island.
It'd be like
I'm just gonna flip it over.
second act. The top of the tome flips open. A couple pages go like kind of stuck to it, and then fall back into place.
Fall back into place. What?
Well, it's just open. It's
Just
just open.
the pages kind of like curl back in, almost like they were stuck to the.
Nothing weird.
the nothing weird.
Just
A
air.
little bit of dust, kind of like.
Dude, it's so funny. I can hear this, that sentence right there, that interaction of Matt being like, the pages kind of fall open and then fall back. And Marisha going, what do you mean the pages fall back? What do you mean the pages fall back? I love weird cursed magic. I love that sort of shit. And I've run these sorts of scenes too many times to count. And I have definitely found that when it comes to this sort of sequence right here, I have to reduce my flowery language and like descriptive language more than I normally would, because the players are hanging on every word. And not only are they hanging on every word, but every word can potentially change the meaning of what you're saying in ways that you don't anticipate. And especially when it's this sort of cursed object, where like one action can theoretically commit you, or can theoretically be like an all-in moment. I have definitely learned over the years to be more short and precise when it comes to these sorts of, at least initial descriptions. Once they're past the point of no return, if there is one, maybe there isn't, then you can start getting reflowery with the language. But if there is a line that like once they cross, they're kind of committed, or there's maybe a negative repercussion, I try to hold back a lot. Because I've gotten it before where my players have given me feedback after the session of, you know, your flowery descriptions of like what the magic was and like what was going on were cool, but it gave me an incorrect understanding of the scene, and I would have made different choices if I had had a correct understanding. But especially with something like a cursed item, where knowing kind of like what the curse does or like where the line is, that's like half of the point of the scene. So it's a lot harder to retcon. Like in a normal scene where there's not like a huge kind of event horizon, I'm happy to retcon something. If someone was like, oh, I misunderstood what was going on in the scene, I'm happy to retcon that. That's fine. Whatever. As long as dice haven't hit the table, I'm pretty lenient with that sort of thing. But in a cursed item scene, it becomes a little shakier. So I try to be more precise in my GM description. They're so paranoid, it's hilarious. Oh, I love it. This is coming from someone, to be very clear, that loves and adores these types of scenes. I ran one very similar 2 sessions ago with my players interacting with the cursed item. I love this sort of shit. And I have learned through experience that more precision, they tend to invent the flowery stuff in their head when they're so worried about it, like Vox Machina is right now. They'll invent enough flavor for you as the GM. They don't need any more. So I try to be very precise. Peak player reading too much into DM description. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh man, they will try to dissect even the normal stuff for real. Oh yeah, I mean every player to varying degrees, but especially Vox Machina, does absolutely dissect normal phrasing. And so this, it just gets turned up to 11. Yeah.
Off the bottom of it, the pages are old. You see a little bit of text drawn
What
on
does
it.
it say? What is it? What does it look like?
What languages do you know?
Gnomish, common, Underdark, Undercommon, Dwarvish.
You do not recognize the text.
I can't read it.
Is it abyssal?
It is abyssal.
Ah, fuck. You are the only ones who can speak Abyssal.
Oh no!
Time to die.
I'll do it.
What? Let me see. How wise
Okay,
are you?
all right, hang on.
You're not even as wise as I am.
Who wants to read it? I can.
That's very subjective.
I'll enhance your ability.
Enhance does not really help with saving throws, just as you know.
I'll cast
Just ability
bless.
checks.
I'll do
If it's an
it.
ability check, it'll help.
Bless
But just
myself.
so you know.
Can I do anything else?
It's up to you.
Turn into a dragon.
I just ate the book.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna cast
Who's
bless
reading?
on her.
Okay.
Are you reading?
Yeah.
So,
I cast enhance ability on her and give her. I think it's Owl's Wisdom.
sure. All right. So,
I run over, I give you a quick kiss. I say, if you turn evil, it's still cool. Just so you know.
all right. So, Vex,
Yeah.
you begin to glance through the pages, and the words kind of form around you, and you get a ways into it. And it's interesting. This is a personal notebook. It's a tome, but this is written by Opash.
This is a girdle.
Yeah. this goes into Opash's history on Marquette during the Age of Arcanum. A lot of the terrible experiments that he was currently working on that dealt with rending and capturing the soul, capturing servants and people that wandered the desert and would just had a series of caverns across the continent that were his to use, where he kept these individuals trapped in gems or glass menagerie type structures, where he would come back at his whim and just destroy souls, soul shatter them, corrupt them, forge them into things, feed on them. He was fascinated with the never-ending essence of existence and how to manipulate and make it his own. And so it goes into that. It goes into people that didn't understand him in Marquette, how he was driven out, the trials that were put against him, his banishment to the island, and then him learning about the facet of this island. There's something about the metal here, something very ancient about this island that becomes this kind of black hole of arcane projection. Astral projection is not possible from the island, he discovered as he attempted that, and travel magics that go to or from the island have a very difficult ability to escape it, if not get very messed up in the process. However, it talks about how when he was banished there, he discovered the indigenous people and those that lived on nearby islands that would go from they would take small ships from island to island, and there was a trade route there. He convinced and corrupted them to come and work for him. And such, he brought the entire civilization from these multiple islands to then come and live on this island under him, and then he reaved them all to become his experiments to continue here on this island. And you get a sense reading through that the masses of people that you saw within that giant chasm that were clawing at you as you passed, those were all the people that used to live on these islands.
Oh my gosh.
You then also discover a few different chapters. One that mentions finding a near-dead dragon that washes on shore. A red dragon on the cusp of death. And what a great gift this is to discover now, to toy with the soul of an ancient entity like this. And it speaks about years and years of enslaving this red dragon and torturing and extracting information and manipulating and making it its own toy. And then began to pull together research it had read elsewhere of the continuation of a dragon's soul, of being able to take the spirit of a dragon and make it indestructible and to live from body to body. And if he could find a way to correct this to work for himself, it wouldn't be, his power would continue without the binds of lichdom that a lot of other type magics would eventually be bound to. The phylactery element through a dragon transition would be a lot easier to maintain, and his hope in doing so. It began to speak of a ritual, one that involved this ancient entity, a dragon called Guthal the Everfed, a mighty black dragon that was instilled with necromantic power that terrorized the world during the Age of Arcanum in its first millennium. Guthal had used ritualistic aid, forbidden rites, and sacrifice of its own life force to be born again as this never-dying new form of unlife, referred to as a Dracolich. However, the last few notes in Opash's...
I said there would be a Dracolich this episode. Oh, how far, but how close. Oh, I'm going to have to copy all this shit and piece it apart. but this is a lot of what I thought. But also not at all, but also so much.
Hand end abruptly, and a new handwriting in Draconic begins,
Which I also read.
which you also read. These notes are less poetic and kind of speaking to itself in the way that Opash was by himself and needed something to converse with, and he chose his words. This is a much more direct, trying to piece together parts of an equation. And you start seeing references to Jaman Sa'ord. You see references to,
Jaman is Guthal?
being the king that rises from the ashes, you begin to realize these are the words of Thordak. This was the moment that Thordak overtook Opash, destroyed him, and made the lair his own. This history then goes into Thordak's interest in trying to find power to take this ritual unto himself and thus become an undying entity. The notes finish with the intent of Thordak going north to seek out mages, to seek out power, things he can bind to his will and bring them back to make this ritual happen. And that's the last passage you see. No. And you begin to realize that the knowledge that Thordak had and was holding from Raishan was the knowledge of this ritual that would probably be what would enable her to bypass the curse.
Oh my gosh.
That she had.
But we killed her.
But you killed her.
This could have been so much worse.
Yes, it could have.
I also need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, shnikes.
Can I,
Interesting. Interesting. But you killed her. It would have allowed her to bypass the curse. So it's a soul curse not because it's on her soul. It's on her body, but because it used a soul. That makes sense. Ancient entity, etc., etc. The metal here. The people didn't understand him in Marquette, etc., etc. Capturing servants. This is a personal notebook. Okay. We'll start from there. Interesting. I'm gonna put this on the main screen. We gotta take a second for this. Okay. So, first and foremost, we have that he was doing soul type magic. Raven Queen hates that shit. Same shit, though, that the Priestess of Melora did to curse Raishan. Soul type shit. You know, you capturing the soul, or I guess not capturing, rending and capturing, which is not what the Priestess of Melora did. She just used her soul to curse Raishan. Menagerie, they would come back on his women and just destroy the soul. Shatter them, corrupt them, forge them into things. Very interesting that there appears to be... I mean, this would be what happened to the Githyanki, we would assume, inside of the green gem from General Krieg's house. And indeed, the other thing at General Krieg's house, one of the other things at least, was a bust of Jaman Sa'ord, which is very interesting. And it was like domino. It was like a pair of ivory dice, I think, or dominoes. I can't remember the objects. I think I have them in a theory. It's, although I don't remember if I kept them. Oh, they probably never got moved over, but I had a like Chroma Conclave objects theory that was about this. And Brimscythe was very interested in Jezerazel and the demons. And we know that the demons had taken the Emperor and the Emperor's family souls out of their body, seemingly using the same or similar tech to Opash. Whether that's literal technology or techniques, tech, some kind. So that, I mean, which could explain it. If Thordak is interested in this sort of stuff, putting Brimscythe on the case in that scenario could be interesting. And wasn't Skysunder from the pre-stream was in a little blue crystal. And then the crystal burst and Skysunder came out. Huh. Okay, and then all about the people that he massacred, which they were talking about that as if that was a big surprise. I thought that was pretty clear. Near-dead dragon that washes on shore. And then he talks about going north to find mages, which does really imply that Viscon is just straight south of Taldore. Which that's still a long way for a dragon body to wash, but it's at least more reasonable than when I thought Viscon was over here, as I think was more implied by its original description, but makes more sense. Sense. To toy with the soul of an ancient entity like this. I think it's the spell Magic Jar, the Githyanki. I mean, it was inside of a gem, not a jar. And I mean, if it is, then that's still, I mean, that seems like what Opash was probably up to. Am I crazy here? Magic Jar. 6th level necromancy. Your body falls into a catatonic as your soul leaves it and enters the container. Yeah, this seems like what Opash was probably kind of up to. Yeah. You can attempt to possess any humanoid. The only action you take is to project your soul up to 100 feet out of the container. Well, the Githyanki couldn't do this. I mean, he just would have possessed Grog, no? So it might have been the spell Magic Jar, unless it was, like, unwilling. Yeah. I mean, it seems somewhat probably related to Magic Jar at the very least. But that does, I mean, it seems like the type of shit that Opash was up to. This whole rending and capturing a soul. I think that if you cast it, that's if you cast it. If you're forced, you can't get out. How would you force someone into it? Is there a way to force a soul into it? Do you swap if you possess someone? If you possess them? Okay. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Either way, seems Opash related. It seems like the type of shit he was researching. Capturing the servants, and a series of caverns, menagerie-type structures. Come back, shatter them, corrupt them, forge them into things, feed on them. He was fascinating with the never-ending essence of existence and how to manipulate it. I think since necromantic magic is illegal in Exandria, most people don't expect souls to change bodies and thus could still count as a soul curse. Maybe. Think Raven Queen more so has a problem with everlasting unnatural life versus using your soul to die sooner? I think she, at least in my notes, she has a particular issue with using souls as energy. Yep, right there. Yeah, Raven Queen no-nos. Using souls as fuel / energy, eternal life or undeath, and then bending fate is cool, but redirecting it is not. I guess I didn't specify. Maybe she's cool with you using your own soul, but just not other people's. That's possible. That's possible. Yeah, it could be only other people's souls. I don't know. Reeve them to continue the experiments, a few different chapters, near-dead entity, enslaving the dragon, sure. I mean, this also implies that Opash was around or was exiled right around the time of Thordak. Unless he was on Viscon for a very long time. But he was exiled and arrived on Viscon at some point before Thordak and Jamon's encounter. Which means that, I mean, he certainly would have known Jamon. Which maybe that's something we already knew. I don't quite remember. Okay, right here. If he ended up pulling together research he had read elsewhere on the continuation of a dragon's soul. Of being able to take the spirit of a dragon and make it indestructible to live from body to body. So this seems like something that is particularly doable for dragons in like a particular specific way, which, I mean, it's sort of related to what I theorized might be going on with Thordak, of Thordak being this sort of eternal enemy that keeps coming back. And if he could find a way to correct this to work for himself, it wouldn't be. His power would continue without the binds of lichdom that a lot of other types of magic would eventually be bound to. The phylactery. Through a dragon transition would be a lot easier to maintain. Okay, so there's something about the dragon soul that can go from body to body. Doesn't need a phylactery. Yeah, right lore, wrong dragon. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, yeah. It begins to speak of a ritual, one that involved this ancient entity dragon called Guthal the Everfed. Guthal looks familiar. I think there's another entity, another character that has that double U. But I don't remember exactly who. Orn, Osgrood, family, I don't think, adventures. I remember a name with a double, not a W, but a double U. It's not Glabrezu. Jamonza Ord. Oh, Juriel. But that's probably not relevant. Shit. Because Juriel was the fire giant, the former owner of the Dawn Martyr. Wants to kill a pitch fiend for killing Juriel's partner. Yeah, doesn't seem related. Darn. And Jurizel is the evil demon prince. Jurizel. Shit. Though neither of those seem related. Thurisdan, nah, not really. I think this is fresh lore. I think this is fresh, hot off the presses of Guthal. A mighty black dragon that terrorized the world during the Age of Arcanum in its first millennia. Is millennia 100 years? No, that's a century. Millennia. Millennia. It's 1,000 years? Millennia. 1,000 years! Which means that the Age of Arcanum, which is between the First and Second War, had at least 1,000 years to it. Well, I would say at least 2,000, given that it says the first millennia. Okay. Guthal had used ritualistic aid, forbidden rites, and sacrifice of its own life force, which seems to be this interesting theme. The Melora priestess sacrificed her soul, life force. If they're not the same, they seem at least adjacent. That was the priestess of Melora that did that to do the soul curse. To be born again as this never-dying new form of unlife, referred to as a Dracolich. So a Dracolich doesn't need a phylactery? Is that what I'm getting from this? I actually don't know. I know of Dracoliches. I kind of assumed that they had a phylactery, but maybe not. The last few notes in Opash's hand end abruptly, and new handwriting in Draconic appears. Now, this assumes, Matt, these are less poetic and speaking to itself in the way that Opash was. I mean, this assumes that Thordak overtook Opash. Which it does seem like that's probably what happened. I had the theory that maybe Opash put himself into Thordak's body, possibly sharing it with Thordak's soul. But this seems to at least imply that Thordak overthrew Opash. But why would Thordak keep writing in Opash's book? How could he keep writing in Opash's book? Thordak just happened to speak Abyssal? Seems a little... I don't know. It seems a little convenient that Thordak just happened to overthrow Opash, but then kept writing in Opash's journal. Oh, did he say it changed to Draconic? Oh, yeah, new handwriting. You're right. New handwriting in Draconic. This is much more direct, trying to piece together parts of an equation. Interesting. Biggie just writes plans in his journal too. It is a little weird to me that Thordak would just continue writing in Opash's journal. Thordak was talking to himself, which I had some theories about last stream. And I theorized on Viscon, when they were on Viscon, that Opash might have put himself into Thordak's body. Which honestly, like Matt says, this was the moment where Thordak overtook Opash, destroyed him, and made the lair his own. Which is tough. I can't tell if that is saying that that is what the book says, or if that is Matt saying this is your implication via the change in tone. Yeah. And this continued writing in it. Maybe crazy, maybe Perseus. I can't quite tell if this is Matt saying this is your implication or this is what the book says. Because it just says, this was the moment. Why start a new journal to do equations in versus this handy one with everything already in it? I mean, I guess. I don't know. That seems... I mean, it's certainly possible. It's not the way that I would go about it. Like, if I had a master and overthrew him, I would keep all of his materials separate and then start my own. I wouldn't keep writing in his journal. If I'm being really honest, I mean, books aren't that expensive. I don't know. I at least that's not the implication that I'm deriving here. Why would I keep writing in the scary cursed journal instead of just getting my own? I don't know. It's a little weird to me, but I mean, it's not the weirdest thing. I doubt Thordak wrote, haha, I killed Opash. Yeah, I doubt that too. Do you think Opash is still alive? I think Opash is either dead or his soul was sharing a body with Thordak's soul. I think that is super possible, that Opash put his soul into Thordak's body, and then they were sharing it for all of the events of him forming the Conclave, or I guess him meeting Raishan, and then the events of Vox Machina. So I think Opash either was dead then, or is probably now dead, that they have now killed Thordak. What's up? Hello. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay. So, I think one of two things happened. Either Thordak really did just kill Opash, or Opash transferred his soul, but somewhat imperfectly, into Thordak's body. Maybe he didn't fully remove Thordak's soul. I mean, it would make sense with the "we" comments and all that. Either way, I can fully come over to the fact that some amount of Thordak is involved here. And maybe Opash, if even involved, is in some manner of diminished state or capacity due to having to share the body. Yeah, Nathan. Yeah, or the ritual went wrong, two minds shoved in a same space. Yeah. And then the aspect of the soul anchor, absolutely. So, I guess kind of regardless of whether or not it's Opash, Thordak's involved, and the soul and mind are not totally the same afterward. But then you start seeing references to Jaman Saord. Jaman Saord. Which we assume would have been around both in the time of Devosa and in the time of Opash. And according to Jarrett, Jaman brought the city together 400 years before, which is around the time that Devosa defeated Thordak. In fact, that's the same level of history that we get. We get, oh yeah, Devosa defeated Thordak 400 years ago, and then history according to Jarrett, Jaman brought the city together 400 years ago. So Jaman and Devosa both seem to have at least somewhat come on the scene around 400 years ago. Although, I will say, at least to me, this seems to be somewhat implying that Jaman was around before then. Maybe there's a avoid death from Jaman Saord in Ankarel. Yeah. First info on Thordak's history from Allura Vizoran. 15. Yeah, there we go. Lorded over half of Marquette, taking the Scaldwind Sands as its domain, was not seen for many centuries after. 400 years later. Was thought to have died, although rumors were whispered for a long time. Okay. And then we get Thordak according to Jaman. Jaman said that these events were centuries ago when Ankarel was 100 or 150. But that seems a little bit off with what Jarrett said. But it could be that either Allura is off in the 400 years. This is a little bit off with the 100, 150. Or the Opash information is a little off. I mean, all of these are hundreds of years ago. So I'm willing to give them a little bit of flex leeway on exactly when things could have happened. It's not like, Allura saying, oh, this happened 15 years ago, right? It's it's a little bit more vague. It's like, oh, 400 years ago might as well just be a long time ago. The creature known as Thordak decided that the very jewel of our city was a good throne to sit upon. So he's implying that Ank'Harel exists, he rules it before Thordak goes down. Which again is a tiny bit off from what the history is implied from Jarrett, but Jarrett could also easily be wrong. Jarrett could just be wrong. He didn't seem confident about any of... Jarrett didn't seem confident about anything. So I could most believe that Jarrett is just wrong about Jamon's history. Or it could also be that Jamon might not have existed, but maybe Devosa did. It could be like Devosa was ruling over Ank'Harel, and then Jamon, from there on was maybe came into more prominence. Although, no, Jarrett says that Jamon united Ank'Harel. So I don't know. There's something a little bit off there, but I'm willing to give it some margin of error. Because these are histories from many different people, and they're a long time in the past. Okay. Much to his foolish intent, intact not knowing what it was after, we struck down its armies, and for 2 weeks there was battle between the skies of here and the northern mountains, before we took a fell strike against the beast. It escaped to the north, and attempted to flee beyond the ocean waters, but we caught up to it, struck it down, and watched it fall into the fathoms. If this is the same beast you say, then it is uncanny it could survive such an encounter, and would say it is more dangerous, having learned from past struggles. I will also say, in regards to the Glint Shore and the potential altar on the Glint Shore, I just thought about this. Where is it? Yeah, capturing servants and people that wandered the desert with just had a series of caverns across the continent where he would keep these individuals trapped in gems or glass menagerie structures. Debatable if the Hesped Archipelago is on the continent of Marquette, but possible. And it could mean that the cavern on the Glint Shore is an old Opash den, which would track with my implications about it. Interesting. Huh. I think the 150 years is Jamon trying to say how old or young the city was at the time that Thordak was attacked. Right, but the thing that makes it wiggly is that our current understanding is that Devosa defeated Thordak 400 years ago. Jamon says that Ank'Harel was formed 100 years before that, but Jarrett says that Ank'Harel was formed about 400 years ago. So either the date that Thordak was defeated is a little bit wrong, which is possible, because I think that came from Allura, or Jarrett's understanding of when Ank'Harel was founded is a little bit wrong. He might have been off by like 100 years. Either Allura or Jarrett is off by about 100 or 150 years, depending on, when things happened. I'm way more likely to believe Jamon has the correct dating. I'm very, very confident when Jamon says that it was 100 to 150 years, I believe him. Because they were around for it. Sorry, not he, they. My bad. It's hard to remember. But Jamon, they were around for all of that. Interesting. History's always wiggly. Always wiggly. Opash was most likely banished to Viscon in the Age of Arcanum, which that would mean that the Second War was incredibly recent, which I don't I don't think that's possible, Mike 30. I don't think that's possible. Because that would mean that the Age of Arcanum would have to, unless Opash was in exile on Viscon throughout the entire Second War and everything that has happened since. Which is, I guess, possible. Opash was a sanctioned necromancer from the Age of Arcanum. Oh, you're right. Oh, jeez. So he must have... I mean, that would mean that Opash was on this island. Unless he was at the very end of the Age of Arcanum. But either way, he's been on this island for the entire time between the Second War and whenever everything happened with Thordak. Which I have trouble believing was pre-Second War. I have so much trouble believing that Thordak, all that happened pre-Second War. That can't be it. That can't be. He was chilling on that island for a long time. I guess we also don't know quite how long Thordak was on the island. But I mean, he's 400, you know. It could be that he came from the Age of Arcanum, but was banished later. That is true. He could have been banished post-Second War, which would track if the Second War is all about, you know, the Dark Gods, the Betrayer Gods, all of this sort of stuff. Opash is doing all of this experimentation with souls and everything. We know that the Raven Queen ascended sometime around Second War, a little bit after Second War, and she has this very negative view of unlife and using souls as energy, which is, you know, kind of what Opash is up to. It seems like he is very emblematic of the Age of Arcanum mystics. But he could have been from anywhere during the Age of Arcanum, and then he could have been banished kind of post-Second War. But, man. Don't we know what year it is in Exandria? Oh, yeah, that's true. It's been 800 years. Ha! That is true. I forgot. I forgot. It's been 800 years since the Second War. Okay. So even if he's from the very end of the Age of Arcanum, he was chilling on that island for hundreds of years, it seems. I think I can feel comfortable saying hundreds of years. Which, depending on the race, could make sense. It seems like he didn't want to be a lich. I don't think he was a lich. But that's still within the realm, depending on what race he was. And especially if he had any manner of life elongation magic, which he almost certainly did. Even if it didn't grant him immortality, hundreds of years is super accomplishable, given pretty normal magic. But that is assuming that he's from kind of the end of the Age of Arcanum. Yeah. Jamon's retelling feels like it should have more weight. I agree. He was chilling on that island for a while. Yeah. I could easily see the myth being that the city was formed on the back of the defeat of the dragon, even if it had been around before that. Yeah, Jonathan, that would make a lot of sense as a founding myth for your city. Because the way that, like, Jamon tells it is just like, oh, yeah, it was, like, a little bit chaotic, and I thought it, like, shouldn't be anymore. So I just, like, kind of organized everyone. That's kind of the way that Jamon describes it. It's very, honestly, kind of banal. So the founding myth that Jamon would know kind of lining up with when Devosa defeats Thordak does make a lot of sense from a, like, myth-making perspective. If you're a citizen of Ank'Harel and you want to make yourself feel special, and, you know, Jamon legitimately did seemingly kind of organize and, quote-unquote, free the city from, like, squabbling warlords, which it seems like Thordak kind of was a warlord to an extent. All of these myths totally line up besides the timeline. So totally makes sense from a myth-making perspective. I mean, we even see this exact sort of thing in the Hebrew Bible when they're talking about in the genealogies in Genesis. They're talking about, like, the king of not the king of Sodom and Melchizedek. They're talking about the king of Salem, I believe. Or no, it's not Nubia. There's a king that they reference that biblical scholars debate as to who this actual king was, because he's listed as being the king of, like, this city, and this city. But all of those, the three cities that were mentioned, did not exist simultaneously in history. They were not around at the same time. And so there's big speculation as to who this king was. And they're, you know, obviously different theories. But that is really what this, like, Ank'Harel founding myth is sort of giving me. Is like, okay, yeah, maybe the timeline doesn't exactly line up, but it's a really good myth if you're, like, a native Ank'Harel person. Yeah. Anyways, do we know what race Opash was? Yeah, Opash was a lich. Was he a lich? I don't know that he was a lich. Was he? I guess he could have been. But most of the notes are about how he really doesn't want to fuck with being a lich. But I guess that could be because he already is a lich, and he kind of wants to, like, not have to deal with that anymore. He doesn't have to deal with all the phylactery bullshit anymore. That could easily be. I don't know that we know his race, though. I thought the Age of Arcanum ended about 1,000 years before the story started. That could be. I don't know how long the Second War was. So my understanding is we go from Age of Arcanum to Second Spark, which I think is the reference for the period of time over which the Second War and Divergence and the Penance took place. I think that's the Second Spark. It's really unclear when they talk about the Second Spark compared to, like, the Second War. I'm very unclear as to the delineation between those things. But depending on how long the Second War was, that could be accurate. It's not totally clear to me. It has been 111 years since the Divergence. That is a bit of a spoiler that I directly asked for from the chat because I wanted to be able to date things relatively to each other, and that is easiest in World Anvil if you have a modern day date. So I know it's 811 post-Divergence, but I don't know if the Divergence happened during the Second War or if it was a little bit afterward. I don't know the exact relationships between those things. But yeah. He was banished in the first millennia. I thought, wait, something about the first millennia. We did just look up. There was something about the first millennia. Corrupted to work for him. Oh, wait. During the Age of Arcanum. Oh, yeah, right here. Fuck. It's like right here. People didn't understand it. He was driven out. Banishment to the island. Weird. I thought the Second War was what caused the divergence. Maybe. I mean, that's the Vordian theology that we get, is that the gods like pieced out because they're like, we've gotten too involved. And then they made the Divine Gate after the Second War. I don't know how much I buy that story. I'll be fully transparent with you. I don't really trust the narrative that we have gotten from the good gods. The bad gods seem bad, don't get me wrong, but the good gods seem to sort of pedestalize themselves a little bit more than I'm comfortable with. I don't know that I fully trust the good gods and their narrative. So I'm not entirely certain if the Second War, if like the divergence was a necessary part of the Second War. Like, one of my theories is that the gods decided that divergence was necessary in order to end the Second War. Like, they would need to diverge, and so they built the Divine Gate, not only to keep themselves out, but to keep the enemies out. So it wasn't as, opt-in as they might have you believe, because that would imply that they're equally as powerful as the Betrayer gods. Whereas saying, we defeated and banished the Betrayer gods, and then we just chose to put ourselves behind the Divine Gate at roughly coincidentally the same time. Totally coincidence. We just, we thought we'd leave it to you guys. We trust you. I don't know that I buy that shit. I feel like, and again, not saying that they are bad, but I think that High Bear Vord, which is where we've gotten most of this theological history, I think he maybe has a bit of a bias towards making the divine gods look a bit cooler than they actually were. But I don't know the timing on any of it or the specifics on any of it. I have to guess at the specifics a lot. Yeah. Yeah. He was a lich, but sick of the risk of the phylactery? Maybe. I mean, there's certainly a lot of ways for people to survive for hundreds of years, even thousands, without lichdom. It's just maybe not the easiest thing in the world, so I don't know. Maybe he wasn't, I'm not sure. I got the feeling he saw himself as more than just a lich. Well, I think we totally agree there. He seemed to have ego and ambitions. Like, I definitely get the sense that he's too good for lichdom. He's too good for lichdom. He's got a bigger ego than lichdom can sate. We're full agreeing there. Yeah. Yeah. Guthal was from the first millennia. That's who was from the first millennia. Which it seems as though Opash is interpreting Guthal as somewhat of a historical figure. So it seems like, Opash is from the Age of Arcanum, but later than the figure of Guthal. And this could be why Jamon sees themselves. I mean, number one, it could be why Jamon is non-binary, is because they keep getting new bodies throughout the millennia. I could easily see Jamon having been Guthal. And that's why there's like this very separate persona of like Jamon Saord and separately Devosa. And I mean, Marquette is super what do you want to call it? Not litigious. They're very tough on crime. They have their own oubliette. Could be that people who go to the Marquette oubliette, you know, they're criminals. Jamon's a good, they're a good person now. You know, that Guthal stuff is behind him. Now they're Devosa, protector of Ank'Harel. Eternal protector of Ank'Harel. Sure, they need to be around. They need to be around so that they can be this persisting protection. And they protect Ank'Harel in multiple ways. Not just through Devosa and the dragon form, but also by cleaning the riffraff off the street. Besides, we don't have water for just everyone. The state regulates the water. Are we really going to waste our water on criminals? On murderers? Seems like it would be better to, you know, just use them to continue empowering your eternal leader. Ooh, interesting. Because later on in this journal, once it switches to Thordak, who seemingly has a bit better knowledge, like Opash never references Jamon. But then as soon as Thordak takes over, assumingly having read all of the Opash passages, which speak of Guthal, this ritual, suddenly, coincidentally, right after Opash is talking about Guthal the Everfed, a mighty dragon, we switch over to Thordak, and the first thing that Thordak references is Jamon Sa'ord, the king that rises from the ashes. And he even says this history then goes into Thordak's interest in trying to find power to take this ritual unto himself and thus become an undying entity. Honestly, that actually seems I don't want to say it seems clear, but the journal goes from Guthal, who knows this ritual, straight into Thordak, the Phoenix, Jamon Sa'ord, the Phoenix King, directly into, I want to find this ritual that assumingly is a reference back to the Guthal ritual in order to live forever. Kinda seems like a non sequitur. I think there are two ways to interpret it. Either Jamon has a totally separate method of immortality. Maybe. And Thordak's just jealous. And so he's going to do the method of immortality that this totally other separate Guthal entity has. Or Jamon is Guthal. And if Opash got banished in the Age of Arcanum before the Second War, well, we know, like pretty much for a fact, that Ank'Harel wasn't around then. Whether or not we believe Jamon or Jarrett or whoever, it seems like Ank'Harel was absolutely founded in the current era. It was not founded pre-Divergence. And that's where we get seemingly one of the first references of Jamon and, more importantly, Devosa. So I don't know. It's possible that Jamon just happens to have a totally separate method of immortality and also a unique ability / feature that involves his facial features not being strictly identifiable. I mean, oh my God, this would be this would be the wildest how does he do it ever. But for such a long time, I thought that Jamon Sa'ord was the identity of Umbrasyl. I thought they were one and the same. I thought Jamon was the human form of Umbrasyl. And that was why Umbrasyl had this, like, it was talking about him moving into Gat Shadow. And I thought that because I knew about this facial features ability. This like, oh, you can't look at their face directly. And that sounded like Shadow Dragon bullshit. That sounded to me like Black Dragon shit. And then they killed Umbrasyl, and Jamon was still around, so I just threw out that theory. It might just be that I got the wrong Black Dragon. Jamon was a Black Dragon. Again, has this unique ability out of nowhere. Not only is Jamon immortal, but their mortal form has this weird feature where, like, you can't remember what they look like. Again, sounds like Black Dragon shit. Guthal, this ancient Black Dragon? I don't know. This is something. This is something. It also does look like brought the town of Ank'Harel into the grand city it is today. So it does seem like even in Jarrett's prehistory that Ank'Harel existed to some degree before. So there's maybe not as much of an issue as I thought. Perhaps Jamon is some godling, an entity that existed long before Ank'Harel and will exist long after. Like maybe they have a secret to immortality. Now, Jarrett says that they believe Jamon Sa'ord is many people. I don't think so at all. I mean, it seems as though, you know, we could just interpret Jamon to be dragon, right? Dragons live for a long, long time. But I don't know. This seems like such a non sequitur. In fact, not to bring it back to biblical history, but in Genesis, Abraham, back when he was called Abram, is going to meet with the king of Salem. He's talking to the king of Salem, and then this other dude named Melchizedek butts in for like 3 verses, and Melchizedek, I believe, is listed as the king of Sodom, or it's reversed. The king of Sodom is the one that Abram is visiting, and then he talks to the king Melchizedek, who is listed as the king of Salem, and then he goes back to talking to the king of Sodom. There is a theory within biblical scholarship that Melchizedek was originally both of these kings. He was the king of Salem and the king of Sodom were one and the same, and then it was later changed by Hellenistic Jews translating the Hebrew Torah. Why I bring this up is because that passage is also theorized to have just been inserted after the fact, because it makes total sense if you read it with the passage taken out. That is what this is giving me the vibes of. Why would Thordak even bring up Jamon if the notebook goes from talking about Guthal's ritual and then Thordak goes to talking about Guthal's ritual again, but just mentions Jamon in the middle? It's like that passage of mentioning the king of Sodom, then talking about Melchizedek for a while, and then going back to the king of Sodom. It leads one to wonder, could Melchizedek have just originally been the king of Sodom, but they didn't want him to connect to Sodom because of things that happen later with Sodom specifically, and maybe you don't want to connect Melchizedek to that sort of shit. So, I don't know. That's what I'm taking away from this. I'm going to tell you that right now. I am interpreting this straight up as Jamon is Guthal. I'm possibly even interpreting this as this is what Brimscythe was researching the whole time. This is why General Kriegshaus has the bust of Jamon Zaord as well as the gem with the Githyanki stored inside. They are both necromantic relics. And the reason that Jamon is now Devosa, Brass Dragon, is because of this undying sort of ritual where they are reborn into a new body. Again, has a more in-fiction rationale for the non-binary nature as well. So I don't know, man. History is written by the victors? Oh, absolutely. Steel does eventually explore the divergence later on. I know. I can't wait for Calamity. I don't think Matt uses anything as sophisticated as World Anvil for his notes. You probably have a better handle on his timeline at this point than he does. Possibly. I believe it. Yeah. So I interpret it as Thordak being a sore loser. I understand the potential theory, but it feels a bit too tinfoil hat. Look, it could be, but it just feels incredibly strange to, be referencing, trying to piece together parts of an equation. Like, I also want to highlight that. The notes are less poetic and less speaking to itself. It is much more direct, trying to piece together parts of an equation. If Thordak is just a sore loser, talking about Jamon, the king that rose from the ashes, that doesn't seem analytical or direct. That doesn't seem like piecing together parts of an equation. That seems like waxing philosophic about your enemies. I don't know. Are you saying the entity that had a secret identity could have a second secret identity? No. No way. Maybe Jamon backed Vox so no other dragon could reach immortality? I'll do you one better, Tiny Monkey. Maybe he backed Vox so that Thordak couldn't spill their secret. When they find out that Thordak is still alive, still kicking, of course they'd want to back Vox. Take out the only dragon that might actually know who they are, especially if there's any hint in Jamon's mind that they found the laboratory of Opash. Do we know Jamon is immortal? They might just be long-lived. Dragons are long-lived. So, there are immortality rumors But they might just be rumors. It's fair. Just older than human normal people think because he's an ancient dragon? That's possible, Jonathan. It is very possible that the rumors of Jamon's immortality simply stem from the long-livedness of Devosa. That is definitely possible. But I don't know. How does this connect to the aquatic ape theory? Yeah. You can wax philosophical without flowery poetic language? You can, but not if you're trying to piece together parts of the immortality equation. That's what I'm saying. It is directly referencing... Also, I mean, this is directly referencing Jamon's immortality. This isn't referencing Jamon's strength or wisdom or strategic acumen or stinkiness. This isn't talking about how much Thordak hates Jamon. This is referencing Jamon as a phoenix, a king that rises from the ashes. Phoenixes famously transfer their souls to new bodies. Like Guthal the Everfed. Sacrifice their own life force to be born again in this new, never undying form of unlife referred to as a Dracolich. Like, I don't know. Unless he's talking about himself, I guess. You start seeing being the king that rises from the ashes. Maybe. I guess. People thought Thordak died. He'll be the phoenix. Phoenixes need fire, like red and brass dragons. I will come back stronger from the ashes. Maybe. I mean, I have used the Phoenix analogy for Thordak himself, so I guess I could see this being him. It would. I mean, the king that rises from the ashes. This makes total sense to me with the Guthal ritual. Again, the sacrificing life force, being born again, etc., etc. That makes total sense to me. And I guess I don't know why, if you are trying to piece together parts of an equation, if you're being very direct, why you would be referencing the enemy that killed you? Unless, or tried to kill you, unless like hatred and animosity is like a core part of the formula. And then I guess you would reference your eternal enemy. Maybe. I don't know. What is this stream if not a haberdashery? It's true. I hate Jamon and I have to figure out this immortality thing for my revenge. I guess it feels just out of nowhere. If the book is about the ritual, and it's talking about how Thordak is being very direct, very straightforward, trying to figure out the equations of the ritual. I'm essentially interpreting this as him showing his work on, like, his theories around the ritual. Jamon just feels like an out-of-nowhere intrusion into those notes. It would be like if you were doing a math problem and you reference your high school bully and about like, oh man, I'm doing all this math problem, and then in the middle of the math problem, I insert a little bit about how much I hate Jared, and oh man, Jared sucks so much, I can't wait until I'm immortal so that I can make Jared pay. and then you go back to doing math? It just doesn't track to me. It seems out of nowhere. I will say, I think you guys are making a point about the king that rises from the ashes. I think that's fair. I think that could be Thordak referring to himself as like a goal of what the ritual is. I could see that. I don't know. The references to Jamon just seem a little strange. They seem a little strange. I think it's perfect for Thordak. He was left for dead, washed up on shore. He wants to be reborn, undying as king. I think that's fair. I still think the reference to Jamon is weird. There's an unfortunate out of fiction reason that this was to ensure the party would clock immediately its Thordak's turn in the journal. Yeah, I guess. Which is... I mean... I suppose that is a possible rationale for it. To me, that would be pulling your punch a little bit as the GM. You already have this, very sort of metaphorical situation. They're learning about, this ancient history through the eyes of different people. It would be a little bit unfortunate to me if you introduce things that aren't meant to be taken too seriously. Or really dissected just as an out of fiction indication. I mean, because this is just kind of lore. None of this really matters to an extent, at least for what we're seeing so far. This is just fun detail. And I mean, Matt straight up tells them in a couple sentences that, hey, this is Thordak's writing. This is when he took it over. So I would also think that was somewhat unfortunate if that was the case, but it certainly could be. I just remember the scene with the diary isn't even over. Yeah, we're almost through it though. Okay. So then Thordak goes north, which we think is about 15 years ago. So, 15 years ago, we don't know how long Thordak was, chilling on Viscon. And it does sound as though Raishan is, been to Viscon, so maybe, Thordak went back and forth. We also didn't talk about the actual nature of Viscon. Let me see for a second. Because there was a little bit about the island itself. Menagerie-type structures, etc., etc., people didn't understand him. Learning about the facet of this island, that there's something about the metal here. Something very ancient about this island that becomes this black hole of arcane projection. For sure. I mean, when I hear that, when I read that, I think it's only natural to think of the Whitestone Ziggurat. Whitestone isn't metal, it's stone. But Whitestone is a naturally occurring facet of the area. Seemingly like the metal is a naturally occurring facet of Viscon. The Briarwoods seemed to need the Whitestone specifically, or at least the byproduct of the Whitestone, residuum, in order to do whatever they were looking to do. And at least part of what they were looking to do involved forming the siphon or something similar to it, which sounds very similar to this black hole of arcane projection. So to me, there seems to be clear mirroring there. I just don't know exactly what to take from it. I mean, it's astral projection, travel magics that go to or from have a difficulty escaping. When he was banished there, he discovered the indigenous people. Okay. So it's just having to do with movement of the soul. In or out is like stopped or inhibited in some way. Which, again, sounds kind of like the null magic field around the black hole on the ziggurat. I mean, everything sounds similar, but not in a way that I feel like I can derive anything from. Okay. And then he's going out to seek mages, things he can bind to his will and bring them back. It's the knowledge that Thordak had, etc., etc. Okay. That's it. It wouldn't be the first time he isn't confident his narration got the point across. Yeah, I do agree, Jonathan. I do agree. Which I hope isn't the case, but we'll see. Okay, let's keep going, because there's possibly more, but that was a lot to digest.
What does Bless do?
Can I also cast Beacon of Hope on her?
I can spray.
Don't find me, girl.
What's Beacon of Hope do?
Beacon of Hope gives you advantage on Wisdom saving throws.
Okay.
That was tight.
So, Beacon of Hope
Okay,
is
straight up.
already good.
Okay.
Roll a d4 and add it.
18 plus 3. It's a saving throw?
Saving throw, yes.
18 plus 3 is 20.
I will also say, one of the other reasons that I feel as though it's either weird or telling that Thordak used the same journal as Opash is because the journal is cursed. You have to make these wisdom saves. So either Thordak continued taking in the notes and just like made the saves, I guess. Sure, whatever. Thordak was somehow inoculated. Maybe he was already driven to madness, so it didn't affect him. Maybe the book is, Tiny Monkey, yeah, beat me there. Maybe reading Opash's notes is part of what drove him to insanity. Or possibly Opash's soul was in his body, so he wasn't affected because he's at least some part Opash. I don't know. There does seem to be something a little stinky there, though. You only know the book's contents when reading it, maybe? That's what legendary resistances are for. Yeah. I mean, that's a very mechanical way to view it, but sure. That is legitimate. There is, seems like a silly thing to waste your legendary resistances on, rather than just writing in your own book. But maybe not, I don't know.
1
What is that?
plus
Alice
2,
wisdom?
23.
23, okay.
It gives you advantage on wisdom checks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not saving throws.
Not saving throws. So as you're reading through this, you guys watch as Vex's
Oh, wait.
attention.
Wait, 18, 19, 20,
Yeah, you're such a
23,
21, right?
25. 25.
25, okay.
Oh, no,
As-
that's a 16. I'm sorry, I was right. It was 23. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I'm a dick.
As you are reading through this and go through, you watch as she turns the page faster and faster, and her eyes unblinkingly are just scanning the pages with rapid pace. And Vex, you feel this kind of cold essence begin to curl through your shoulders and into the back of the neck. And right as you finish the last bit of notes before Thordak, you feel something try and reach for the back of your mind. Cold fingers, 10, 20, an endless supply of grasping fingers reach for the back of your mind, and you just shrug it off and pull yourself away from the book, and the cold fades.
I shut the book.
You all right?
Great.
Bad story.
I tell them everything I read.
Yeah.
super fast because I'm like a speed reader. It's no big deal.
You were reading for like 25 minutes.
Oh
actually.
shit!
Yeah.
Well, it was a big journal.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And Anastasia Steele fell in love with Christian Grey just like that? Amazing.
Jesus Christ. Knockout. Oh my god. Wow, now I can feel the fingers at the back of my head.
All the rest of you motherfuckers make a wisdom saving throw.
Damn it.
I know Laura read that.
I read most of it and then I just threw the book away.
Pike, can we destroy this thing?
That was
Well,
actually what I was going
should
to
we
see if we
destroy
should.
this thing? I feel like maybe. I mean.
The knowledge exists now. It's
That's
outside
true.
the book, and if the book was... There's something in there.
Well, it's also weird. I don't know if they just like haven't read the whole book. We're gonna skip ads this time. I don't know if they just like didn't read the whole book, but I mean, well, I don't know. It seems just, frankly, it's a little banal. It's just some dude's journal? I don't know. It doesn't even seem like it actually had any cool forbidden knowledge in it. It just seems like it was like a bunch of boring shit. Am I crazy? Goes into his history and a lot of the terrible experiments. Oh, I guess it goes into the experiments about rending and capturing the soul. I guess. It's not very fun. Cursed shit, you know? Like, it doesn't even, like, tell you what you can do with it. Like, this just, I don't know. He kept these individuals trapped where he would come back at his whim, destroy them for... I guess the fact that he forged them into things, maybe it described how he forged them into things. I don't know. Just seems a little boring. Like, to me, he seems more sadistic than, I don't know, power hungry. I mean, you know, he's just not very goal-oriented, is all I would say. He's like, oh, the Marquette people don't understand me. And it's like, well, yeah, because you're kind of aimless, bro. Like, sure, it's fine to develop a skill set. But at a certain point, you have to stop couch surfing and actually do something productive with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, build a big flesh golem or something. Or like a big ray that can like kill an entire city in one shot and raise them all as like awesome undead servants. You know, it just feels like he wasn't being very practical with his studies. And that's fine to an extent, but at a certain point, you gotta grow up. All right? You gotta grow up. You gotta figure out a way to parlay this into profit. You gotta start making revenue with your necromantic skills. Start an LLC, all right, Opash? That's why you got banished. If you'd incorporated your operation, I think the people of Ankarel would have gotten it a little bit more. Very Dr. Doofenshmirtz. That's what I'm saying. See, Dr. Doofenshmirtz gets to live in a giant skyscraper in the middle of the tri-state area. No one gives a shit. Because he's contributing to the collective knowledge of society practically. You know, he's making people's lives maybe not better, but different. Opash is just hurting people just for fun. And that's not cool. Gotta have a purpose. So I don't know. It just seems like maybe the book... I mean, I would be disappointed if I braved the contents of an Eldritch Forbidden Tome and all it told me is about how some guy gets off on torturing people. It's like, bro, I could read any history text about any ancient king. There's at least one of those hanging around. So I don't know. It just seems very kind of like a nothing burger, if you ask me.
Can we have Doti copy down everything that you just said?
Like, to be very clear, at least the Lesser Key of Solomon has an invisibility spell. And, like, a spell to make someone pass out. Where's that in Opash's journal? Where is the practical use cases of this soul magic? That's all I'm saying. Did they mention they finished it? I thought Matt said she got to around Thordak's stuff. I think... Oh, he did say that's the last passage you see. I guess I kind of assumed that that was the end of the text. Interesting. I sort of assumed that was the end of the text when it was like, that's the last passage you see. I thought that was meaning like, that's the last passage you see. Like, of the things you see, that's the last passage. No more passages after that. But it could just be, of the passages you see, that's the last one, but there could be more. That could be the case. Maybe all the cool, awesome stuff is in the next chapter. But that would be weird, right? Because, like, what did Thordak even, like, discover? I guess we don't know because she's not reading it. A necromancer on an island for 800 years should fill more than one book. Well, yeah, and especially, you know. I mean, it seems like he was just kind of lazy, honestly. I don't know. He was too busy building his, like, body chasm and not getting around to anything. I mean, frankly, no wonder Thordak killed him. From everything I've seen thus far, seems like he was kind of a chump.
Actually,
Said not like exact transcriptions, just so that we keep the
transcription
knowledge.
of the story.
I mean, sure, he can record what her report is, if you'd like. Sure, yes.
That would be invaluable.
Doti walks over to one of the nearby shelves and finds one of the books that is only partially written and tears out all the pages that have
That's
something.
and just begins transcribing from memory what you just said.
High school notes?
No, that was a sea captain's journal. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It's not that
The pages,
expensive.
he didn't burn them. I mean, we could just...
Are we doing that now? I mean, I can
it's
help him.
No,
Just
no,
fucking-
no.
I mean, should we destroy this?
I think so.
It's magical of some sort?
I mean, it certainly felt like something was trying to reach through.
I mean, honestly, if you've gotten all the information out, like, if you're like, is there any more information? Matt's like, nah, you read it all. Might as well burn it. Like, I know I'm the resident warlock here, but there doesn't seem to be, like, anything useful in there. So, it's a fucking cursed item that's not even worth having the curse around for. Yeah, why not burn it? Unless I guess the curse is gonna escape somehow.
And what good does it do the world to know how to bring back souls as the undead? It seems kind of dark.
Do you lot have some sort of a vault here or something?
Do we?
You didn't have one made.
Not here. We do in White.
Even if there is a vault, all the vault is it's the one place in any city where...
You know, I did just realize that on Viscon, they taught, Patrick Rothfuss, Care is talking to Matt, the narrator, about his own memories, and Matt mentions that there's a tomb on the very southern point of Taldore, which is one of the first places that Thordak would have made landfall after all this business with Opash, and that there was a big necromantic presence dungeon sort of thing there. Seems a little connected.
everyone knows something valuable is kept.
A magical vault somewhere you can send this thing to be far
Well,
away.
we have a bag of holding.
Oh, you know what? We could like send it into the plane where Craven Edge is, and we'll take the sword out
You
and
know,
put
I
the
feel
book in
like
its
slowly
place.
there's
I don't know
someone
what that
collecting
is.
terrible
Terrible
things.
We could throw it into the black spinny thing under Whitestone,
Oh,
or
no.
we could just give it to Allura.
We were also going to the Cobalt Reserve anyway. We could see, I'm sure they have some sort of
That's-
library special secret book vault.
I would feel all right with that.
Let's keep it in the bag of holding for the time being.
Let's relock it.
Definitely. Relock it. Relock it.
I vote we take it to the Cobalt Reserve.
I concur.
I can
Concur?
Either that or Vasselheim. One of the two will have options, I'm sure.
I feel that the Cobalt Reserve will probably have some sort of situation for books like this.
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
So what's the next step?
We're gonna go to Westrun, right?
Did we go through all of the papers that Raishon and everything had for the most part?
All those notes seem to pertain to that book, and once you had the information from Vex, it kind of connected all the dots. A lot of these were notes regarding this ritual, trying to find ways to break the chain of the life-death cycle and obsession with the alteration and harvesting of souls and spiritual energy for the use of powering arcane experimentation. So, not good stuff.
He mentioned going north and looking for other powerful entities and objects to bind with. And then Raishon thought it would be a good idea to settle down in Whitestone.
And before we killed Roshan, didn't she say...
I mean, Wildmount is far north? Raishon said she was from Wildmount. Wait. I think they're getting confused on the geography. Okay. Raishon wasn't really talking about settling down in Whitestone. To my memory, at least. But she was very interested in Whitestone. She mentioned having, free run of the place, which I have always found to be notable. So we think that Viscon is somewhere down here. Then there's this little area. And then Raishon said that her lab was somewhere in southern Taldore. Down here, south of the Stormcrest Mountains. But then I also did think that Raishon said she was from Wildmount at some point, but maybe that was a lie, or maybe she's both. I'm not entirely certain on that. She said she was from the Riven Mist Peninsula. But I don't know. But then we keep going north. Thordak kills the twins' parents. North. And then there's Whitestone up here. And all of this Thordak stuff happened. Oh, there is stuff up there. I mean, I guess some of Whitestone is to the north, but never mind. All this stuff with Thordak happened about 15 years ago. Do we know? We can assume that the same is true for the twins' mom getting killed, that it was around 15 years ago. Do we know when the Briarwoods took over? I don't remember when the Briarwood coup was. But not the same nation as Mon, currently ruled by the Durola family. Oh. I forgot about that. Which, according to Jamon, is about the same time frame that Ank'Harel was founded. Okay. So, I mean, at the very least, Ayun was maybe possibly a little bit more prominent in those days. She was out there building ziggurats and such. A little bit less than she was now. Interesting. Raishon tells VM where she's from and how she met Thordak. Let me see. I have some Raishon notes. Episode 70. Oh. Do I not have it in here? Do I have it in Thordak? Thordak's history. That's episode 64. That's from Brahm. 82. 40 and 41. Oh, where do I record that? I know that I record that somewhere. Thordak meets and recruits Raishan. Where do I have... I don't have that in the Raishan or the Thordak article, though. That's so strange. I'm very surprised I don't have that in any of the articles, because I do remember that. Here, let's see. How often do you go through new notes and update the wiki? Not nearly enough. Oh, this is before the wiki conversion. It's episode 70. Weird. The short answer is I used to do it more before Age of Umbra. And then I got too busy. It might have been traditions, histories, and mythologies. Anything in here? No, definitely not. Events? Major? Nope. Minor? Nope. Trivial? Nope. Shit. Yeah, wow, I have nothing on it. Strange. Strange. Well, regardless. That's fine. Oh, right. The ziggurat is over a Temple of Ioun, I think. It is taken, devoured. Yeah, maybe at some point. I really need to go back through. It just says exactly where she's from and how she met Thordak. You seem to be looking at southern Taldore. I know that she has talked about being from the Riven Mist Peninsula. But I also know that she has lied about some things. And that, you know, Thordak came up through southern Taldore and met her while she was there. But I also do vaguely remember her talking about being from Wildmount. So I'm not sure how much I can trust that. Let me see if maybe there's an unpublished article that I didn't like fully do. I mean, that's I guess what I'll say. I vaguely remember it, but I remember her saying contradictory things. Nope, don't have it in here either. Damn. She does a monologue. I don't think Percy is older than 23, and it was about 16 when they took over. So, these would be about around the same time, which is kind of interesting. Riven Mist Peninsula on the southern side of the Stormcrest. That's where I met the Cinder King. Okay, that's what I thought, which is in Taldore. Because I've had the entire debate about... But it's also, I mean, I feel like they've given somewhat contradictory information on where Viscon is, at least in my opinion. And I theorized at one point that this little nugget over here is the Riven Mist. And I know that in general, that's where Thordak met her, as he was on his way up through the Stormcrest. And then they did battle in the mountains. I just don't know how much I fully believe her. Frankly. Because I also could have sworn that she said she was from Wildmount, but that would have been so long ago. I don't know. You seem to be looking at Southern Taldore. Yeah. Well, I mean, Southern Taldore would be, you know, this area, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All of it, but also, I think they're getting a little off with like Wildmount being far north. It seems like parts of Wildmount are technically north of Taldore, but not exactly in the same way that like Asilra is. So I'm not entirely sure. Because I think all of that's Wildmount, or sorry, Othansia. Asilra is the region. Huh. I don't know. Something just all feels... Because also Thordak... No, that would have been down there, not in Kymel. I don't know. Something feels related with Viscon and what Thordak's aims were and where he's going. And the Briarwoods taking over Whitestone. Because there's always the question of, like, why now for the Briarwoods taking over Whitestone? And it seems really in the same time frame. And then Raishan doesn't seem to know too much about the Briarwoods, but does seem really actively interested in the Briarwoods and, like, what's going on with them. Which... I don't know. It seems... I don't know. I feel like I should be able to connect a dot here, but I'm not finding it.
That she was from Wildmount.
Right, and she had said that she had found what she needed.
Oh, no, Raishan actually was from...
Taldore.
She was south of Taldore.
Yeah.
She
South
Yeah.
of Taldore?
She had an interest in Whitestone, which makes me wonder what the spinning black orb of death has to do with all of...
Othansia's the region? What? Really? Oh, I definitely have... Oh, wait, no. I do have Asilra as the landmass. Ah, well, shit. Damn it.
this, because I'm still not convinced that it doesn't have some sort of play
It's just
in
a
everything.
spinning black orb of death sitting
Dedicated to
underneath my
Vecna.
family home. There's nothing. I'm well aware that's terrible. I don't know why you're staring at me like that. Yes, I think about it a lot.
I'm just, you know.
I just don't know what to do about it.
Well, we can. Well, not.
Percy, it's just weird that no one ever mentions it. Y'all mention Raishan and now fucking Orcus and all of that bullshit, but no one ever mentions the spinning death orb. It's just weird that you ignore it. That's all I'm saying.
Me, but smart people can devote more attention to it now that there's not 5 great dragons trying to tear the world apart.
Will help.
Right. What time is it?
At this time, you guys are traveling through the city, getting here, the research, I'd say it's getting pretty close to the, dusk. Probably have another, like, hour or so before the sun sets.
You all want to rest, take the night off, head to Western in the morning?
Sure.
Yeah. Back to the keep.
Back to the keep. We are in the keep.
We
You
are
are
in
in
the
the
keep.
Stay in the keep.
Has Emon come back enough to have shops open for business or anything? Or?
Yeah, I mean, not everything was destroyed. There are shops that are open, and there are
Definitely.
people running business here. I mean, a number of the districts got damaged, and some buildings are having to be rebuilt, but it is still a functional city, though to a lesser degree right now.
You know,
You want to shop
before
now or
we-
later?
I don't want to waste time, but everything I do, I have to buy.
Well, we can shop in the morning on the way
Sure.
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not in
That's
a
fair.
huge rush.
I'm
Yeah.
at your disposal.
We'll shop in Emon in the morning and then head out to Western. They'll have shops there too, just not as many.
Brunch.
Brunch.
At dawn we brunch.
At dawn we brunch.
Please.
No chicken.
As the sun sets across the Taldore sky, you all settle in for the evening to rest, contemplate the return of your ally, your next adventure in researching the path before you as Vox Machina, you to return soon to finish Aramente to your people, and see what lies ahead of you by the threads of fate wielded by the Raven Queen. dawn you brunch. And until then, we'll return next week for the next episode of Critical Role.
Everybody still alive on the party.
I really want brunch right now.
I just want brunch so badly. I miss brunch.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for watching. Congratulations to our winner earlier. Thank you again, Luke Crate, for
All right, 25-36. Let's see.
Ash Campy's the best. Anyway, guys, awesome work. Ashley, we love having you. Don't go back.
No, I don't want to. I'm so close. I
Yeah,
have
get
about
back
like
soon.
3.5 to 4 weeks, and then
Yeah,
I'll be
get
home.
Yay. Can you do the Skype things with us like next week? Do you know?
Don't pressure.
I'm allowed.
I
'cause
don't
care.
know. I always hope so, but sometimes that's
let us
proved to
know.
be a little bit more difficult for some reason this season. But
Because they made your part so big this season.
Because you're so talented.
Amazing.
Stupid innate ability.
No,
everybody
and
then gets the rest.
it's just, time change and things.
I know.
I love being here though.
No, we miss you.
Soon, so
We'll
soon.
be back soon.
So soon.
All right,
Do we have an EMT and a stomach pump on hand for Sam for after the show?
Oh my gosh.
How's your tummy?
I ate a lot of sugar and caffeine at the beginning of this show.
There's Big
I
League
feel
Chew.
very strange.
There's Big League Chew on the floor.
There is Big League
There's
Chew
a
on the
little
floor.
bit of Big League Chew.
That is disgusting.
And probably in my lower intestine.
Not touch that.
Wow,
no,
that went
no,
through.
Tellison! Oh! I'm never eating Big League Chew again.
Good, then something positive has come out
It
of
was
this.
purple flavor.
Purple flavor.
That's not supposed to be purple.
Guys, thank you so much. We'll see you next week.
All right, we'll see you next week. The more I learn, about Opash, the more I feel as though I should be able to figure out what is going on with the spinning orb. And it is eternally frustrating because Vox Machina, the lovely little fuckers that they are, ignore the spinning orb to the point that they don't ask any amount of questions about how things could be related to the spinning necromantic death orb in their basement. They learn all this shit about necromancy and a null magic zone of a type, and they make zero connection to the death orb in the basement. And ask no pointed questions about the contents of the journal and to be fair, just kind of sits there and does nothing, out of sight, out of mind. I mean, I agree with you, and I do think it is maybe a critique I would have of Matt here. It will depend. I'm saving it as like a real critique for once I see the entire campaign, because I am almost positive that it will come back. And so I can't say whether or not it is justifiable that Matt has not made anything happen with it until I see how it's brought back. But man, oh man. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it should be less out of mind than Orcus, but Orcus still gets brought up by Vexalia. I don't know. Nothing big happened this ep against your expectations, I know. I definitely thought something was. I mean, we learned some lore, but I definitely felt like something was coming. I think it might be at the Aramente. Like, the characters are, like, kind of fully ignoring the fact that they have to go back to the Zephyra. And, like, I think Matt mentioned it's so much more than any of the players. The fact that they have to go back to the Zephyra to do the Aramente. I'm almost positive he mentioned it, like, 2 or 3 times to their, like, 1, maybe 0. At least unprompted by him. So Vex brought it up. Fair enough. It's a 1. But I think that something might happen at the Aramente, at the Zephyr. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. Not everyone has your talent for theorizing and tangents. Look. I just can't ignore something like that. I can't, like, turn it off in my brain. I would be like, at the very least, we have to investigate it. I'm not just gonna leave an unexploded nuke in my basement just because I'm not a nuclear engineer. I'm gonna be pretty on that until it's resolved. They're both necrotic in nature, but other than that, are they related? It was made by a different faction of people, to my knowledge. Yeah, but I mean, they are both necrotic in nature, and they both, I mean, especially this episode, but I thought this the moment they stepped onto Viscon, that they seem to have a relation in, like, the fucking with magic properties. Like the spinning orb under Whitestone completely nullifies all magic in a certain radius that is not the actual event horizon. And Viscon fucks with teleportation magic in seemingly like a spherical sort of aura around the site. And I still think that the Glint Shore is connected, although I can and again, it's just the sheer level of just like ignoring facets of what has happened. Like, to me, the fact that they asked 0 questions about the altar under the Glint Shore when Ripley was clearly there to do something, and they found a gate scroll inside of the altar, and they found all of these little bone shards on the floor. And then there's the bodies in the Whitestone ziggurat. I mean, to me, they seem connected enough to ask questions. Like, the Glintshore altar, to me, still feels either connected to Whitestone or to Viscon. Probably at this point, more likely Viscon. And it is just wild to me that, I mean, I'll put it like this. I would have been already asking way more questions about the spinning orb of death in the basement. I get it, though. They were distracted by the Chroma Conclave. After the Chroma Conclave, I'm asking more questions about the orb in the basement, especially given that, like Keyleth said, Raishan was interested in it. There's all this necromancy bullshit happening on Viscon, where Raishan went back to. I mean, it's not just that I don't even think at this point that, like, Opash built the ziggurat or was involved really in any way with the Whitestone ritual. But the similar manners of magic would make me ask questions of, like, oh, looking more into Opash might give us some answers about whatever the Briarwoods were doing. Not necessarily that they're, like, directly connected, you know? If Matt has connected those things, how would you deal with the players not connecting these dots? Again, it's tough to say because I don't know what the orb is. I don't know what the orb is. And so I can't say how much I like Matt's action or inaction on this. So take this with a big grain of salt. Huge grain of salt that I could be totally off, and I might totally change my opinion after I see what the Orb of Death is and what it's meant to do and all that. But it seems to me as though the siphon should be destabilizing or something to that effect. It seems as though it should just change in some way. I honestly think if the players actually felt an amount of urgency around dealing with the siphon, that they would start to connect the dots, truly. I think they would figure it out eventually, or they would ask some questions that would lead them down the road of figuring it out. I think the reason that the players don't care and are not connecting any of these dots is that the siphon has not given them a reason to care about it. Like, it seems purely stable. Not only stable, it seems broadly useful. Like, yeah, it's a little dangerous, but having a null magic field just set up in your basement is kinda nice. And they have already utilized it for that. They have used the siphon underneath Whitestone for like productive purposes of meeting in an area where people can't polymorph or change shape at all. They have done that more times than they have distinctly looked into what this siphon is. So I think if Matt has wanted them to connect the dots, or if that matters in any way, and if it is even possible for the siphon to change, there might be lore rationale for why the siphon is stable that cannot be changed in any way. That's why I'm saying take all this with a big grain of salt, because there might be a million reasons that the siphon cannot change for some reason. But it seems to be truly odd that the siphon is stable. And that makes a person like me ask questions, but I don't think that makes the standard person ask questions. I do think that that is where we get into like my theorizing brain. The fact that this siphon is stable is something that would make me somewhat suspicious. Like, oh, that makes me think that it's drawing on the power of the ley line, which makes me think that it is consistently feeding something. Like every day that we leave it alone, it is progressing closer to a goal by drawing energy out of the ley line. I don't know how else it would be stable. That's the sort of questions that it makes me ask, but I don't think it's going to make the standard person ask that. I think in order to make them ask questions, it would need to change in some way. Whether that is getting bigger or smaller or weirdly shaped, I think it would need to change somehow. I think that's the only way to... And I think once you did that, if you drew their attention to the siphon, I think they would put together dots on their own. Not possibly, probably in ways that I never would. Like they have very different thought processes from me, you know. They also don't get to pause the game and ruminate for hours. Yeah, but they do get to ruminate across the week between sessions and talk to each other, you know, in full-on discussion sessions, in or out of game, with absolutely no holds barred. I mean, it's true that they don't get to pause, but, I mean, they could if they wanted to. They're about to pause next session to go, sorry, shopping. So they can pause for an hour to do that. They could pause to theorize. But, I don't know. They were preoccupied with Percy being dead at the time in their defense. I know. I always get why they don't think about it in the moment. I'm just shocked that none of them ever think about it again. Even when it gets brought up again, they're like, meh, that was then, this is now, let's go forward. They just don't think into the past at all, unless something is actively in front of them, which is why I'm saying that I think the siphon should change in some way, because that would be like a new event for them to react to. Vox seems to have somewhat of an aversion. I don't think this is a rare thing. I think there are many players that have this. I've played with some. I may have some players now that are like this. That if something is stable and it's not changing, they just don't think about the past or past events that have happened in the campaign. Just flat out, they just don't think about it. Even if it's brought up again, they're like, meh, it didn't change. Which is always fun, but it would have to act up or something for it to be worrisome. Kinda. Yeah. So far, Vox are concerned right now. It's a net positive having it there. A little bit, yeah. They put their more magically inclined researchers on it, and they didn't really get anything bad. Allura, etc. all spent time on it. They spent time on it and like gave them some notes back, but then they all went and did the Chroma Conclave stuff. You know, Vox included. And now it seems like all the researchers are probably gone. Like, I'd assume Reindarian is back in Westrun at the Cobalt Reserve. Allura's in Emon, I believe. Gilmore's probably also in Emon. And for a decent amount of the Chroma Conclave, they were all handling the force field above Whitestone. So it's a very set and forget type of mindset, which is, yeah. Not only is the anti-magic being used to make sure no polymorph and illusions, but also no divination and removal cursed items that can't be taken off. Yeah. So, like, there's really not a lot of motivation for Vox to do anything about it. Like someone said earlier, it's a net positive. So, like, I get it, but I also have a strong philosophy of no free lunches. No free lunches. The only thing that overcomes that is the power of friendship, and I'm not even joking. I think the basic form of the universe can be described by no free lunches. There's a cost for everything, and the only way to overcome the natural law, that natural law, is the power of love and friendship. So your friend might do something for you and expect nothing in return. No one else is going to do that. No friend. No, if they're not a friend, they're not a lover. So when I see something like this that is just sitting there and only providing benefit, and I have no idea what it's for, other than that the Briarwoods set it up, I just can't be okay with it just sitting there. Like, it has to have been set up for nefarious purposes. And I get that it is helpful right now, but that cost is going to come due. You're just kicking the can down the road to the future generations. Sure, it's a benefit in the moment, but what do you think you're feeding on the other end? All of that magic is getting eaten. That of all of the things that their magical researchers told them, the one thing they were very clear on is that the magic is not getting destroyed. It is getting devoured. It's getting sent somewhere. And the idea that they are just like, yeah, that's fine. It goes against every instinct I have as a person and a player. But I don't know. No changes could also indicate that Matt doesn't want them asking about it. I agree, Jonathan Busby. That's why I said I can't truly evaluate the siphon until I do ultimately see what Matt does with it. Because Matt might not want them to address it right now. And if that's the case, great reason to keep it stable. I would totally support that. If there's like a clear reason that I can parse after the fact of like, oh yeah, it wouldn't have been good if this had been progressing during the Chroma Conclave arc or even during the After Effects, the Chroma Conclave cleanup era. If there is like a very obvious reason that Matt wouldn't have wanted them looking into it during that period, absolutely you should not have it change. So we'll see. I'll have to see what it looks like at the end. Yeah. It's a great trash compactor, corpse disposal unity. Where's the landfill, confused strawberry? Where's the landfill? I'm not the type of guy that just throws something away and is like, oh yeah, it's just gone. The magical trash fairy just came and cleaned it up. There's a landfill somewhere that's filling up. And what happens when the landfill fills? Vox, be thinking about this shit. No free lunches is a funny phrase in a game with a spell called Create Food and Water. We're not talking about that right now, Rainbow Dragon. You still have to pay a spell slot for it. Oh, man. I don't know. I'm frustrated because I feel like there's something right at the edge, right on the tip of my tongue. There's something right out of reach. A connection, one fact that is going to, it's gonna, and I don't know what it is. But I'm waiting for it. And maybe we'll get it on Friday. Maybe we'll get it on Friday where we start episode 89. Wait, is this episode 89? Episode 90. And see if something happens at the Zephyra. See if they do go to the Hells. And maybe, I don't know, Hodis will have some sort of explanation for them. Hodis was doing some weird shit with bodies in Vasselheim. I don't know, maybe he'll know some shit. Maybe they will go after Orcus, and Orcus will be able to tell them some things. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. Would you be mad if it wasn't even a C1 thing? If the siphon wasn't? Yeah. I'll be straight up with you, Rainbow Dragon. This would be so much worse than the other Horn of Orcus. If there is just a siphon in the basement of Whitestone, I mean, it'll really depend on if Vecna's a thing or not. Because it's one of the landmark reasons that I think Vecna is the BBG. Is because of the siphon. So if Vecna is the BBG and the siphon still doesn't get addressed and it's not a C1 thing, I would be out of my mind. I would be crazed. I would be so confused. if Vecna's not a thing, and like the primordials or something to do with the Kraken, you know, if one of those are the BBG, or maybe, I guess, Orcus, I suppose. Orcus would be weird. I don't know. If it's something like that, I would still be weirded out. I would find that very strange. If there's just a stable death ball in the Whitestone basement that never gets resolved, I would find that so strange. Unless, no, I would still find it strange. But maybe a recovery is if something to do with it is the inciting incident for campaign 2. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, all of the campaign 2 PCs are like former body of Vecna members. They're all like former cultists, and the siphon is destabilizing, and it's like a Suicide Squad type situation where like all of the PCs for campaign 2 are like old criminals, and they get let out of jail to deal with the destabilizing siphon. That's the only way that I could see it being justified. And even then, I would be like, Matt, what are you doing? I would still find it strange, to be clear. But at least it would, like, kinda make sense. But to me, it would more seem like cleaning up a mistake from C1, if anything. So I would find it very strange if it's not a thing. Maybe the reason Matt keeps mentioning going to the Zephyr is he wants to punch the side quest ticket. I mean, I do think he wants to just like close out the quest line. I think that's very fair. We might get absolutely fuck all at the Zephyr. At the Zephyr. But if we don't get anything at the Zephyr, I mean, I guess we'll go to hell. I don't know. It feels like if we don't get any sort of hook at the Zephyr, Matt just like must want them to go after Hodis. I can't. Yeah. If Matt wants them to go after Hodis, fair enough. You don't really have to give them any more reason to go than they are already saying out loud. So no reason to give them to really force anything else upon them. But if he wants to do something different or anything else before Hodis or instead of Hodis, or if he wants to start the last arc right now, I mean, I think something's gotta happen in the Zephyr. If nothing happens in the Zephyr, then they'll just head off to hell, I guess, and I mean, maybe they'll go to hell and then they'll get back and the siphon will be destabilizing. I guess. I would find it a little, I don't know. I'd be a little bit like, whatever. I wouldn't find it an overly satisfying route to the end, but it would work. So we'll see. Was Hodis the Rakshasa? Yeah, Hodis the Rakshasa. Yeah. The siphon was the evil marble the Bradwood summoned, right? Yeah. Evil death ball in the basement of Whitestone. Tune into C4 to discover what the 57 differently colored spinny balls do. Bro. Oy. That'd be insane. And I know Mega only does it for convenience and shorthand, but for the record, Zephyr, Vestra, etc. are only the names of the town settlements, not the names of the people? Really? I absolutely thought it was the name of the people, possibly beyond the names of the settlements. I would have sooner believed that the Vestra called their settlement something different. The people are just Ashari? So it is just the water Ashari who live at Vestra? It's not the Vestra? And the Pyra? Are you guys fucking with me? I am almost positive that Matt has talked about the Terra and the Zephyra. Only introduces herself as of the Arashari. I mean, I thought it was like interchangeable. I thought it was like, oh, Zephyra or the Arashari. Like you could kind of say either one. Is that really the case? I'm with Maggie on this one. They're pretty much only referred to? No. Is this true? I would have to go back and listen to like episode 87 because I feel like so confident that they have said the Vestra, as in the group of people that call themselves the Vestra, so many times. I definitely don't do it for convenience. I absolutely thought that was like their more like probably honorific name is what I would have guessed. I definitely thought that was like an analogous name for them. I'm going back to my notes to see if I have any quotes. It would be like that. It would probably be something like the Vestrins or the Zephrins. I mean, I think I would have said that would be the case. If you were referring to the individual people with, like, the demonym of people from the Vestra would be Vestrins, is what I would have said, yeah. That'd be like saying the people of the tribe of Kansa were Kansans. Like the Native American tribe of... But I think you could call the tribe as an organization the Kansa or the Mohawks. Or you wouldn't say the Mohawks. You would say the Mohawk. Like Mohawk Native Americans. Like the Mohawk, the Cherokee. I definitely thought it was like that. I'm pretty sure they use X Ashari in the show. What? I'm going to find a quote. I mean, like, I'm fine. I have no problem if this has been retconned, but I do feel like this is a retcon. I would be shocked. I would be actively shocked. Wait, I'm going back to 87, which is when they would have talked about a lot of it. Fenton Groose, first mate of the Tempest Fang. Oh, right. That's the businessman of the seas. Now I'm looking at quotes from 87, and I'm looking for anywhere that they even use the word Vestra. But I don't even see a reference to it. At least in transcripts that I copied, I don't even see references to the word Vestra. I mean, it is, coincidence. I think they used it, but I just didn't take any notes regarding it. Treve. Oh, right. I forgot about this. Treve describing there was a vision of some sort of creature at the top of the Cerulean Palace. People were wondering if it was a sighting of Devosa, and some of the rather intense historians and young believers in the myth of Devosa have been up in a tizzy. All right, whatever. Isn't this where they talk about the Terra? Dude, I'm going crazy. Jarrett Howarth? That's crazy. I also forgot about that guy. I'm just rereading all of my notes about them encountering Terry for the first time. Oh yeah, Marisha here, do we know where the Water Ashari are? Lucidian Ocean, Osmond Sea. The Earth Ashari are on the eastern continent. The Earth Ashari are kinda northern, mid-northern. Oh, and then apparently right after that, they say Water Ashari Vestra, Earth Ashari Terra. So it's episode 86, around 2:45-34. Mega's reality shattering. It is, because this is like, if someone had asked me this question, if someone had asked me this question in the chat, I would have so confidently answered that Water Ashari and Vestra are interchangeable. In my notes, I literally have Water Ashari equals Vestra. Earth Ashari equals Terra. It is not like the location of the Water Ashari. It is like a straight up 1-to-1 in my notes. So my reality is shattering a little bit. I was totally unaware of this. CR Wiki uses the terms Earth, air, etc. Uses them when it refers to himself and to a place, but I don't know how common it is. I searched the Pyra, and Matt says it numerous times in different eps. Same thing with the Fire Ashari. And uses language like the Fire Ashari live in Pyra, Terra's home of the Earth Ashari. Weird. I mean, yeah, like I said, I am perfectly willing to accept that this is a retcon of sorts. That is somewhat gratifying to hear that he has used the term the Pyra before. I'm looking. Oh wait, that's Stilben. Stilben is far south and on the other side. Wait. Vestra. Oh, okay. There's the Terra and then the Zephyra. The terrible history check. No one knows. Do you want to touch my antlers? That got weird. What is this history check? Have you read about the Water Ashari and the Ashari people from Marisha? Matt, it's not terrible, but your research hasn't delved too deeply into the Ashari. And the Ashari that you do know of are the Terra and the Air Ashari. There's the Terra and the Zephyra. They are the only two you know about. Those are the only two on the continent. The Vestra you're not too familiar with. Interesting. Because Marisha does seem to exclusively refer to them as Earth, Air, Water Ashari. But then Matt there was using the Vestra, which wouldn't make sense for a location. Honestly, makes sense as an eventual delineation. It does make sense, but yeah. I mean, at least seems like recently they have been referred to somewhat interchangeably. I don't think Keyleth would even bother to correct anyone about it. I mean, I guess beyond the DM. I agree that she probably wouldn't correct anyone in fiction about it, but that's the DM using apparently the wrong term. Or maybe, the term just wasn't, fully... It's possible that Matt just hadn't fully fleshed out the lore yet, and that they eventually have a conversation about it. But at least right now, he seems to be using them interchangeably. Marisha may not remember the place names, so she defaults to elements while Matt is steeped in the lore. I'm saying that Matt is referring to the peoples as the Vestra or the Terra or the Zephyra, which is not how you would refer to the location, right? In Ep 86, Matt says the Pyra, and 82, the Fire Ashari seems interchangeable to me. I think at least at this point, it seems interchangeable. It might be that, in future campaigns or at a future point in the show, they separate them and the terms become not interchangeable. But I have only heard them used interchangeably. And as recent as episode 86, Matt is using them interchangeably. I personally don't recall it ever being used. If it was probably before the Chroma Conclave arc. No, yeah, I'm looking at 86. This was, two or three episodes ago where the DM, Matt, is saying, the Zephyra, the Pyra, the Vestra. Yeah. With names like Pyra and Terra, no one should be confusing which village belongs to which Ashari. This is true. Interesting. I mean, I will keep an eye out to see. But right now, at least, this seems to be something that was either delineated later and somewhat retconned, or maybe something that the wikis are getting wrong, or possibly something that was an in-lore delineation later on in the show. I mean, hell, the voice of the Tempest might have decreed something, but yeah. As of episode 86, they're being used by Matt interchangeably. So I don't know. That's very interesting. I mean, these are the sorts of world building details that really get me going. So I am very concerned with being right. The only way that I am not concerned with being right is that I know I mispronounced the Panisophical. I'm well aware that I mispronounced the Arcana Panisophical, but all the A's just flow off my tongue so much better. So I refuse, and I also kind of think that the Panasophical's evil. So I don't feel like being respectful to them. Oh, man. I legit never noticed this before. I was thinking the Ashari were the names of the people, the more you know. It seems like there's a lot of either possibly changing lore or incomplete or shifting lore around the Ashari. Because I remember an episode or two ago, we were talking about, is the voice of the Tempest the leader of all of the Ashari? Kind of like an avatar from The Last Airbender. Or is it only the leader of the Air Ashari? Or as I would have said, the Zephyra. So it seems like there's some existing ambiguity amongst the base as to the exact terminologies, which, frankly, for a faction that is relatively isolationist and lives apart from broader society, I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, if that is purposeful, this, weird distinction between some people use the name of their village as the name for the tribe, and they just don't correct people because they don't really give a shit. That's cool isolationist type lore. But I don't know if that's exactly what's happening here. To the point that they've even tricked the wikis. Keyleth becomes the voice of the Tempest in her first act as leader, is changing the name of the people. Yeah. Probably because the more common word panopticon. I was thinking about this actually in the bathroom. I won't explain why. It's because I saw someone correct my pronunciation in chat. But I think it's because of the NS sound. I can't think of a lot of words that have the NS sound of pansophical in English. There almost certainly is at least one, probably several. But I feel like the ns sound is not a common consonant cluster. At least for me. Pansexual. Well, that's fair. That's fair, perfect fan. You got me. And that is probably the closest to what I identify as. So, man, you know what? I gotta hold my hands up on that one. I probably should have thought of that one. Shit. Huh. Yeah. But I don't know. I guess pansexual. Pansexual sounds very funny to me. Pencil. Pencil, that's true. Pans, more than one pan. Pans is different. I reject pans, but I will accept pansexual and pencil. But pansophical, I don't know. There's something about it that just doesn't feel right. Pension. Pension is not the same consonant cluster as pansophical. That's as opposed to a sh. Pension. Pencil. But pencil is the same. I'll give you that. Which is fucked up, I will say, on English's part. That pension doesn't count, but pencil does. Anyways, I'm gonna go. My voice is starting to go. I will see you all later on Friday for episode 90. We'll all figure this out together. And I appreciate you joining. Goodbye, everybody.